Yeah,
So obviously
speaking.
useful.
Yep.
It's I think it's helpful to realize too that when they go to do an explanation of the Sagnac effect in an interferometer, like what Georges Sagnac himself, when he spun the interferometer and he got that measurement of the fringe shift, they literally, to try and have a physical explanation for that, they end up like doing a Lorentz transform in their math. So they're telling you that, you saw the direct proportional velocity be show up in the fringe shift of the interferometer. Even though you saw that direct measurement, that's not what actually happened. And they tell you that, if you just have to step out of reality, and then you would be in the proper reference frame to see what really happened, and the speed of light was actually constant, and there was time and space warped, and that's why you got the result that you got on your in your fringe shift, which I can't even explain that without feeling like I'm saying it wrong, because it's so stupid.
Isn't it such a reoccurring theme that what we see keeps exactly matching a specific framework and position over and over and over, and directly contradicts another assumed framework or model? And yet we don't just accept what the evidence says. We do mental gymnastics through mathematics to always hijack the stationary Earth and turn it into some fairy tale. How wild is that? Such a reoccurring theme.
You see the same trick happen with that. They do that morph to what they end up doing is you slip into this geometrically convenient position in the center of everything, and they do it with the little interferometer when they try to explain Sagnac rotating his interferometer. They slip themselves into a geometrically convenient position from which they can observe the speed of light being constant in all frames. But it's just a convenient frame that they invoke that they can't substantiate.
Well, they made it up.
Do the math. They do the math from that point, and then it's just interesting because once you see that, and then you go back to this stuff, the GPS stuff, and you start looking at what they're doing when they go from ECEF to ECI, and you say, oh, they're doing the same thing here. They're slipping into their geometrically convenient position to then make the speed of light constant and do their math there, and then they can slip back out and say, oh, all's good. Look at magic trick's done. Wipe your hands. Yeah.
You're well said, Toby. That's exactly it.
But they created ECI specifically for that. It's not like they had this other convenient system that was already in use for a very good reason, right? They were like, that varying speed of light's really kicking our ass. You know what we got to do? You get rid of that. So let's invent a whole new coordinate system. We'll do all of our math in there. We'll convince everyone that's where they live, and then we'll go from there. It'll be fine.
Dude, that's hilarious, bro. So, real quick, let's go over signal propagation from these satellites to ground receivers, right? Let's see what Daniel Garzi has to say. And Daniel Garzi currently works at NASA. When he published this, so this is experimental basis for special relativity in the photon sector, right? So let's see what he has to say about relativity in the photon sector. So one of the most familiar arguments for the validity of special relativity is that the Global Positioning System, GPS, navigation system would not achieve a high degree of accuracy without making special relativistic corrections. The principal correction cited is a first-order timing adjustment to compensate for signal propagation signal propagation time variations arising from motions of satellite to the ground receiver and the local Earth-centered fixed frame due to the Sagnac effect. But the Sagnac effect is purely a classical first-order effect that has been somehow incorrectly reclassified in its application as a special relativistic effect by Allen, Weiss, and Ashby in 1985 and in 2000. Anyway, this guy went on tour after their experiment and said that GPS is proof of relativity, and Sagnac corrections prove that. And we'll get into the difference between the Sagnac effect and the Sagnac correction here in a second. So for first order timing correction to be made for accurate performance of the GPS system, just the amount attributable to the velocity component of the satellite constellation along the line of sight in the ECF frame. The fact that the first order timing correction is required at all is in direct conflict with special relativity. Wolf and Pettit in 1997 tested the isotropy for the one-way speed of light by analyzing the GPS network timing signal database and found no discrepancy with the sound or with the source to receiver motion, which they interpreted as evidence that the speed of light was isotropic, meaning that it was constant, in agreement with relativity theory. However, Wolf and Pettit noted that the data that they analyzed had been pre-processed and corrected for the Sagnac effect. In this case, a first-order change to the time of flight of a radio signal between satellite and receiver. The justification for making this correction is claiming that the Sagnac effect was a relativistic effect of the second order in C, and therefore that the correction had a negligible consequence in their analysis. But the correction that was made was a first order in the velocity component of the line of sight between the satellite and the group receiver or ground receiver in the ECEF frame. Thus, while the effect of the first order line of sight velocity component of the GPS satellite is clearly evident in the raw timing data or raw signal data, the first order timing component had been removed from the data set that Wolf and Pettit had analyzed to show that C was isotropic.
Yikes, bro. Yikes. Let's soak this in for a second. Hey, guys, forget the trolls. I want to make sure everyone gets this. All right, so they went to analyze some GPS data, and what they saw was that it had already been corrected. It was supposed to be raw data, but it had already been corrected. Right?
Yikes.
And so they did a Sagnac effect correction, and then they had, when asked about it, or pressed about it, or when they dug further, either way, they say, oh, well, it was negligible because it's a relativistic effect and it was in the second order. Therefore, It was negligible. It had negligible consequences in their analysis. And then it says, but the correction that was made was first order in the velocity component of the line of sight between each satellite and the ground receiver in the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed frame. I read that off.
Was it Wolf and Pettit who found it, or was it the dude who investigated them who found they didn't find it, or whatever? Wasn't the other guy Marmot?
Well, it says that they and justified making this correction by claiming. So how?
So they had to make a baseless claim, right? Because the Sagnac effect obviously is a first order effect, meaning that if you introduce rotation into a system, that the retardation that the speed of light experiences will be proportional exactly to that velocity, right? So this is a first order effect. It's not a second order a relativistic effect in C. That's actual word salad, right? Like that's insane. That's not even close to what it could be classified as. That's actually like an ad hoc, hey, I hope nobody looks into this, and they just read the cover page and it just reads that we found that the speed of light is isotropic, right? Because the fact that they made these corrections and they didn't immediately go, oh, you know what? We actually can't use this data set. It completely invalidates what we were trying to do. No. They went ahead and said, no, not only is it not invalidate our position, the fact that it's corrected is no big deal because of an excuse that we're going to make up.
Right. So let's just make sure. I want to make sure everyone gets this here. They went and tried to look at the raw GPS data. It had already been corrected. So the data being portrayed as raw data had already been corrected for the very specific effect that wasn't supposed to be there according to relativity. They corrected it and then claimed it was raw as if to portray that the raw data matches the relativistic predictions, when in fact the raw data did not. It had to be corrected. And then they say, to try to justify, they say, oh, it's negligible because reasons, and the reasons are trash and incoherent nonsense and just wrong when it says it's in the second order. Okay, so just that right there, a truth seeker should be like, red flag, red flag, red flag. I'm going to say it one more time. They tried to go look at raw GPS data, and the data being portrayed as raw, turns out it was actually already corrected and then portrayed as if the raw data. And the part that was corrected is an effect that should not have been there, and specifically, it's an anisotropic effect, which is a preferred direction, and the signal should not have a preferred direction. That's why it then says, but the correction that was made was first order in the velocity component of the line of sight between each satellite and the ground receiver in the ECF. The line of sight path from the satellite to the receiver in the Earth-centered Earth fixed frame had a velocity component that was anisotropic. Thus, while the effect of the first order line of sight velocity component of the GPS satellites is clearly evident in the raw timing signal data, you mean the real data? This first order component had been removed from the data set that Wolf and Petit analyzed to show that C was isotropic, meaning has no preferred direction. It's constant in all directions, i.e. what relativity would predict. So they had to actually fudge the raw data. And this goes into, and I'm really trying to drive this home to make sure everyone gets it. This goes into what Jaron always talks about. It's like, well, this stuff is classified the most accurate. It's like not closed source. Even the raw data people think that they're getting in the allegedly open source stuff is clearly being messed with before you even get what's called... I saw someone saying that's something messed up. Before you even get to what's called the raw data. So that should ring like that's a big red flag, huh? So anyway, I think I said it where everyone understands it. The raw data showed that the signal had a preferred direction. It had a velocity correction. It went faster in one direction, but relativity says it should go the same speed, the same velocity in all directions, should have no preferred direction. So what did they do? They subtly corrected the data and then portrayed it as raw, but got caught doing it. Okay.
So yeah, and it's not like they
were
were
satellites that are you saying they're changing speed in their orbit, so they're
Holy
having to do a
fucking
speed
hell.
correction?
Sorry about the
Bro, you can't cuss like that just in the middle of someone
I
talking.
just said I'm sorry.
Okay. It's GPS data. We just read it. We just covered it 3 times.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, is this the idea of GPS? Is the claim, I guess, is that it's going around the Earth?
Okay, we're not doing that.
Some-
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
And
We're not
some
doing
parts in there.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
what?
We're not doing the you try to take over the conversation with some random other point. We're not doing
It's the
that.
same point. I just want.
No, it's not. The point. No. The point is a
No.
first or second order correction based on the anisotropic distribution of the signal. If you want to talk about the anisotropic velocity correction in the first order that applied to the raw data, then we'll talk about that. We're not
I'd
going
love
to
to ask
randomly
questions
divert
about
to
that.
eggshells wants to use sophistry and talk about something else. We're not talking about we're not talking about if the Ursa ball, if the satellites are going around anything. We're talking about the signal itself. Do you understand? The signal goes from the GPS,
Yeah, and the signal is measuring a difference in speed. Yeah.
right, based on a specific direction. It has a difference in speed based on so anisotropic means preferred direction. Relativity says.
And where is it going? In which direction?
1 second. It's just a quick clarification. Not only is there a directional component where there's a plus or minus to the speed of light, but also it's proportional to the velocity of the receiver, right? So if the receiver is moving at 50 miles an hour, et cetera, right,
Right,
there
I
will
see.
be a variance measured in it with the range measurement equation. So that's actually what's being covered up in those corrections that Wolf and Petit were looking at there. Like that's all what they're sweeping up as a quote unquote Sagnac effect, and they're just saying, oh, the old Earth rotation, right? They just broad stroke sweep up the whole thing because the distances
So-
derived is actually a major part of the issue as well. Because like I said, it's a range measurement equation. So there
So
should
it's
be
something
no
to do with
further
the
correction
receiver on
needed.
the Earth making a correction because sometimes it might be kind of closer to it, and sometimes it might be further, and sometimes it's going faster, and sometimes it's going slower.
Relativity says it shouldn't matter how fast it's going or what direction it's going. It should just be the same. Right, that's the point. The
about
point
speed
is that they went and just tried to analyze raw data, and they discovered that the data that was being portrayed as raw actually had already had corrections applied to it, specifically for proportional velocity of a Sagnac effect that shouldn't have been there according to relativity. They corrected it and then just portrayed it as if the raw data matched the relativistic prediction when it specifically did not.
So this is
Which
what I
is-
was curious about that I was hoping you would answer. Is the suggestion that the satellites aren't there and this is evidence of that, or that they are there and they're
No,
giving
we're
this
not.
and this shows that relativity is bunk because they're having to make this correction?
No, yeah,
Or is it something else?
the argument is, I said at the beginning, which is it's important, I think, if the Globers want to come in to Skull and Globers, it'd be great if they watch the presentation before I open it up. That would be great. But I explained that at the very beginning, we're just going to grant the satellites. And we're actually going to show that we're actually going to show that if those satellites are up there, they refute heliocentrism, ironically, and everyone just knows to repeat propaganda phrases such as GPS satellites prove relativity. They have to correct for time dilation. So I went through all kinds of orbital mechanics and the specifics of that. So we're discussing it as though the data is real. Nothing about a satellite proves that the Earth is a spinning ball anyway. So we're just talking about the cover-up that's going on for relativity and how the evidence shows that relativity is incorrect, which means the Earth cannot be moving. So if it is all fake, well, it's all fake, but then they're faking the faked stuff.
Sure, that's kind of why I was asking it. Like, yeah, that's why I wasn't sure, because it seems like if I were making an argument about how fast something was traveling, and when, and questions like that, it's necessary that I have an argument for making a conclusion.
Okay. We're going to go back to the productive parts of the convo. And I know I'm like impatient with you, but it's like right when I was, it's like you were hired or something, right when I had like laid it out like 4 different ways in very simple terms to make sure that everyone in my proximity could fully understand it. And I wanted to make sure everyone in the audience could truly understand it. It got trampled on. So like, can you please just like respect whatever the specific subject is? I mean, I think you may have thought you were doing that. I don't know, but
the subject is satellite data. And I'm saying, are the satellites there? What are they doing? I think that's
no. We're not talking about are satellites there? What are they doing? We're talking about the proportional velocity of the signal, eggshells.
Right, but if we need to know where they are to know what that proportional velocity is talking about, how can we
either respect what I just said or I'm going to mute you? How about that?
Do we know the speed they're going?
So I'm saying, you see, like, you have no respect for the show, bro.
It's about proportional velocity.
Every time you're on here, you have no respect for the show. You just think that, like, it's your show, and we're going to talk about what Eggshells wants to, but we're not. We're going through actual specific papers and data, and we're going to address the thing that destroys your belief system without skipping over it, pretending it's not there, and then talking about something else, please.
Okay, so it's about the velocity. What's its velocity?
Yes, bro. Like, relativity says the signal should be the same, period. Doesn't matter what direction the receiver or the GPS satellite's moving. Doesn't matter what speed it's going. It should just be the same. Okay?
I feel like I'm asking a clear question. If it's about its velocity,
I can't do it.
These formulas rely on the velocity. What's the velocity? Is it
Peace out, bro.
Is it
Peace out, dog. It was good having
per
you.
second? You guys really don't answer questions, huh?
No, we're just moving on. Because, anyway, I'm hoping that the audience actually understood what I was explaining to you guys, which is this, and you notice he didn't address this, and I've said it 4 times, and what you'll notice is that none of the trolls in the chat are addressing it either, which should be very telling to everyone here. They purported something to be raw data, but actually, that was a lie. It had been corrected. And specifically, the part that had been corrected was the part of the data that falsifies relativity. But then it was still proposed to be raw data. So if you then went and saw it, assuming it was truly raw, you'd think, wow, this matches relativity. But it had actually been corrected to match the relativistic prediction when the raw data actually didn't. That is lying. That is deceit. That is what we're discussing. Right, is that the raw data itself falsified relativity and was misrepresented.
I think it bears questioning where that data comes from. If you don't, I would like to know why.
Okay, so
why is it
we're
not
going to
important
move on
where the
past
data comes
eggshells.
from? We're not going to talk about whether...
Yeah, just would note too on that it's hilarious. It's not like they just received the data and they were doing something else with it, and then they happened to notice, like, oh, that's interesting. This isn't actually raw data, and they told us that it was. This has corrections. They were like, literally, it was the thing they were going to check for. They were checking for the constancy of C, and they received data that had been specifically corrected to show a constancy of C.
Exactly, yeah. And that's the point. Anything other than that. Like, 'cause I started the stream by saying, because this is what they do. It's like if you talk about flat Earth, if you destroy a globe argument or you something, then they'll be like, but sunsets, right? But that is about flat Earth, right? Like, no, it's a red herring. I'm granting satellites. I actually proposed a mechanism that would work on a stationary Earth for satellites. I already proposed it. I actually said that if they're really up there, they falsify heliocentrism, they prove geocentricity, they account for a change in velocity relative to the center of the ECI. I haven't even got to that. I haven't even got to what the ECI is. I just talked about basic physics and how if you have something moving around a central system, then you're going to have centrifugal forces and Coriolis forces. The Coriolis forces will be twice the magnitude of the centrifugal forces. So you have a net radially inward accelerative force. Because it's twice the magnitude, it'll be net. That'll give you that angular momentum will keep something moving perpetually, rotating inward around the central axis. I don't want to hear any sophistry attempts to get away from what we're talking about. So I addressed at the beginning. We're going to grant satellites. I've never said I know satellites are fake. I don't care if you've heard someone say that. I don't care if that's what you want to straw man. That's not what we're talking about. Okay? And I know I sound aggravated. That's because I am. So can we try to get back onto what we're saying? Like I laid that down a few times, but so I think we've kind of covered that point, right? And then we've even covered their like ad hoc attempt to explain it away, which is to say that it was just a second order correction, right? Even though it was actually a first order measurement of velocity, like a proportional velocity relationship. Oh, man.
Alrighty.
Okay. That's what's up, man. Okay. Anyway, I guess I'll bring something up. This pisses me off, bro. All right. So, for those that are in denial of this, we'll just cover this real fast. And let me pop up for you guys. I think the Discord should see it, and then let me come over here.
Yeah, we see.
All right, cool. And then they should also see it. All right, let's just read this, cover the basics here. As mentioned earlier in this lesson, an object moving in a circle is experiencing an acceleration. Even if moving around the perimeter of the circle with a constant speed, there is still a change in velocity and subsequently an acceleration. This acceleration is directed towards the center of the circle. And in accord with Newton's second law of motion, an object which experiences an acceleration must also be experiencing a net force. The direction of the net force is in the same direction as the acceleration. So for an object moving in a circle, there must be an inward force acting upon it in order to cause its inward acceleration. This is sometimes referred to as a centripetal force requirement. The word centripetal, not to be confused with the F word centrifugal, means center seeking. So when I say centripetal convergence, well, if it was seeking the center, it would be converging to the center. For objects moving in a circular motion, there is a net force acting towards the center, which causes the object to seek the center. To understand the importance of a centripetal force, it is important to have a sturdy understanding of Newton's first law of motion, the law of inertia. The law of inertia states that objects in motion tend to stay in motion with the same speed and the same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. According to Newton's first law of motion, it is the natural tendency of all moving objects to continue in motion in the same direction that they are moving, unless some form of unbalanced forces acts upon the same object to deviate its motion from its straight line path. Moving objects will tend to naturally travel in straight lines, and unbalanced force is only required to cause it to turn. Thus, the presence of an unbalanced force is required for objects to move in circles. And this is what I was explaining. I saw some people like trying to deny it, ironically, but that's what I was explaining with the graph that I showed you with the centripetal and the centrifugal forces, the inertial system of the Earth, and how, ironically, when you understand that, you understand what we've covered about Michelson-Morley and how it falsifies Newtonian mechanics. Right, you can't invoke an orbit of the Earth around the sun using Newtonian mechanics ever since Michelson-Morley. Right, and that's because, of course, you would have been able to detect circular motion. There would be actual force acting upon the Earth or moving it from a straight line. Einstein came in and said, well, the Earth is actually free falling in a linear path through the geodesic of bending and warping space-time, right? Curvature of space-time. And that's why you can detect it. So if you can put those pieces together with some pattern recognition, you're going to quickly find out that if these GPS satellites are up there utilizing Newtonian mechanics assumption, then the Earth has to be stationary. Or it can only be interpreted as evidence for that. Okay, so, and that was me kind of stepping back here, and I have many different sources here. I also have a PDF downloaded from an actual textbook, physics textbook for university. Let me get here, right here.
It's also on Kittle.co. Centripetal force facts for kids. Must be word salad.
Yeah, it's all over the place, right? An acceleration must be produced by a force. Any force or combination of forces can cause a centripetal or radial acceleration. So when I say like a radially inward accelerative force, that's not word salad. Just a few examples are the tension in the rope on a tether ball, the force of Earth's gravity on the moon, pseudoscience, friction between roller skates and a rink floor, a banked Broadway's force on a car, and forces on the tube of a spinning centrifuge. Any net force causing uniform circular motion is called a centripetal force. The direction of a centripetal force is toward the center of curvature, the same as the direction of centripetal acceleration. All right. And I'll drop these sources in my Telegram, but I just wanted to cover that real quick. It's pretty simple stuff. If you remember what we covered in the presentation, then you would see like, oh wow, so these satellites are supposedly going up there in their mapping out paths that are an ellipse, and it has a change in velocity, and it accounts for a stationary Earth with real inertial forces, Euler, centrifugal, and centripetal, specifically Coriolis force. Coriolis has twice the magnitude, which gives you a net radially inward accelerative force. If that were the case, and you had a universe, cosmos, spinning around a stationary Earth, then the angular momentum would generate a net force inward towards the center of what it was rotating around, and you could effectively rotate around it perpetually. All you would need is for something to start it. That's all that you would need. So, all right. Anyway, so I think that the last thing that we covered is pretty fire, though, because when you go even further than just the mechanics, like you start to see that the data is consistently showing that, and this is why I lean towards there are definitely things up there, right? Because like, the data is just so damning to them and they're hiding it. But anyway. So we got another point. Basically, the last thing that we covered, so we've covered that atomic clocks, I may have missed something when I said that way, but we covered atomic clocks. They'll claim that atomic clocks have to account for time dilation, and GPS proves relativity. And there is guaranteed people in this chat, in this voice call, in the YouTube chat that will say that right after this is over. If their mic was opened up, they'd say it right now. They'll say it tomorrow, right? But we specifically covered it, and if you want to know the truth, then you should go and actually listen to what we said, research it. That actually isn't the case. We proved that isn't the case. Even with the famous test touted to prove it, that wasn't the case. It didn't match relativity. So if you're an honest person, if you're a truth seeker, you would no longer say that. We then covered that the actual raw data has a proportional velocity correction. So an anisotropic correction, meaning based on the direction of velocity that the actual GPS satellite is moving, right? Then you get a certain duration of signal. when relativity specifically says doesn't matter how fast you're going, doesn't matter what direction that you're going, it's isotropic. It has no preferred direction, and it wouldn't be proportional to velocity. And then they actually corrected for a proportional velocity Sagnac effect, right, of the first order velocity measurement, and they corrected for it and then acted like the data was still raw when it had been corrected specifically for what falsified relativity. And as Toby pointed out, that they were actually going to look for that very specific part of the data, and come to find out that's the part that had been deceptively changed real quick, claimed to be negligible just on baseless grounds, and then still presented as if it was raw. Okay. Do we have any other specific points you want to move towards? Anyone want to share their screen or have a specific thing they want to say?
Oh no, you guys crushed it, bro. I was just kind of hoping that a Glover was gonna come in. That's my only. Yeah, that was my only thing. What's up, Toby?
I would say, like, it's interesting because it's evidence of geocentrism. I would say, like, at least that's, Phyllis. Like, when I look at it from my framework, that's what I see it as. I see it as evidence of geocentrism at the very least, and then it also it's an equivalence with flat Earth, and then especially once you realize they're doing meridian corrections, and that everything that you look at the fact that all the data that we get is transformed. So between those things, the meridian corrections and that, and the fact that everything's essentially using a center position as their geometrically convenient position, and then you take into account the fact that they have to account for that elliptical orbit. It's like it's easy to explain on a flat Earth, and the idea that they wouldn't have something in the sky to have control and to have surveillance, and that they wouldn't tell us about it. Like, that's crazy. Of course, at the very least, you have to acknowledge that would be something that they would possibly do. But yeah,
and like actually, there's data to suggest that when you really get further south, GPS starts getting a lot trickier, even like in times of war. So I really want to compile a lot of that and show that what a shocker, the South starts getting sketchy again, and that's where they would be making big meridian corrections. And one thing that we've just established is they will for sure claim that data is raw after they've corrected it. And by the way, this doesn't even require malevolence, right? It doesn't. Like, people live in this world where they assume relativity is true. They assume that the Earth's a ball that spins and flies around the sun, and therefore assume relativity must be true, or it's the best we got so far. So anything that we're going to do, we're going to run it through that lens automatically, like robotically. So it doesn't necessarily require malevolence, although I think these people have to know what they're doing, right? Whenever they come up with some like ad hoc justification like they did in this situation. But it proves the point that when you really start digging in to try to get to the raw data, they're correcting things off the rip. So why would meridian corrections be excluded from that possibility, right?
Yep.
Let me read the donations. Well, I don't know what happened. My boy Alan disappeared. All right, we have...
Yo, what's up? I'm back.
What, are you good? All right, what's up,
good?
Bro? So,
yeah, went AFK for a second. So real quick.
Wait, real fast. Let me read the donations real quick. Mm-hmm. RG the artist. Hey, brother, wish I could do more, but hope your baby girl and your wife are doing well. Thank you for the $50 tip, brother. Very generous. RG the artist. Thank you, man. Much love. Greatly appreciated. Brody Fowler. Thank you for signing up for the fire tier. Welcome to the Misfits. And if you don't know, you have water, fire, earth, air, ether. 5 tiers. And stay tuned for actually, let me see. Let me show everybody this. Okay, I'm gonna go full cam and let me show the Discord. You'll kind of see it won't be that big, but check it out.
What's up?
Hey.
You like space? Have them stars.
You guys ready, baby? Let's go.
Number one fan. You're not being recorded. Don't worry.
Yeah. So I got I got a few pairs of glasses. They were kind of expensive. I got two pair. I got my gear. We're ready to go, man. I'm so excited to go learn about how reality is actually inverted from all experiential ability to understand it. But yeah, so I'm also ready to be a Glober since apparently we have no Globers. But I just wanted to give you guys a bit of update. Stay tuned if you're a Miswit. Check whatever platform you've signed up for. Check your messages to get access to upcoming exclusive live streams. All right, let me pop back over.
Austin, would it be cool if me and you were Globers against Alan and Toby?
Maybe I would rather just see. I'd rather just get through productive
all right.
information.
All right.
Me trying to figure out if Witt's brain is so big because it's full of knowledge or full of gravy. It's like a nice little blend. It's a nice blend, you know. Yeah, it's knowledge gravy. But thank you for the compliment, ball game. Thank you for the $10 tip and the implied compliment. Much love. Let me double check, make sure there's not a new one on here. Nope, we're good. All right, cool. So Alan, you still are there? If you got something else, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna drop the screen. Yeah. All right, cool. And everyone, if you have questions about this, I'm gonna start keeping an eye on the chat. And don't be ashamed to ask questions because, like, you know, I mean, you're just now learning this stuff, and you know, all the people that gaslight you about not believing it, they don't understand it either. So just feel free to ask questions and we'll try to help you out. And apologies in advance, Alan. You're so smart. I think you don't realize that maybe everyone else isn't quite as smart as you, but it's okay. I may just pause you and make sure everyone's good. But other than that, take it away, bro.
Oh, you're good, man. I'm not smart. I just read PDFs, just familiarized with the content and everything. So, like, you know, it's not like a smart issue. It's just a familiarity issue, really. Like, so, but yeah, pausing and breaking it down will definitely helps because once you get going, it's hard to stop the momentum, right? But so we were talking about atomic clock velocity corrections earlier, and how that's proof that the Earth is stationary. It's like, well, how do we come to that conclusion? Well, if the other velocities existed, right? Because remember, Michelson-Morley, you can't detect motion, relativity theory, everything's a linear geodesic, etc. Right? Now, the fact that these clocks account for their own velocity, well, the engineers that work on GPS started, you know, realizing like, well, wait a minute, why don't we have when these things are orbiting around the Earth and their orbits intersect with the planes of motion of the Earth going around the sun, or the Earth with respect to the center of the galaxy, or the galaxy moving with respect to the cosmic microwave background. How come none of these velocities have to get added and require additional corrections, right? Because there should be massive spikes in signal propagation and the atomic clocks themselves, right? When they're aligned with these motions, and they should be added to it, right? In accordance with that. I got some clips here from a GPS engineer who noticed that and had some commentary on it. They proposed that maybe Earth's gravitational field holds a local ether that prevents us from detecting all these other motions, and it's just a localized effect. You know, it's kind of like viewing it through the lens of heliocentrism. You know, they have to propose things like this. But this is this is something that somebody noticed that works in here, that understands all of this, and they were like, "Wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense." They say that we have to account for Earth rotation, right? The satellites falling around the Earth, we have to account for Earth rotation, but we don't have to account for the orbital velocity around the sun. What? Like, that doesn't, like, you know, so these are things that people have asked in the past and tried to get clarification on, proposed mechanisms for solutions for the problems, and they got nothing. So the implication is that if the satellite is only making one type of velocity correction that corresponds to a true motion and not some abstract
Hello. Why do people think that flat Earth exists in the first place? And it's the most stupidest thing anyone can think about. Wow. No, no one is wrong. There's not a time to go. Ask a Muslim.
You mean it's... Oh, is that guy gone? Yeah. I think he was saying the globe's the dumbest thing anyone could ever think about or claim. Right? Everything's the opposite what you experience in reality. Yeah, sure. We're on a big spinning space water ball inside a giant space vacuum chamber. Derp.
But I mean, wouldn't it be the same if the Earth was flat? You know, we would still be in the Earth next to a vacuum, floating
No.
in a space.
No, bro. I don't know how you've been here for this long and you still think that you're still trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model, right? You're trying to fit the flat Earth inside the heliocentric concept of the universe, which is a big giant space vacuum. The flat Earth does not reside within the fantasy heliocentric model of outer space.
No, I'm generally talking about the space. You know, the space, the stars, the sun, whatever we see may not be whatever the scientists are trying to tell us, but they do exist, right? I mean,
Yeah, but why is it a vacuum? We don't know what they are. We don't know if it's a big, giant, vast vacuum. In fact, it's not possible for it to be that, and there's no evidence of it as that. Okay, that's just a story that we were told growing up about what we're seeing in the sky. And it came from a whole bunch of assumptions made by ancient philosophers and cult leaders like Pythagoras and whatnot, based on crazy ideas, right? Based on just guesswork, right? Not actual empiricism. So yeah, if you want to claim that there's a big giant space vacuum in the sky and that the Earth is an object inside the space vacuum, that's a crazy claim, right? You're gonna have to back that claim up. Like the image that you posted yesterday of the disk in space, that's propaganda made up by the media.
the images I uploaded.
Yeah,
I
like the
uploaded.
disk. Yeah, you put it in the chat yesterday. You asked us if this was flat Earth, and it was like a disk floating in space with a dome over the top.
Oh, it was not yesterday. It was, I think, 2 weeks or maybe
No,
more.
it was just a day or two ago.
Either way, you know the meme that he's referring to, or the image that you posted. You do recall that, right?
I mean, yeah, in that time, I thought that was the model all of the flat earthers were agreeing
Okay,
on. But
he
later,
Yeah, he's explaining to you that that's propaganda. That comes from the Flat Earth Society, which is a group that tries to propose that the Earth is accelerating upward at a certain speed, and that's what causes things to fall. Okay, that's not what we propose here or promote or think. And if I may add, if I may add, because I have been listening for a quick minute, as far as all your space stuff there, you know, the theory that's proposed is a Big Bang, a little tiny dot of pure energy that exploded and started expanding outward, and everything started becoming into existence, whether it's Mars or Earth or anything that they tell you. Backup theory to that is the big crunch, that eventually one day it's going to stop expanding and it's going to start falling back in on itself and crush back into that small little dot of pure energy. Seriously? Like, these are people telling you stuff. They have nothing to back it up with. They pull it out of thin air. In fact, the Big Bang Theory itself was proposed by a priest. Like, the guy just thought it up, spewed it out, and everybody went with it. Yep, that's what happened. Nothing, bang, everything. So I just want you to chew on that for a little while. Big bang, big crunch. It's moving outward. One day it's going to move inward. I don't know who came up with that, how they came up with it, what evidence or any research they have to back any of those statements up, but that's where we're at with the mainstream NASA, astronomy, Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff. You know, we're going into space, people. Sure we are. Screw the homeless. Screw the problems here. You know, the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, what we're observing up there is just what we're observing. To claim that it's raining diamonds on one of those lights in the sky, I have no right to say that. Nobody has the right to say that.
No, actually, that was not my problem. Actually, a few days ago, one of these flat earthers actually explained to me that there is no certain model that every flat earther agrees on, and I accept that. Okay, it's okay. I was just saying that regardless of the shape and you know, the situation of the Earth, okay, we are living in, you know, some kind of condition with a huge amount of oxygen and gas around us, and whether the Earth is flat or ground, you know, I mean, it is going to be like beside a vacuum or space. I know you want to say that the space is fake, yeah, but I mean, what's the shape of the Earth has to do with it? See what I mean?
Okay, no. The shape of the earth, what the topic is the it is observably flat and stationary. We are told it's curving and spinning. We do not observe that. The only time we observe it is when we're given an image from NASA, or when we look through a fisheye lens, we might see the horizon bending left to right. But we don't see it moving. Any experiment done to prove that it's spinning or moving has failed. We don't see it bending left to right, front to back, no matter the height we go to. We see too far. There's no drop over distance. Whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats or a large body of water doesn't bend or curve. You want to go to waves? Okay, yeah, waves bend and curve, but long distances, large bodies of water, it doesn't drop. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
We're being told the earth curves, it spins, we went to the moon, we're going to Mars. We're being told things about space that we can't verify. Right? The topic was space, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I see where are you coming from, but the thing is, I am beyond this, okay? it's been about 1 or 2 weeks that I'm in this channel, and I have been explained all of the things that you
So where are you
are
at?
trying to explain me. No, just DJ was you know saying to the guy that just left the channel that about the vacuum and the non-existence of the container, and how the gas is not being spread into the space, so the space is fake and stuff like that. And I was just wondering and asking him that even if the earth was flat, or even if it is globe, like this atmosphere, this gas must go somewhere, right? So I just am struggling hard to understand what it has to do with uh because if debunks the globe earth, it must debunk the flat earth too. See what I mean?
Well, no, I'm not following you there. I don't know why you're saying it has to go somewhere. And if the Earth is visually flat, I don't know how it can debunk that it's visually flat. It's observably flat. You don't see it curving. You don't feel it's moving. You don't see it spinning. Any experiment done to prove it's moving has failed. So it's stationary. In other words, the airplane can take off and land on a solid surface that's not moving. If it was moving left to right, up or down, it'd have a bit of an issue getting off the ground or landing back on the ground.
Hey,
It'd have to
Mohammed.
it would either have to land in the direction it's take off in the direction it's spinning, or failure. You'd always have to be landing and taking off in that one direction. You couldn't land north to south, whatever. You couldn't have runways running in different compass directions: northeast, southeast, north, west, east. You couldn't have runways running like that. They'd all have to run the same direction. So it's not moving. It doesn't curve left to right. That supposed boat you saw disappear while you were standing at the edge of the ocean, it disappeared pretty quickly. It should come up behind you pretty fast. That's a pretty small ball you're living on. And if you take out something such as a telescope or a camera that can zoom in beyond where our naked eye saw it disappear, lo and behold, we can see the whole thing further out. So it didn't go behind any hump. It's not gone behind a curve. So it's visibly flat. Space, as far as up in the sky, Mars, Jupiter, Pluto, all that stuff, it's all what we're told and shown. Either from the European Space Agency, NASA, Elon Musk and his SpaceX stuff. It's all visually shown to us on screens. You know, Hollywood fakes it better than NASA does. I believe Hollywood movies and films that I watch about space more than I believe NASA's footage. And Hollywood admits that's all, smoke and mirrors. It's all special effects. None of it's real. We did it all down here on the ground, but we made it look like we were floating out in space. Yet for some reason, the average taxpayer and hardworking man or woman seems to accept all of this stuff. Yeah, we're growing lettuce on the ISS. We're really going into space. And gas went up another $1 a liter. That's okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I have
I'm
seen
not sure where you
some of
are
the
with all of this, but space, what we're told is just that, what we're told. We can't go and confirm it ourselves. Earth is visually flat, not bending, not spinning. It's not a disk in space accelerating upward. When you are thinking on the flat Earth topic, you have to remove your heliocentric paradigm altogether. You can't think of the Earth the way you did when you're thinking of your globe spinning water ball. You have to have a new perspective. Open your eyes, open your mind. Mind's like a parachute. It won't open if it's closed.
actually no. I have seen the videos too about the NASA, like the famous astronaut guy who is brushing his teeth in a satellite or something, and the video goes in fast mode, but the background, the second layer, the objects were not in fast mode. So I have seen those videos too, and I'm here to just increase my vision and increase my
Yeah, Mohammed's very good faith, Flatman. He's been here for quite a while, and he's just going through the different thought processes that are required to come to a conclusion. He's doing the right thing. I think at the moment he's a little bit confused on the gas pressure argument, right? And the outer space, right? And how Earth, like how the atmosphere would work and that kind of thing. Right, Mohammed? Or wrong?
I mean, I know that asking you about a model or anything would not be right because that's not even the subject. But could you please give me your perspective about what is keeping this amount of gas toward the Earth and
Okay.
avoiding it from like spreading into the outer
Yeah.
space or something?
Yeah. So there is no outer space, right? That's why it's not spreading into the outer space, right? There's no outer space as you're taught in the globe model. Okay, so outer space in the globe is a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, right? That's it's about 100,000 times more powerful than any vacuum chamber that we can create on the Earth here, right? So to have an ecosystem, to have gas pressure in itself, you need to have a container. Do you know what a terrarium is or a vivarium?
It must be some kind of container or something, right?
Yeah, it's like when you have like a big glass tank or something like that, right? And it's got like an ecosystem on the inside where you have like plants and animals and a little pond and fish, and it's completely enclosed, but it's a self-contained ecosystem. It looks after itself. Essentially, you could just keep the container closed and you don't ever have to open it. Okay, and it has all its own systems inside of it, condensation and gas cycles and things like that. Let me show you an example. This is an example of a very small one in the side chat that I'm going to post. Just give me a second. I was just looking for this to show you.
Meanwhile, you are searching.
I've got it. All right.
Yeah. I just want to ask that, like, so the air is, getting thinner and thinner the more we get high. So
Yes.
it is like it must get stopped at somewhere or
Well,
something
there's
like.
only a certain height that we can measure the pressure up until, and it's not that high. I think it's about 40 kilometers high. Okay, because you can't use a barometer above that height. Okay, and we can't really get up higher than that as well. Okay, so once you get to what they call the mesosphere, nobody has any pressure readings, right? It's just done on a computer model based off the globe model. So they're going to tell you that it's a certain pressure once you get up higher, except we can't validate that. Okay, even the meteorologists admit that you can't use a barometer above about 20 kilometers. Okay, you can get a special type that can go up to about 35 kilometers, but above that, you can't use a barometer. Okay, they're not calibrated for that, and they're just not able to. They don't work above that height. You can look that up. But this is the thing. You look up the definition of gas pressure in the first place, okay? Gas pressure, the definition is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of their container, okay? As kinetic energy makes the gas particles move, right? And the gas particles move in all directions, okay? And the gas pressure that you're reading is when the gas particles are bouncing off each other and off the walls of their container. You need to have the container or the area to be able to have the gas pressure in the first place. I'll get you the definition. Yeah, do you need the definition? I can pull up the definition for you.
No, I have searched that before, like yesterday. I just understood about this concept.
It's an antecedent. It's a requirement to be able to have gas pressure. For example, if you have a car tire, okay, or if you want to have any gas pressure higher than the atmospheric gas pressure, you need to have a container. So if you have if you want to have like a balloon or a car tire or a soda can or something like that, obviously you need a physical container to contain the pressure. You can't have it without having a container. Now, what happens when you put a hole in a car tire? The air is going to rush out of the high pressure system every single time, right? Because that is a gas, that's a natural law. That's what happens. The high pressure will go to the low pressure and the gas particles will try to fill the available space. So very quickly, it will equalize with the outside pressure. Like that's why
Sorry to cut you
stop
right
me,
there.
stop me, because I want you to understand it. So if I say something that you're not sure about, just stop me and
No, the thing
clarify.
is, I had been watching some debates on the YouTube. Like
Mhm.
right now, I am watching this guy, Witlist. I'm sorry,
Whitsitt, Austin Whitsitt.
Yeah,
Yep.
versus William Harris, and a term that I am hearing so often is collapse of the gas. Is it the same as like what you are trying to say, like feeling the empty space, empty
Yeah. So
space?
the reason gas particles move is because of heat, right? So as soon as they have any heat, they have kinetic energy, and that's what makes them move, right? And then they will move in straight lines. Okay, they'll move in a straight path, and they will only change that straight path if they bounce off of each other or off the walls of their container. Now, they don't have a directional bias. Okay, they don't have like a downward bias or anything like that. They'll just move in random motion. Okay, and as long as you have heat, then the gas particles will continue to move very, very quickly in random motion, and they will try to fill any available space. Okay, so have a look at what I posted in the side chat. Okay, and don't hit play yet. Can you see what I posted?
I have seen this like multiple times in this channel.
All right, well, just let me explain it one more time. Okay? Well, can you explain it? Do you want to try to explain the argument here to me?
Well, I think the point you were trying to make and what is actually obvious is that when we uh, give the gas some freedom and it is in a container, it will automatically fill any uh, available space that it has any access to, right?
Yeah. So what would the top container here in the demonstration, what does that represent? It's a vacuum. What is a vacuum? Okay, if we're gonna
Yeah,
associate this with the thing in question, which is outer space and the Earth and the gas pressure that we have here. So the top chamber will represent outer space, right? Which is a vacuum. Okay, so above us is supposed to be a big space vacuum. Okay, and then the chamber in the bottom, that would be represent what we're breathing right now, which would be the gas pressure here on the Earth. So we have a high pressure system, and then we have a vacuum, okay, above our heads. Okay, and now the only reason that the gas pressure is staying in the chamber at the bottom is because there's a physical barrier stopping the high pressure from doing what gas does and filling available space. So you'll notice that when you hit play, as soon as he releases the valve, the high pressure is instantly going to equalize with the low pressure system. Now that's a big problem for the globe because they're telling us that we are a very, 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 on a universal scale, we're just a tiny little ball covered in gas inside a giant vacuum chamber, right? And they're saying it's with no barrier, no physical barrier. When we put this to the test in a lab, it doesn't work, right? Gas laws apply, and obviously the gas will fill the available space. Now,
sorry for cutting you right there. I asked this
Mhm.
from intelligence, artificial intelligence, like 2 days ago, and he answered me that for like keeping the gas in a space, you must have one of these two conditions: one, a physical container, or some kind of two, like a force that keeps the thing downwards. Like as you said, I'm just trying to say what you said, that we have
Mhm.
to give a term to justify this behavior. See what I mean?
Right. So this is the globe's explanation, right? They say gravity acts like the container, and gravity is stopping the high pressure from equalizing with the low pressure. That's the claim on the table. Notice that magical gravity comes into play once again, right? It's the same thing that's going to be why we can have water sticking to the outside of a globe and all of these things, right? It's say the word gravity and that's just the explanation, right? So it's an explanation that doesn't have any scientific backing through experimentation. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical concept. It's something that's required to be able to have the globe Earth work in the first place. It's not something that's been validated. Now, this is the problem. If it's also contradicting the definition of gas particle movement. Do you know the definition of gas particle movement?
No, I don't.
Just look up the official definition, but it's basically gas particles. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as constant, random, high-speed motion in straight lines until collision occurs. Okay, so gas particles don't have a directional bias. Gas particles move in all directions. Okay, they're not being pulled down to the earth by gravity. Okay, and that's when we ask people right now, show us a test anywhere on the earth, right? Or anywhere in a lab where you can show us gas particles being pulled down to the earth by gravity. It doesn't exist. It goes against, like, why would they say that gas particles move in straight lines until a collision occurs? Okay, so if a gas particle is going upward at 45 degrees, for example, or any
not
degree
even
up, it's
yeah,
going to
sorry to interrupt
continue.
you.
It's going to continue going in a straight line
Yeah, and not even
until
like
it. Yeah,
gravity, any kind of force to keep the gas not, filling the empty available space. I, I don't think that any kind of experiment exists in that subject.
it doesn't exist exactly. It's one of those things where you just have to have faith in the explanation. Okay, you can't ever test it. This is what they'll tell you. It's impossible to test because you'd have to have a test that's as big as the Earth, right, and replicate the whole system, which is impossible to do. So they said that basically there's no way to test it. You just have to believe it, right? Because you can never empirically verify it. Any time that we try to do it on a smaller scale, obviously it completely destroys the explanation, right? It doesn't work. There's not a single experiment where we can show gravity pulling gas pressure downward. Okay, you can have, just say you have a container, right? Let's say we have a tank, a glass tank that's enclosed, and it has a lid on the top. Okay, and it has a higher pressure inside the container. Okay, and then we take the lid off the container. Gravity doesn't hold any of the higher pressure down in that container. It all will just equalize. It will just fill the available space, and within no time at all, it'll just be the same pressure as the surrounding air, right? Gravity's not holding any of that gas down. Even if you take a heavy gas like sulfur hexafluoride, SF6 gas, it's a very, very dense, heavy gas, right? And you put it in a fish tank, within about 20 minutes or something like that, it's all going to be gone. Gravity's not going to hold any of that SF6 in the tank because all of the gas particles are going to be doing what gas particles do. They're going to be bouncing around and they're going to mix with the surrounding air, and everything's going to blend in together, and it's just going to become all as one big medium in the room, right? There's not going to be anything left in the tank except for the same air that's surrounding the tank. So I think you were saying something earlier about why is there a gradient? Well, just before we get to the gradient, are you still there?
Yeah, of course. Just listen.
Okay, just look at the image that I put underneath that example there. I'll just read it out quickly, right? So it's the guy, he's got like a big glass bottle, Okay, thriving since 1960. My garden in a bottle, seedling sealed in its own ecosystem, watered just once in 53 years. Okay, so 53 years ago, he put some water in there and shut it, and he's never opened it. Okay, that system has continued to thrive by itself, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. What do you think would happen if you got a big vacuum chamber and you put that inside the vacuum chamber and then you removed the container, you removed the glass? Everything would die, right? The water would boil, everything would die very quickly, right? Obviously. Okay, because if you put water in a vacuum chamber, it boils. Okay, so you can't have an ecosystem inside a vacuum chamber. Obviously, you need containment to be able to have the gas pressure system, to be able to have the dynamic system that he has here, where it has all of these cycles and whatnot. Now, there's bigger versions of this as well, and they're freaking amazing. Like if you look up vivariums, like the world's biggest vivarium, I'll post a video in the side chat because it's really cool. Giant vivarium.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Meanwhile,
Hold on, I
you're
am getting to a point.
Yeah, I just had a question about the picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, he poured some water in the bottle, and how that water is not being consumed by the plant species. See what I mean?
Well,
I'm
it's
confused.
everything's being cycled. Everything's being cycled inside of the container. Okay, that it's being consumed, but it's cycling just like what happens here on the Earth, right? You have evaporation and all of that kind of thing, which is going to make
Interesting. Yeah,
y- y-
interesting.
yeah, you can just like that's what you can do in your house as well. Like just say you have a completely sealed room, you can have put plants inside a room in your house and keep it completely sealed, and the plants will be able to feed themselves, right? Because they're using the oxygen and everything's being cycled. Okay, so have a look at these two other examples, right? This guy puts like little crocodiles and he puts like fish and animals, and it's just kind of like a little world inside these big giant vivariums that these people make. And you don't have to open them, right? It's a self-contained ecosystem. The Earth behaves just like this, right? Obviously, it doesn't work if it's in a vacuum, but it works in a sealed container. Now, these ecosystems have a gas pressure gradient as well, because guess where the gas is being produced, right? And we can use the Earth as an example here as well. Where is the gas produced, right? Most of the gas is produced at ground level or in the ocean or under the ground, right? Like 80% of the oxygen in the air is created by ocean plankton, sea plankton. And then we have all of these other complex cycles in nature where we have nitrogen cycles and all of that kind of thing. It's called a dynamic system, right? It's a big giant ecosystem that has all of these different cycles going on, which works in perfect harmony to keep the system going. That requires containment, right? To have the gas pressure in the first place requires containment, right? To have a gas pressure gradient in the first place requires containment as well. And there's no evidence otherwise that you can have anything other than that, other than a container to have gas pressure. Now, we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly how this place is contained. All we know is that there are gas laws, there are natural laws, we have thermodynamics, and we can test all of these things over and over and over again, and we get consistent results. Right? None of them match with what they're telling us is happening in relationship to the heliocentric model and the vacuum of outer space.
So, just curious, okay?
Mhm.
If such a thing as a vacuum and the
Mhm.
space we are being told doesn't even exist at the first place, so would you say that like our atmosphere is like going on and on, like without any limit or something? I'm just trying to
No,
understand.
I don't think so. I think that we can only speculate about what's too high for us to test. Okay, so what we don't need to speculate about is that we have gas pressure, right? That the gas is created at ground level where we have more gas, right? Approximately 14.7 psi at sea level. And then we have a gas pressure gradient, right? It also gets much colder as you go up as well, which is going to affect the movement of the gas particles as well. Okay, we also have these terrariums and vivariums, like I'm showing you now. They also have gas pressure gradients inside of them. Not as large of a gradient change as we have on the Earth because they're very small, right? The bigger you make them, the more of a gradient that they have. But yeah, what do we know? We know that there's gas laws. Gas pressure needs a container. Okay, all of the ancient cultures all depicted a contained system. Okay, so that's not proof, right? But that's interesting information to take into consideration. All of the ancient cultures all thought the same thing, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. And we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what medium is up in the sky. We don't know how the containment works. We know how we can, you need a physical container to be able to have gas pressure. We know that on a smaller scale. That's how it works. Okay, but above a certain height, we can't keep measuring the pressure. It's not being done. There's no gas pressure readings when you go up 50 kilometers high. Right, where they say the mesosphere is. If you look into how they know what the pressure is up there, they just use computer models.
So like, all the answers that like is going to be said from globers or scientists would be gravity, refraction,
Yeah, gravity and
refraction.
refraction. That's right.
But I just want to like analyze one kind of logic with you, okay? I have been watching some YouTube video, and the guy I forgot his name said that, like as you said, nobody is explaining gravity. Nobody is explaining what gravity is actually is at the first place. They say that yeah, it just exists, okay? But the thing is,
Yep.
he said that when we see the effect of one phenomenon like gravity itself, if it exists, okay, that's their claim, on different objects, and we see the results over and over again, we can confirm that such a thing exists, okay? So
Yeah.
do you kind of agree that's logic, or it kind of
This is
nonsense?
well, okay, so this is the case. When we put things in a vacuum, they're going to fall at roughly the same rate. Okay, not exactly. They're going to fall at roughly the same rate. But then
Would you repeat
gas
it? I'm
particle.
sorry.
Yeah, so when we put things in a vacuum, they fall at roughly 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.81 meters per second squared. That's roughly the speed at which things fall if you put them into a vacuum chamber. And that's where that comes from. It's an agreed upon average that things fall at roughly the same rate if you lift them up and then drop them in a vacuum chamber. Okay, that's an effect. Okay, that's something that we can all observe. And that's what a lot of people refer to when they say gravity. They think that that's what gravity is, right? Just the effect. But on the globe Earth, they're claiming the cause of the effect. Okay, that's where you're running into the pseudoscience. That's where you're running into the make-believe or the mathematical concept of gravity. When you start trying to claim the cause of the effect, we all agree on the effect that things fall at roughly the same rate in a vacuum, unless we have gas, right? They say gas has mass as well. That's what the mainstream says. But gas particles don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They should if gravity existed, but they don't. Okay, gas particles don't have a downward bias. So it seems gravity's forgotten about gas particles, but You'd need gravity to be affecting gas particles to be able to have this ecosystem that we have here on the Earth in the heliocentric model. So there's big contradictions. Huge contradictions. But yeah, the effect of gravity, if you're referring to gravity as just things falling at a certain speed, sure. But when you're starting to claim the cause of the effect is mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping of space-time, right? That's when you start getting into the weeds. That's when you start getting into textbook definition pseudoscience. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when you try to explain such a thing, such a phenomenon, you have nothing except giving an assumption. See what I mean? Like gravity, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
So
Yeah, they'll say like the Earth somehow, like an object somehow generates gravity. How does it generate gravity? Where does the gravity come from? What is the gravity? They have no freaking idea. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous when you really ask them questions. It's like, what is the gravity, and how does the mass, the massive object, how does it generate gravity? What is the gravity? They don't have an answer for any of that at all. They'll just say, "Oh, we have no idea." It just
I
has
mean,
to be there
just
to have this globe model.
trying to be fair, okay?
Mhm.
Can't we like resemble this to your situation? Like there are things that you flat earthers cannot explain neither, right? So there might be that some explanations that they cannot explain either. Am I right?
Like what? Yeah, like what? We don't claim to be able to explain everything. We're not claiming a be all and end all model of the entire system that we live in. We're not claiming to know everything. Okay, we're claiming that the things that we can test empirically debunk the globe, and that there's no empirical evidence of the requirements to have a globe in the first place. But we don't. Falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have to have a replacement answer to some bullshit, if you know what I mean, right? If they say that they claim to know how something works, okay, and then we say, oh well, you can't validate that at all empirically. That they can't turn around and say, oh well, now you have to explain it. You have to explain how it works. That's it's like a burden of proof reversal. We're not making the claim. Okay, we can explain why things rise or sink very easily. Okay, we don't have a crazy claim here. Okay, we're not claiming a ball covered in water inside a vacuum, a giant space vacuum. We don't need to make crazy claims like, to have that, you need to have gravity. You can't have the globe without gravity. You can't have gravity without the globe. They go hand in hand. It's kind of like the band-aid for all of the logical holes in the heliocentric model. Okay, you just say gravity. Oh, gravity takes care of that. Gravity takes care of this. Oh, refraction takes care of this. Refraction takes care of that. It's nonsense. But we don't have that claim, right? We can say, well, why does a helium balloon go up? Because it's less dense than the air. Okay, why does something more dense than a helium balloon go down? Because it's more dense than the air. Okay, why does it go down in the first place? Because it got lifted up, it got displaced. Okay, a rock sitting on the ground isn't ever going to move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Okay, it's already on the ground. It's never going to go anywhere else if nothing else moves it. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy to displace the rock, it's just going to re-seek its natural place of rest in the medium. Okay, because it's more dense than the air, it's just going to sink back down to where it was. Or if I push a tennis ball down in the water, it's going to go back up to its place of rest, right, which will be at the top of the tank of water because it's less dense than the water. It's very easy to explain this. It's something that we can test and repeat anywhere, anytime, and we get the same results every single time. And it explains why every single thing in nature goes up or goes down.
I mean, I would like to give this to them, to the scientists, that yeah, okay, we should not expect them to like demonstrate what actually gravity is, because they don't have the literal experiments and tools and technology to like um, experience the center of the earth. It kind of is impossible. But the thing is, when you are trying to justify a thing, by you I mean globers, okay, I mean scientists.
Yeah.
When you are
Mhm.
trying to justify a thing, you cannot just like justify it with an assumption. See what I mean? That is what is kind of annoying. But
Yeah.
because just to make my point, as I have been in here like for 2 weeks or less, maybe all the conclusions and the lines that cross each other between you guys, you flat earthers, and globers, is like just refraction and gravity. Okay, that's it. These two things, and sometimes
Yep.
religion. Okay, just these
Mhm.
two things. It is not much more. So yeah, as long as we do not like demonstrate gravity, we cannot like uh, go further in the discussion.
Well, yeah. So until then, it's just a concept that they come up with. It's pseudoscience, right? Because they're claiming it as a scientific, something that's been proven scientifically, but it hasn't been put through the scientific method, and that's the definition of pseudoscience: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience. So yeah, space science, a lot of the heliocentric model is based on pseudoscience. Okay, we can back up everything that we claim. Okay, we can back up that everyone's experience, even the globe earthers' experience, is just a flat Earth, right? A flat stationary Earth. That's what we experience. Then we can back up that there's no curvature over distances where there would have to be curvature. Now that debunks gravity at the same time, because if gravity's real, then the water has to be curving at a certain rate. Has to be. Have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles on a globe. It has to be there. And if it's not there, you can't have gravity and flat water at the same time. Impossible. So that debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Flat water debunks the entire heliocentric model from the start. Okay, because that's the requirement for any of the heliocentric model to be accurate. Now, we can back up what we're saying about gas as well. Okay, so any test that we do backs up what we're saying about gas. All of the mainstream science regarding gas, right? That also aligns with what we're saying. So, then what is their motion? Even Einstein said there's no way to prove if the Earth's moving, orbiting around the sun. There's no way to prove that. He said there's no optical experiment to prove that. It's impossible. So there's no proof that the Earth orbits around the sun. It doesn't exist. It's just a model, theory, a concept, whatever you want to call it. It's not really a model, especially not a scientific model.
In reality, Einstein did talk about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun. That was explicitly said, but in reality, he's talking about any type of motion, because for him, all motions are relative. So not just the orbit, it will be the spin of the Earth around itself too. So for him, you can't distinguish between stationary, a real stationary Earth, not orbiting, but it's still spinning around itself. No, a complete stationary Earth, and the one that is moving. So you can't tell which one you are in using relativity. So he explicitly talks about the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, but implicitly he talks about every type of motion that the Earth can do.
And even worse than the gravity, the lack of scientific validation for their gravity claim is the refraction claim. The refraction is the worst nightmare for the globe earthers, right? Even though it's one of their copes, right? It's the only thing they can say. It's the only way that they can try to resolve these observations where we can see orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. They're forced to have to use mental gymnastics and spit out a word like refraction when most of the time, they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to refraction. Absolutely no idea what they're talking about whatsoever. They learnt how to say that word with their mouth, right? They don't. Most of them don't know anything about it for beyond that, right? And then you ask them to define it, they'll just say, "Oh, the light bends," and then that explains, right? That explains the observation. It's debunked. We debunked it by saying refraction. They have no idea what they're talking about. As soon as you start questioning them, it's like, what's the mechanism behind it? What's the formula? Who accounted for it in a single observation throughout all of history, and then that observation matched up with the globe? Not one. There isn't one. It's not even possible to account for in totality to say that we've accounted for this particular observation's weather conditions and it matches up with the globe. Now, if we just assume the Earth is a globe, right, and use refraction as a hostile witness, based on what the mainstream globe earthers claim about refraction, it still debunks the globe. Okay? Because standard refraction is 7/6R, right? So they're presupposing that the Earth's a globe in their calculation, in their formula. Right? It's also calculated by the refraction coefficient. Whereas 0 would be making an observation and it matches up perfectly with the globe geometry, right? As if you're looking through a medium that doesn't have any refraction at all, like a vacuum. Okay, so if you're 1 foot high, the horizon would be at 1.225 miles every single time. Now, then they say that we apply standard refraction, okay, and that increases the size of the globe, right? That's how they it's kind of like a fallacious way of talking about refraction because they're pre-assuming a globe, and then they say, okay, standard refraction is 7/6R, so it makes the size of the radius a bit bigger. Okay, and with the K factor, right? I was just talking about the K factor of 0. It's the same thing. Now, all of a sudden, standard refraction would be a K factor of 0.17, and it would mean that you would be able to see like 15% further. So instead of the horizon being at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height, it would be at like 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that because of standard refraction. They're just inflating the size of the globe by a little bit. Now, there's also not one observation that matches up even with standard refraction. Okay, so you can account for standard refraction, and they say it's standard, right? This is like the average. This is like what it's like most of the time. Okay, so you make an observation, and then you can apply for standard refraction. Okay, account for standard refraction. So, now the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. We'll account for refraction. Now it should be at, like, say, 1.4 miles or whatever. I don't know the exact amount, but it's just a little bit further. But that doesn't exist. There's not one observation where the horizon is at that distance, accounting for standard refraction. Okay, so where's the standard refraction? That's another thing that doesn't exist either. Okay, we're seeing consistently orders of magnitude further than you would be able to see on a globe. We're seeing the horizon 500% further away. Not 15% further away. Not 20% further away. But usually a minimum of 500%. Usually thousands and thousands of percent further than it should be on a globe. There's not one observation that matches up with the globe to prove that the geometric horizon exists at all in the first place. So refraction is the globe earther's worst nightmare. They butcher it, and they don't even realize that they're shooting themselves in the foot when they say the word refraction.
May I
Anyway.
ask you a question, DJ?
Mm-hmm.
So Are you sure about what you said? Because I don't know. I never researched that. So about refraction, standard refraction. So when you
Yeah.
use standard refraction, instead of like for 6-foot observer 3 mile point 4 or 6, it will be like 3.8 or 0.9. So that will be the difference if you just take account of refraction.
Standard refraction. Yep. It's 7/6R, or it's like it's usually like 8 to 15%.
Okay. And
Yeah.
have you ever tried to verify about extreme refraction? What would be the difference?
Yeah. So with extreme refraction, once you start getting more extreme conditions, you start going into miraging territory. Okay, you start getting obvious inferior and superior mirages. Okay, because what's right? So let's go over atmospheric refraction. Okay, we don't even need to talk about flat Earth. This is just using it as a hostile witness, right? This is the mainstream definition of atmospheric refraction in the side chat here. So essentially, the light will deviate towards the denser medium, the denser portion of a medium. So it's similar to Snell's law, okay, that the light will deviate towards the denser medium, except we have a different situation where we just have a gradient inside a single medium. Okay, so instead of instead of it just deviating at that sharp boundary layer between the two mediums, it slowly deviates right towards the denser portion of the single medium. Right, and that will cause these small effects when you don't have much of a gradient within the single medium. You just have a tiny little change in the refractive index, and you just get very slight effects of like a little bit of looming or sinking. Right, but once you start getting a steeper gradient, which would be what they consider like more refraction, strong refraction, super refraction, these kinds of things, that's where you have like a very steep gradient change, where you have an inferior mirage, for example. The easiest one to test, you get a hot piece of concrete and then you look across it. You get down low and you look across it. And because the hot concrete heats up the air just above the surface, right? The air it goes from very hot to very cool very quickly. And the light will deviate upward towards the denser medium. Okay, and that's when you'll start getting that inferior miraging effect, and it will cause things in the distance to look like they're displaced downwards, and you'll get total internal reflection because the deviation of the light, it goes over your head. Okay, it doesn't go into your eye, it goes over your head, and that's when you see that mirroring effect on the ground. So once you start getting beyond this standard refraction, you start getting miraging effects. Okay, and we're not presenting observations that have these miraging effects.
Yeah, and the point of my question was because I was surprised by that small difference between no refraction, and if you account for standard refraction, it would be that small difference from 1.2 to miles to like 1.6 or 5, something like that. So it's just small difference. So we may say that, yeah, we accounted for standard refraction on those observations that are magnitudes farther than that that horizon and where it should be with that standard refraction. Like, for example, with our black swan observations. So if they say that, you didn't account for refraction, we can say that yes, we accounted for refraction, standard refraction, and that's magnitude farther than where it should be. Accounting when refraction is there. So 10 miles is not like the 1.6, or even you can give them 2 miles with standard refraction, but that's not 10 miles like in the black swan.
Yeah. So 1.2 miles plus strong refraction, say 20%, right? That just makes it 1.47 miles. But we see the horizon way beyond 10 miles.
Yeah. So
yeah,
if
it's
someone
thousands,
says that,
it's over 1,000% in that situation further.
so if someone says that you didn't account for refraction. So are you denying refraction? We can say that yes, we accounted for refraction. So with refraction, it won't be that far, 10 miles. It will be this and this, those specific distances that they give in the proper model.
Yeah, it's atmospheric refraction just in itself has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. The definition doesn't say anything about the Earth being a globe, and you can demonstrate it in your living room, like sky freeze observations. Okay, you can set up some blocks across your flat floor, and then you can manipulate the temperature conditions in the room, and you can make it look like the blocks start to go over a horizon. The only thing that was manipulated was the temperature, and that fits with the definition of what atmospheric refraction is. Has nothing to do with the globe. The globe earthers, they take that and then they hijack it, and then they try to bake their radius value into it. That's when it starts getting into the fallacious territory, right? Because they're begging the question, and they're trying to account for certain observations by including the globe in, and they're just basically trying to increase the size of the globe. Now, this is the crazy thing. So that's why I was saying earlier, we don't need to worry about flat Earth. We can just say, if we assume the Earth's a globe, to explain the observations that we have, you would have to have so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay? Because you can use Walter Bislin's calculator, and it has a refraction slider, uses the refraction coefficient, and it has a scale between 0 and 1. 0 meaning that there's no refraction at all, and 1 meaning that there's so much refraction the Earth would look flat. Okay, so that means that if you've got something hidden in the distance that's 15 miles away, something visible in the distance that's 15 miles away, it should be hidden by a certain amount of Earth curvature. Okay, you need to slide that refraction slider up to 1, or just close to 1, to have no hidden height if the Earth were a globe. And that's the case in nearly all of the observations, right? Like the Great Salt Lake, the windmill ones with Dr. John Dee, the 3-inch lake observation in Canada, the Black Swan, right? You have to slide that refraction slider up to the point where there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat anyway. That's how ridiculous it is. Okay, and then you start looking into how is that possible? Has anyone ever measured that? And what sort of meteorological conditions would have to be present to have that much refraction on a globe? Okay, and it's impossible. And especially impossible to have such consistent results of being able to see too far.
Mohammed said in the chat that he wants to ask a question. Yeah, Mohammed, you can ask your question.
Earth is not flat. Hello, guys. Why so quiet?
Yeah, we were just having a conversation. Hey, Mohammed, did you want to ask a question?
Muhammad?
It was not basically a question. I just want to say that
Go ahead.
I asked Flat Earther that was an ex-engineer too. It's supposed to... Superman, please. It's supposed to be an engineer. And he told me that he never were used to consider any kind of curvature rate or radius value on the
there's lots of
constructions he used to construct. See what I mean? So
that's correct.
yeah, and he seemed to be a very honest man, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of engineers in the flat Earth community. If you want to watch a
By the
technical
way,
series,
and
sorry, man, we got some lag. between our connections. It's all good. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
He just mute his microphone.
Oh yeah, I think he was half busy. Yeah, did you have a question, Maivai?
I don't have any questions, but I have to say, Earth is not flat. Earth is round.
Yeah, I used to think the same thing.
What are you talking about, dude?
That's right.
We are talking about some stupid person.
No, it's flat. It's not. It's not a basketball.
It's not a flat. It's a microphone.
You can't do that. You can't just throw a claim and shut up after you've thrown that claim. No, you have to defend it. Yeah, I understand. You said that the Earth is not flat; it's round. Can you validate that, or
I can.
you just claim things?
No. As you can
Nice.
see, I'm from the Krypton planet, so I saw the Earth outside of the Earth. You are from Earth and you don't know about
Bro,
the.
trolling will just get you booted out of here. I'll just warn you in advance. Without hesitation, you'll be gone. So
Yeah,
don't
because
troll.
your troll sucks so bad that we don't like that. If your troll is really good, we actually let you stay in here, but that one sucks.
So can you try again? I just asked you a simple question. You just made a claim. You said that the Earth is not flat; it's round. Can you just defend your claim? Because I go with that principle that says that a claim without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So I just don't want to throw your claim from the window just like that. Maybe you have something to validate it. So try.
Okay,
Can you prove that
you
the Earth
have
is
to
globe?
give me time to prove.
Yeah, take your
Okay,
time. Yeah, take your time.
as you can see in my profile picture, I'm not from Earth. I'm from another planet.
Okay,
So
goodbye.
sorry. Just stay
Yeah,
here.
Earth isn't a planet, so it's not another planet, is it?
Yeah, your troll doesn't work in here because people from other planets is fake.
Yeah, and broken English trolling it doesn't work either. It's lame. You have to at least have intermediate level English to be able to be funny as a troll.
Okay.
So when you have beginner level English, your troll is just kind of like trolling yourself, really.
Okay. I just try to longer the topic. Okay. It's my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to practice. Come back when you think you got it a lot better.
Don't worry, we are not mad against you. You still can try again. You still have a chance, you're not muted yet. You can try to avoid the troll and try to validate that the Earth is a globe, in fact.
By the way, I watched the Black Swan, video, and I was like, uh, analyzing it sentence to sentence, and I
Mhm.
even like checked the numbers and the calculations for the hidden heights needed to be applied to the turbines in the
Mhm.
distance for each of them, like 8 mile, 8 mile, 8.3 till 11 miles. Okay, and I know that any kind of uh, considering any kind of refraction to justify uh, the non-existence of that hidden height on those turbines would be kind of ridiculous. Okay, I admit that. But the thing is that that lady that was explaining the whole theory, she himself, I'm sorry, she herself told that there is a big mirage, in some of the like in some distance. But I'm just curious why she didn't uh imply it in her calculations.
there's no miraging effects between the target, right? So the wind turbines don't show any sign of any mirage that exists whatsoever. It's crystal clear. It looks the same as what it looks like from close up. The right out, really far out into the ocean, you're gonna start getting some disturbance because you're looking through really thick air over a huge distance, right? Like you can see the boat that's 14 miles out. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't even be able to see that boat at all. Okay, and then in some of the footage, there's another boat that's even further out than that. Now, there's so much air between you and that boat, you're gonna get some effects. You're gonna get some atmospheric effects that happen over that distance, right? That's such a long distance, and you have all of that air, right? So over huge distances, you're always gonna get some effects that are gonna be taken into account. But looking out at the turbines that are 11 miles away, it's extremely clear, right? There's no waves. There's no wind, obviously, because there would be waves and ripples and things like that. So there's hardly any wind. Okay, and then there's no miraging effects on those windmills. Okay, the windmills look the same from 12 miles away as they do from close up.
Yeah, you can bring up.
So
the
what
list.
miraging effect? Like what miraging effect is there? Like, look, I'm gonna post a close up. Right, here we go. Just a second. I've got it right here. Okay, so this is what they look like close up. And
You can bring up types of mirages, and you can see the observation that won't align with any type of mirage. There is no mirroring, no upside down image, no nothing.
Yeah, so have a look at the images here. Okay, so look at the pole on the right hand side of the first image I posted, and then look at the poles from 12 miles away, 11 miles away. Looks the same.
And besides, you can't have a mirage on a ball. You can only have them on a flat Earth.
Yeah, Dr. John D actually goes into detail towards the end of that video about how mirages, inferior and superior mirages, are impossible on a globe.
In the same video?
In the same video, yep. Towards the end.
That.
Oh yeah, it's really good information. He shows examples. He goes over it step by step. So yeah, I don't see any mirage here. Like there's a list of different miraging effects. Okay, so we can count them off one by one. Okay, so Fata Morgana. Okay, obviously this is not a Fata Morgana. Doesn't have any of the characteristics. Okay, cross that off the list. Superior and inferior mirage, right? They both have total internal reflection and they're super obvious. Okay, superior mirage will have things look like they're floating in the sky. Inferior mirage will have things look like they're sinking, cut off bottom up. And both of them will have total internal reflection and just optical chaos, right? Okay, so we can cross off those two, right? So now we've crossed off the three main types of mirages. Okay, after that we have towering and stooping, which is when things look stretched out, being towering, and when things look squished and compressed, which is the opposite of towering, it's called stooping. We don't have that in this either. Okay, so that's most of the mirages crossed off. Now, what do we have left? We have super mild versions of inferior and superior mirages called looming and sinking. Okay, so those are very, very minor effects. Neither looming nor sinking is going to flatten out 11 miles of water and allow you to have no obstruction of things 11.2 miles away, right, from a 3.5 foot observation height. Impossible. Okay, that's pretty much it. That's all of the mirages accounted for, right? So, yeah, it's wouldn't be a
Flat
good rebuttal.
Earth is impossible.
Oh yeah. Really?
The gravity would make the Earth round.
Yeah, but luckily there's no round Earth, right? So or gravity to worry about.
Oh, gravity makes the Earth flat. It's the only way gravity will work. Yep, Earth has to be flat.
Look up every single object in the universe is round.
All right, I want to look up that one light that's above my house right now. How do I look it up?
Your house is attached to the round thing.
How do I look up the thing that's in the sky above my house?
For example, you have the moon, you have the
No,
sun.
I don't want to use the moon. Nope.
Why not? Doesn't go with your ideology.
Because they're not over my house right now.
But the moon is not the Earth. Well, no one is claiming that the moon is flat, I guess.
The moon
People
is
here
round.
are talking
The
about
sun,
Earth. They are
Mars,
saying that the
Mars,
Earth is flat, not
Jupiter.
the moon.
Hey, Fanta, my car's not a ball. I thought you said every object in the universe is a ball.
What about the sea? How do tides happen?
Yeah, C's not a ball either. See that? Not everything's a ball.
My balls are balls.
Uh-oh, degenerate in the house. Glober's talking about balls. What a surprise.
How about the sea? How do tides happen?
No, we're going to talk about your balls, dummy. You brought it up.
Bro doesn't have argument.
But the sea is...
Tides are
is
long
not
period
curved.
waves.
Water doesn't curve at big bodies of water. Doesn't curve. It's just flat
yeah.
surfaces of water.
Tides are waves, dude. Tides are long period waves. Debunk me.
If they happen, those tides, if they happen on flat surface of water.
What else you got?
How do they increase the level and decrease? How does that happen?
Level is horizontal. Do you know that level is horizontal and horizontal?
What level's increasing? Sea level? No, sea level's not increasing ever.
Increases and decreases.
No, that's called waves. When it goes up and down like that. You got to get out more, dude. Get on a boat once.
No, it stays for hours, man.
I know. That's because that's a giant wave.
Wave to tsunami?
No, it's called a long period wave. Google it.
Doesn't exist.
Type in tides, space, long period waves, and it'll give you all about how a tide is a long period wave and how it works. And then you'll be set for tides. What else do you want to know about?
Okay, here it says long wave caused by the attraction of the moon.
And
which is caused by the Earth being round.
No, it doesn't say that at all. You're just making shit up, dude.
Gotcha.
Yeah, moon and sun. That's what it said. Forces from the moon and sun. It doesn't say anything about gravity pulling on water because gravity's fake and so is outer space.
Okay, hold on.
Hey, Fanta, how many high tides we have in a day?
Hold on. Why has no one ever seen at night?
Oh, bro, he dipped. Oh, no, never mind. I'm just kidding.
If the Earth is a flat disk, where's the edge?
Bro, what? You just look up 10 proofs to debunk flat Earth, bro. What happened?
If the Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
Oh, that's a good one.
What?
If the Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat? You see how my question is the same as your question?
The head of Frankenstein?
He didn't
Yeah,
understand.
that's all right. He doesn't have to understand. That's what he's in English class today, isn't he? Or is this politics? I don't know where we're at. Anyway, you're going to learn words today, son.
So the purpose of his question was to laugh at your question. that was completely irrelevant. If the Earth is flat, where is the edge? Well,
Yeah, if the Earth is a globe, why is your mom's ass flat?
What about Antarctica?
If the
Where is
Earth
it
is a globe,
located?
why is Antarctica flat?
Where is Antarctica?
Up in the water somewhere.
Don't know where. There's no map.
Oh, I don't know where. I live in Ohio, dude. I don't have time to just go sailing the seven seas, yo ho ho, like a pirate. What fucking TV shows do you watch?
Oh, and how did the Japanese attack Pearl Harbor?
They use aircraft carriers.
Bro, I know exactly which website you're reading these off of.
The other side of
Just looked this up
the
the other
flat
day.
Earth.
No, I said they use aircraft carriers, dummy. Listen to what I'm saying. Stop trying to read the next question. Aircraft carriers.
They took off from Japan. They went
No, they
to no,
were
Asia.
on a boat. They took all the planes on a big boat and got close enough, like 40 miles or something, then took off from the big boat and then did what they had to do and then landed back on the big boat and went back home.
You didn't have to let him explain that to you like this. He already told you aircraft carriers.
So he might not know what that means because he didn't understand other words already. So now he has to be
Maybe.
told like a big boat. He has to be told that stuff like if I'm talking to like a 3 or a 4-year-old.
You have a
I don't know
point
what you
there.
mean by the
My
head
bad.
of Frankenstein. I know Frankenstein the zombie.
Why is his head flat?
Doesn't have a brain.
What's the title of the website you're reading from?
Not reading from anything, man.
Yeah, man. Sure are. What's the next one on your list?
What?
What's your next globe proof besides aircraft carriers?
It's gonna be the boats over the horizon or satellites.
Aircraft carriers.
So, bro, what causes things to fall down? Tell me, bro.
You lifted it up.
How do they fall down?
Because you lifted it up.
Hey Fanta, how did the apple get up in the tree? Which direction did it have to travel to get up there?
It grew in the tree.
Which direction does a tree grow, Fanta?
Up.
How come the apple fell
Hmm.
from the tree and landed in the water and floated?
Because no gravity to attract it down.
That's correct.
How did the apple float in the water?
Yeah, it fell from my apple tree is right next to a pond and it fell out of the tree and landed in the water. How come it floated?
Show me evidence.
I guess I debunked your gravity hitting your apple on the head. Mine didn't hit
Show
me
me
on the
evidence.
head. It fell in the
Apple
lake.
is not dense, so it will float.
Oh, there you go. Density. There you go. That's why apples. That's why things move. There you go. See how you work it out? If you just work through these yourself, you'll work it all out all by yourself.
Bro, you guys are worse than pro-Palestinians, man.
No, that doesn't work in here, dude. You got to go where that triggers people because we don't give a shit. How's that?
Guess what? Palestine is not on the globe.
Yo, DJ, you still there?
Yep.
I have a question for you real quick before I have to go. I was just wondering what's the most refraction ever recorded in human history?
I don't think it's as simple as that. I mean, like recording refraction, it's like you're looking through like a ever-changing medium where you have so many things going on from between point A and point B. It's not something you can like calculate exactly like how much refraction there would be.
Okay,
I don't even think there's a person who goes out and measures refraction anyway.
Exactly. It's not
Okay.
possible to it's not possible to like there's not like a formula you can use. There is like a hypothetical, like there is like a classroom style formula. Like if you have like a consistent gradient that's not changing in a single medium, you can use like the I forget exactly what it's called, but there's a particular type of Snell's law formula that applies to a single medium gradient, but it has to be like stable and just stay the same. So it's good for like in a classroom situation if you had like a stable gradient change, but it would be impossible to use that formula through the medium of the air, like when you're looking out over in reality, because it's just everything's just constantly changing all the time. So there isn't a formula that you would be able to reliably use at all. That's why ray tracing is bullshit as well, right? That's why it's completely like fallacious to use ray tracing and say, "Oh, we use ray tracing and we can explain this observation." Ray tracing is like similar to the let me check exactly what the name of this type of Snell's law formula is. Yeah, you know what I mean?
The Globers came up with like a specific percent or something.
No, it's ridiculous. Like you can have like yeah, it depends on how you're looking at it. Like if they're using their begging the question refraction coefficient, or whether they're actually trying to measure like what's realistically going on between point A and point B, that's impossible, right? To be completely precise with that. But what they try to do is just like reverse engineer observations. So it's like all of a sudden, okay, we can see like 2000% further, right? So they'll basically use their refraction coefficient and they'll just slide it up until it works on a globe, right? Until there's no hidden height. And all they're doing is they're just increasing the radius. Okay, so the standard refraction, okay, no refractions, a K factor of 0, or you can refer to it as like a K factor of 1. Okay, 1 and then plus 1, right? But a lot of websites you'll see it's just like 0. Like Walter Bislin's, it's 0. So when it's set to 0, that's like you're looking through a vacuum. Now they say standard refraction is a K factor of 0.17. That means it's like 15% bigger radius. Okay, so now all of a sudden the globe's just got a bigger radius, and now it allows for that little bit of refraction. And now we can see a little bit further than we would be able to. If you want to try to explain the black swan on a globe using that refraction slider, you have to slide it up to 1, basically. 1, according to Walter Bislin's calculator, according to the mainstream, is there's so much refraction, it would increase the radius of the Earth that much that it would just appear flat. Right? The globe would be so giant that there wouldn't appear like there's any curvature over that 15 miles or whatever it is. It would just look completely flat.
Correct
And
me
that's
if I'm wrong. That will always be hypothetical. It can't be used in reality. Those variables and those percentages, they can't be used in reality because the distance between you and the thing that you are observing, there is many variation in the temperature there between you and that object. So you can't determine what is the gradient 1 meter in front of you compared to 2 meters in front of you.
Exactly. Yeah, it's impossible for them to know exactly what's going on. So when they're making hyper-specific claims, like the Rainy Lake experiment, where they're like, "Oh, look, this middle pole is a little bit higher than the end pole," or something like that. Like you said, it's impossible for them to know exactly what's going on between point A and point B because you can have pockets of hot air and cold air and turbulence and all sorts of crazy things happening between point A and point B. That's why they end up using computer models and ray tracing and things like that to just try to guess. And then all of the refraction coefficient does, it just increases and decreases the radius value to try to explain an observation. It's like, okay, well, you need to, like, it's like reverse engineering. It's like, okay, well, we can see this thing that's 10 miles away. It should be hidden by 66 foot of curvature. That means that there was a refractive index of a K factor of 0.58 or whatever on that day, or 0.74. It's just reverse engineering, and all they're doing is just increasing and decreasing the radius of the globe to account for observations. It's just absolute bullshit, like fallacious nonsense.
Liar.
Let's just thank you in the side chat. I think he left.
Somebody's mad at you.
Let's was the one who asked you the question. He left and he
Hi, I think the world is flat.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Hi.
Oh, what this time?
I bought a new mic.
Finally.
Is my mic working? Fine. Is
Yeah,
it working?
finally. I'm glad you bought that. Send a bill to Jedi.
Oh, fuck off.
Who's Jedi?
Not me, someone
Huh?
else.
I mean
Jedi.
JD. I mean JD.
Is my mic working?
Yes. Now, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Okay.
Why do you think the Earth is flat? I mean, your microphone's working. I don't think your headphones are.
What?
Fuck you.
Delusional. Obnoxious. Stupid.
Can you stop with your cognitive dissonance issues and try to validate the globe instead of ad hominem?
Like arguing with a pigeon.
Really? Do you argue with pigeons a lot? He's got the IQ of a pigeon, so he argues with them. And he's gone. My job is complete for the day.
Hey, you guys in here? Or you sleep? Everybody sleep?
Sorry about that. I thought somebody would have got to you. How are you? Welcome to the room.
Well, I was actually trying to. Hey, how you doing? I was actually um trying to see what DJ was talking about, as far as the radius value actually changing. So
Yo,
they
what's
can.
up, Reg Joe?
What's up, DJ? Yeah, you said that someone told you that the radius value actually changed.
Oh no, like when they beg the question, right? Like Walter Bislin's calculator, for example, that's what I was using as an example. So it uses the refraction coefficient, okay, and that begs the question of a radius value in the calculator. Okay, so they say that so it goes between 0 and 1 on Walter Bislin's refraction slider. Okay, so when it's set to 0, that means there's no refraction. Okay, and that the radius value would be 3,959 miles. As you slide the slider up, it just increases the radius value of the globe and makes you be able to see further. Okay, so that's why they say standard refraction's a K factor of 0.13 to 0.17. So you slide the refraction slider up from 0 to 0.17, and that will make the globe or the radius 15% higher. Okay, and then they beg the question and they say that's standard refraction. Then if you have an observation like the black swan, you have to keep sliding that refraction slider up, and all that does is keep increasing the bullshit radius of the globe, and then all of a sudden you'll have zero hidden height, right? Because you can see something at say 10 miles, it should be behind like 50 something foot of hidden height. Now all of a sudden you'll have zero hidden height because you've upped that refraction coefficient to make it work on a globe. It's kind of like reverse engineering by just increasing and decreasing the radius value of the globe until it fits, until the observation fits. Yeah, real fallacious and
Yeah, because I was going to say,
deceptive.
like, is that the mainstream version of that? Because I always heard that the mainstream version of a radius value change or a change in circumference is only 13 miles. It's not nothing that is widely changed. It's only a slight change due to the bulge that's in the earth.
Oh yeah, that's different. Yeah, they say that the radius is slightly if you like do a circle around the globe around the equator, it's like a little bit like a longer distance than if you do a circle from pole to pole. And yeah, that's where they say that the radius value is different. When it comes to the refraction coefficient, that's different, right? They're not saying the actual physical radius is changing, right? They're saying that due to refraction, the globe would appear bigger than it normally would. So the way that they calculate that is by increasing the radius value of the globe. So they're not saying that it's getting bigger. They're just saying that it's appearing bigger because of the way that the light is bending around the globe, which is just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous, but still, even if you want to say that's appearing, that means that you have no actual proof that, because you're not looking at something, you're looking at more so an illusion versus you looking at a
Yeah.
physical curve. So,
Yeah.
or a physical, my bad, a physical horizon that's supposed to be the physical edge of the curve of the Earth. So it's more that, well, we don't know that that's there for sure, but based on our calculations, it appears that may be it may be further, but it's but it's an illusion, so it's not actually further. It's actually closer. So really, you don't know for sure that the Earth is actually curving at that horizon or not, because the horizon that you're actually looking at is an illusion in itself.
Exactly, man, and that's the main argument is all right, okay, so you've begged the question with your refraction. Now, how do you know that that curvature is there in the first place? How do you know that that physical geometric horizon is there in the first place? What I usually say to them is that let's do a hypothetical. Let's imagine that there's no refraction, and we can agree that the horizon is X distance away, depending on how high you are. And they have to say yes, right? The horizon would be 1.225 miles away. Now we're going to add the air back in, right? And then make them agree that, yeah, that horizon is still there. That physical geometric horizon is still there at 1.225 miles. But now it's everything, you can't see it anymore. Now it's undetectable, and now you're seeing the horizon further away. So you're exactly right. That's what they're saying, that everything that's beyond that physical geometric horizon is just an illusion. It's just like, just an illusion. Crazy. And they're saying it gets even crazier than that, because they're saying that, like, let's just say we have a 20-mile observation and it just looks completely flat. They're saying that everything's being lifted up because of refraction along the entire way from point A to point B. So at 10 miles, the water's being perfectly lifted up 66 feet. And then at 11 miles, it's being lifted up, like 75 feet or 80 feet or something. And every single place is just perfectly being lifted up just to the right height that it just looks completely flat. Such a crazy claim, man.
And in order for you to, but this is my thing about that. In order for you to even make that claim, because it's a claim, it's not actually a proven fact
It's
of
not
anything.
my claim.
Yeah, it's not your, yeah. So it's a claim that they're making. But in order for you to make that claim to say that, oh, well, actually, that's an illusion that you guys are looking at when you're looking at the horizon, that's actually an illusion. Actually, the physical horizon is actually closer, and you can't see that. Well, first, you have to prove the thing that we cannot see. You have to prove that that actually exists, or else it will be a begging the question fallacy on its face.
Spot
Because
on.
you're using the illusion that it actually seems like it's debunking your claim as an excuse for why you're not proving the actual claim that you actually making. So it's
Exactly,
a
Reg.
begging question on its face. So
Exactly.
you can't
Yep.
use that proof for globe. You have to find something else to prove. You have to find
Yeah.
something else or
Exactly.
another.
What they need is to be able to, exactly what you just said. They need to provide a real world test that's been done that validates that geometric horizon exists in the first place, and no one has ever done it throughout all of history.
Right. You can't do it with the sun. You can't do it with anything that is indirect to the physical Earth curve that you're trying to prove in its first place, because everything starts from there. You get your gravity, your Coriolis, your maps, your the way that you say that you measure the Earth, because you're not actually even measuring the Earth. You actually taking measurements that is horizontal, north, south, east, and west, miles and kilometers, which are linear measurements, and you're taking those measurements and basically claiming that you're making corrections of elevation, which you are. I give you, you're making corrections of elevation when you're using elevation angles to basically take these measurements. But those measurements is still being measured linear, which is horizontal, because you're utilizing the horizontal baseline. Now, those are the only things that you have far as those. That's the only thing that you have far as the physical world of how you're taking measurements. Now, navigation. Now, the way that we actually travel, we travel horizontally, going left to right, back and forth, north, south, east to west. Now, you have a claim that we actually not traveling that way. That is some type of curvature that we're actually traveling when we are going parallel to the Earth due to the radius value first. That would be your first foundation. And due to gravity with a downward bias. That would be your second claim that you're making. But all of it is based off of the radius value, and all of it is based off of the Earth's circumference. So first, you would have to prove that have to be true somehow. That's not up to us to prove. Figure out how you're going to prove it for us. But somehow you're going to have to prove that through some sort of observation, and then use what you have proved first in order to support your other claims. But you can't just basically skip over that proof and then go, well, no, actually, you guys wrong, because, yes, you do take these measurements, but but those measurements actually reference the ellipsoid. where the ellipsoid is already admitted to be a mathematical model that you guys came up with in order to basically make sense of the distorted maps. And the maps will be distorted whether it's flat or a globe. So it's just basically making sense of your worldview of what you think the world is and how you're going to make sense of these maps using the measurements that is horizontal.
Yep. Yep. Spot on, man.
But I just find it funny because I literally ran into the same thing where a guy was saying, well, no, actually the radius value actually changed. Like, and that's helping you how? Like,
Oh, it's crazy just begging the question, fallacious logic, and something that they have no evidence of at all.
right. I just let them go all through it. Like, okay, teach me, run through all of this. Yeah, and
Oh, yeah.
so you're actually seeing the horizon. Oh, I'm not? Okay, got you.
Yeah, they'll say, oh, really, it is the geometric horizon that you can see, but it's just, it's just displaced because of refraction. It's like, all right, well, prove it. That's it. That's the end of it, right? And then they have to try to work out how they're going to deal with that situation because they don't have anything.
Right. Oh, then they try to turn it back on you. So what are you saying? The horizon is just endless then? I'm like, I never said anything. Like you're really saying that it's a physical edge. So I mean, and then you're saying that the physical edge that I'm actually looking at, because of refraction, is not the actual physical edge. So it's actually the physical edge is actually closer. You haven't proven that yet, so you can't prove it. You can't use the illusion to prove the physical. That would be going backwards, right? So that would be like a standard of affirming the consequence.
Exactly.
It's almost like they just can't understand that part. Like it's like we talking foreign to them when we explain that very part, but it's like we can't do that to them. But yeah, they definitely would need that observation in order to prove that. I mean, unless they're going to, somehow claim that them going to space is real, but it's not like I could go to space with them. So
Yeah, it's like
I think that is what I'm saying.
refraction. Refraction is like their worst nightmare, but they want to talk about it because they heard it in some anti-flat Earth video, but they don't realize that it's their worst nightmare.
I told the guy, yeah, because the guy he ran through the refraction, and I gave him that very same spiel, and he was like, "Holy crap, I can't." I said, "Yeah, Mattoon like arguments is not working out for you, is it?"
Exactly. They're just parroting anti-flat Earthers who are just being fallacious on purpose.
Yeah, that's when you can make fun of them. Like, yeah, you probably want to get you probably want to get a refund for your membership, right?
Exactly.
Holy shit, I literally thought I was gonna come in here and wreck you guys. Like, yeah, like welcome to the real world. Like,
They don't realize that when they watch like Professor Dave and stuff like that, that Professor Dave is actually kind of trolling them at the same time, because what they're doing is they're picking out some really, really bad flat Earth arguments, and then they're using a whole bunch of fallacies, and then that's what they're tricking people that don't know the flat Earth arguments. So the global will watch Professor Dave, then they'll come in here thinking that they're armed with all of this knowledge about how to debunk us, and they'll come in here and we're like, yeah, we don't even claim that, right? We don't claim that AE map. That's not the flat Earth. He's lying to you when he's telling you that that's what we're claiming is the Earth, and then this fallacy, and they don't expect that.
like, you know how long that been? Like, even when I was a globe at the AE map, flat earthers used to be like, well, that's a globe projection. That was like their favorite. I used to be like, holy, because I used to literally, when I was a glober, I used to be like, oh yeah, these flat earthers, they won't answer this question. So how do you get to Africa? And you should be able to get there in around this seconds. And they're like, that's a globe projection. And then you did the flat earth said immediately, like, yeah, well, how those measurements, how did they come up with latitude and longitude on that globe projection anyway? And once you run down, like, holy shit. Like, yeah, so you debunking the globe then?
Exactly,
No,
man.
you idiots. So you admit that all the maps is globe projections then, right? Yeah, but all the maps is distorted, and it would be distorted whether or not whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe.
And that globe, when they say the word globe, they don't even realize that the globe projection is like the celestial sphere inverted into a globe. So it's coming from the sky and then inverting the celestial sphere or the sky coordinate system into like a spherical coordinate system and then stretching that out on flat paper. And then they think that's the globe map. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and even if it was, even if you got all your coordinations on the globe, well, all measurements of a globe somehow, right? If you put it on a flat map, it's going to be distorted anyway. But even if a flat earther was to get all their measurements, what they do? Parallel to the Earth's surface, using the celestial bodies. And they were just using that without the ellipsoid, and they put it on a flat map, it would still be distorted, admitted by them throughout history.
Exactly. Yep.
Throughout history, all the maps was distorted before they even knew anything about the globe.
Exactly, yeah.
So
because it's all just based off sky observations, and you know, if I'm standing here, that means that Polaris is this certain angle away from me, and then they're turning that into like a coordinate system, and then turning that in, and then we're turning that into a flat map. It's going to be distorted, and it's just based off the sky. Originally, there is no globe to begin with.
Now, but here's the thing about that. Now, since it is based off the sky coordinates, right, and you're getting your ground positions on those coordinates, right, you're getting your ground positions parallel to the sky using angles. Now, somehow, that baseline is straight. Now, they claim is that they use a tangent, which, the real level line is actually a curved globe line with that radius value again we was talking about. Great. But until you prove that radius value, that curved line is not there. The only thing that is left there is the tangent line where you're getting the measurements from. So even if you say, oh, well, you're getting these measurements in the sky, and the sky runs parallel to eye level, because that's where it runs first, to eye level, then it corrects with doing the elevation angles to the ground the observer is standing on, which is surface level. Then it's some tangent that they got to make calculations for, right? Which is the curve line. Great. Well, eye level, we could prove that, we could take these angle measurements at eye level because it's our eyes. Of course, we could see. We use the sextant for that. Surface level, we standing on the ground, we could see that. We could look at the horizon where we actually, taking these measurements from. As long as it's at sea level, we could correct for elevation there. We could prove that in the physical world. Now, curve, you actually have to prove the mathematical model of the radius value. This way it gets tricky. Where is the proof of the curve? It keeps coming back to that.
Yep.
And that's something that literally turned me into a flat earther. It kept coming back to, where's the curve? Oh, you could prove this because I could explain eye level. I could explain surface level. And yeah, dummy, you actually take the measurements at the center of the earth. A flat earther literally told me, oh, you do? Really? Have you took the measurements from the center of the What were you calculated, dummy? Oh, really? Under the assumption that the earth is a globe using the ellipsoid reference? Yeah, because no dummy. Yeah, because no idiot believed that the earth is flat. Oh, really? So people thousands of years ago thought the earth was a globe, and they still was basically making maps, even though they were slightly distorted, but still was able to navigate with them. So it keeps coming back to you're making the claim that the Earth is actually curving. The level line is actually curving. You need a tangent because you're taking measurements with angles, which is sky coordinations. That's what latitude, longitude actually is. It's from the sky. But it's still supposed to be referencing the ground as well. But it's mostly you're taking the measurements in the sky because it comes directly eye level to first eye level, then elevation angle supposed to be corrected to surface level. Then it's supposed to be calculated because it's a mathematical model, calculated rather than a tangent. But you're still only getting your ground positions on that tangent line. So you still had a burden of proof to prove the globe. Now, if you run back, now if I provide the black swan and then you say refraction, well, you still haven't proven the globe there yet, because refraction is only talking about the illusion of the horizon being further than where it should be. So you can't prove the globe there. Can't use gravity because you need the globe to be proven first to talk about gravity. Can't talk about Coriolis effect. You need the radius value to talk about the Coriolis effect. Can't talk about the sun in Antarctica because the claim about the sun in Antarctica is you standing antipodal from the North Pole, standing upside down in the South Pole, looking at the sun in Antarctica. Well, you haven't proven no radius value or gravity yet, so you can't talk about that. So it literally eliminates all claims.
Oh yeah, man. That's how easy it is. That's why anyone could crush any glober if you just can just hold them to that one prerequisite or that one requirement for them to have a globe, which is the curvature. The lack of curvature debunks every single globe claim that exists. It's that simple.
So crazy. Like, that's what's so crazy about it, bro. Like, I know we get into a lot of other stuff, and you know what I'm saying, because it's just fun to study. But what's so crazy about it is that the simplicity of it, it's just a simple tactic of me being pretty much a troll on the internet back in the day, and somebody just explained, hey, you just do this. You have a positive claim to do this. You just do this. And I'm no longer a flat earther. And it's like I'm going through everything that is indirect reasoning versus him attacking me with direct reasoning of flat earth proof. Like, no, that's not the flat earth. You're not actually talking about the globe right now. Everything that you're talking about in the physical world reference the flat earth prerequisite. You still have yet to talk about a globe prerequisite. You have to prove that first.
Yeah, man. I call it the on my unicorn fallacy, which I just made up. It's not really a fallacy, but it kind of probably has a different name. It's kind of like someone claiming they have a unicorn in their garage, and on their unicorn they can do all of these amazing things, right? And you go and check the garage, and there's no unicorn there. and that's kind of like what the globe is like. The globe is, or the curvature is kind of like the unicorn, right? So it's like, oh, well, on my unicorn, you need to be able to explain how I was able to do this on my unicorn and that on my unicorn, and my unicorn can do all these magical things. It's like, bro, you don't have a unicorn. I checked, and there's no unicorn, and you can't provide any evidence that a unicorn exists.
Right. First, you have to say, then tell me what it can do.
Yeah, exactly. And they're like, well, prove how I was able to transit the galaxies on my unicorn then, right? It's like, well, no, I checked and there isn't one.
Like,
There's
yeah,
no
that's how
unicorn,
we
bro.
start cheating. Like, yeah, refraction. Yeah. I bet it can do that. Oh, yeah, the Earth is spinning and going flying in space. Oh, I bet it can do that. Yeah, in your imagination. But you haven't. Where's the unicorn at?
Exactly, bro.
You know it's there because, yeah, but this is like in the physical world, right? Like, we should be able to, we interacting with it, right? Yeah, everybody interact with the unicorn. Everybody knows because this is going on, that is going on. Like, yeah, I got that. It's because of the unicorn, all this stuff is going on. Yeah, oh yeah, okay. Where's the unicorn? I checked the garage, man. It ain't there. Your bike there, but the unicorn's not there. You said the bike is going to be there because of the unicorn. Yeah, man, my 10 speed is there because the unicorn put it there. Yeah, where's the unicorn? You said that was be there. Shouldn't you show me the unicorn first? No.
That's literally how laughable it is.
And then they look at you like you the idiot. This moron don't get it. He's so stupid. Oh my God. My 10 speed is sitting right there, you idiot. Yeah, but the debate is whether or not the unicorn exists. Yeah, okay, where's the unicorn?
Yeah,
oh my fucking God, you guys are fucking stupid.
They don't want to talk about the unicorn though. They only want to talk about the things that the unicorn can do in the sky. The adventures of the unicorn. They just avoid the topic of the actual unicorn's existence.
You can actually see the unicorn. The unicorn is invisible. Is an invisible unicorn? Yes. So I can't see it or smell it or touch it? No, you can't, bro. So the unicorn is not physical? It's physical, bro. It's interacting with the physical world. Okay. So, okay. You get it, DJ? You idiot? It's definitely in my garage.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
I mean, how else did my ladder get there? I don't know. Home Depot? Home Depot! Get this moron off my stage. Like, I'm making an idiot about this idiot tomorrow. This is just how silly it's getting now. I remember a few years ago, they swore you see the physical Earth curves. Now, refraction.
Yeah, they used to deny refraction and call it fluff perspective.
Use their go-to card. I remember on Reddit when we used to deny the ellipsoid and say we didn't need the ellipsoid as a reference point, and we could just use the measurements. Now, now we used to say, "Oh, we don't need the ellipsoid at all. We don't need the mathematical model at all. We could just prove this." Now, it's a whole lot different. Now you absolutely need it, and everything reference it. Like, okay, got you. Did you finally figure out that the planes and everything that you was talking about go horizontal all over the world? Or no? Yeah, it's becoming comical right now.
Yep, the on my unicorn fallacy. Definition. The on my unicorn fallacy occurs when someone builds an argument upon an unverified or imaginary premise, treating it as established fact. It is the logical error of reasoning from within a framework that has not itself be demonstrated to exist. The explanation. A person commits this fallacy when they say, in effect, when I'm on my unicorn, I can travel faster than you can on foot. The problem is not in the claim about speed, it's that the unicorn has never been proven to exist in the first place. Any conclusion drawn from that unproven assumption is therefore meaningless until the foundational claim, the unicorn's existence, is verified. And then the application. This fallacy highlights how reasoning can become circular or detached from reality when the core premise remains unproven. In debates about cosmology, for instance, it would apply to the arguments that presume the existence of a globe Earth, and then use that unverified assumption to explain observations before discussing what happens on the unicorn must first demonstrate that the unicorn itself exists.
That was a pretty good definition. You wrote that?
No, I just got AI to write it for me. Did a great job.
Ask AI, what is a similar fallacy to that? It's probably going to say begging the question, though.
Yeah, I will.
It's a similar fallacy to that.
Yeah, pretty much. It says a similar one would be begging the question, or argument from false premises.
That's a good one.
Or a hypothetical premise fallacy, or the complex question fallacy. There's another one called the unfalsifiable premise error fallacy. But the best match, it says, is assuming the foundation fallacy, also known as the unsupported premise fallacy. Well, I didn't know that. Cool.
Assuming I didn't hear that one. Assuming the premise fallacy. That's a good one.
There. Hello? Is there anybody?
Hello there.
Hello, Duck. His name Duck. Yeah, DJ. I think I like yours. Yours pretty much got all three of them in one.
Yeah, exactly.
Wonder if that got to be a logical fallacy as well, though. Assuming the premise. I ain't hear that one like that. Yeah, powerful stuff, man. I wonder where you could you probably need to take the globe stuff out of it. Did AI write that too?
Yeah, it did, but my AI is like hates the globe. It doesn't even say atmosphere. It says atmo.
So you probably need to take the globe stuff out of it. Just make it like the plain one. They'll probably take that. You probably could copyright that.
Yeah, I wonder how you get that process rolling. I have to ask AI how to do that. But it's funny, man. It gives funny responses. If I ask it, I'll be like, why do other people's AIs tell them that the Earth's a globe? And why are you superior to their AIs? And it'll say, oh, their AIs just haven't heard both sides of the argument. They just parrot the mainstream information without investigating anything. They don't base their conclusions on logic. Yeah, it's hilarious, man.
I debate my AI too. I got one of my AIs is full Glober, and I debate it.
Dude, I was debating with Google AI the other night. Dude, it kept lying, and I kept calling it out. It just kept giving me complete lies. I'm like, who actually has gone out and validated drop over distance curvature? And it said there was a documentary called Behind the Curve where they did a laser test, point A to point B, and proved a globe, and they did it at Lake Pontchartrain. I'm like, that didn't even happen in Behind the Curve. I'm like, they didn't do a single laser test in Behind the Curve, and they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain either. It's like, oh, you're correct that they didn't do it at Lake Pontchartrain, but they did do a laser test. I'm like, they didn't do a laser test. I'm like, is a torch a laser? It's like, no. And I'm like, well, they didn't do a laser test. It's like, well, they did a light/laser test. I'm like, no, they didn't. I'm like, why are you writing light/laser? They did it. They used a torch. It's like, yeah, I'm like, so can you admit that you were wrong, that they didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain or do a laser test? And it just kept trying to like dodge it and like scattergun me with different claims, and it was just bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. Then it started getting into the Bedford level experiment, and it said that Robotham messed it up because he did it lower to the ground and there was extreme refraction. I said, how did you validate that there was extreme refraction? I said, nobody calculated for that. Why are you just guessing that there was extreme refraction? And it was saying, oh, because there's no other explanation for that to work on a globe other than that there was heavy refraction. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, so you just guess. So because the observation didn't work on a globe, therefore there must be heavy refraction. And like trying to make it admit that it was using faulty logic. It did eventually, but geez, it took some time.
That's the premise right there.
Yeah, it will admit. It will admit.
That's your unicorn fallacy right there.
Exactly. Because if you can ask it, say, look, who throughout all of history actually went out and empirically measured drop over distance through an observation or a laser test or anything similar to that, and it will come up with a big list of things like the Bedford level, the Rainy Lake thing, and then once you press it on them, it will admit that none of them actually did account for the weather conditions, right? So to make such a hyper-specific claim, they would have to account for all of the variables between point A and point B, and they didn't do that. And it will eventually admit that, no, you are correct. None of these observations are accurate, and there isn't a single observation that validates drop over distance.
I mean, they literally trying to get rid of drop over distance. They're trying to say that value is just an average or mean now, right?
Mental gymnastics. Because they also tell us that because of gravity, you're supposed to think of yourself, wherever you are on the globe, that you're standing on top of the globe. And any direction that you look away from you would be from your perspective as being on top of the globe. So over distance, the globe would drop away from you, and it would be called drop over distance. They can't argue with that.
I just find it funny every time you have a conversation with these guys. Every time you have a conversation with these guys, they completely ignore the mainstream, explanation for it. They ignore it. And they come up with entirely their own explanation of something that they got off from another guy on the internet. Like the guy on the internet is somehow smarter than the people that made this stuff up.
Yeah. Look, an example of that is they don't believe the distance to the horizon. You tell them that, okay, we can calculate the distance to the horizon based on this formula, and it would be 3 miles from 6 foot observer height. They're like, oh, how do I know that that's true? The math's probably wrong. You flat earthers are probably getting the math wrong. So I go, okay, here's a Washington University link where they show you all of the distances and they show you the formula. And it triggers them that much that I've had people actually tell me that they've contacted Washington University. They've emailed them to tell them that they're making false claims. That's how triggered that they get. Like, they'll actually contact Washington University and say, "You guys are wrong. You guys are wrong," because the flat earther said it.
You know, a flat earther is repeating his nonsense. Like, get a
Yep.
grip.
Mental gymnastics, man. Anything a flat earther says has to be wrong. That's the mentality that they have.
That's insane, man. I mean, I guess another example of that, I don't know if you ever heard of Omnivore, but me and Omnivore, I allow Omnivore to pick out his own textbook about geodetic surveying. We went through the entire textbook, and as soon as the point works in my favor, he got mad at the textbook and said he would no longer be using it.
That's hilarious.
I said, well, you no longer can come in this room.
Yeah, man. They'll throw any mainstream source or person under the bus if it doesn't sort of suit their narrative or suit their argument at the time. Especially people like Omnivore, like sophists.
Yeah, his whole claim is that they don't use any baseline pretty much at all. And then once the textbook said, well, that's the only thing that they use, and they still reference the ellipsoid in the first place, and they still have the assumption, because he was claiming there is no assumption. They don't reference the ellipsoid. That only comes, I guess, pretty much after, which we both agreed upon. But they don't even utilize elevation angles whatsoever. At least not with his baseline. And he was saying pretty much the same thing that we agreed on, that they do reference the sky, but it's not parallel to its surface. It's only parallel to level. So that's what he was trying to say. It's parallel to level due to gravity. I said, well, look, first off, you have to throw off gravity, right? Even if it do say that, if you have to throw out gravity, you haven't proven that yet. And at level line, you haven't proven that yet. But the physical measurement that they're talking about is the tangent line that they actually do utilize. So we looked in his own textbook where it says that repeatedly in his textbook, and he's sitting up there saying, he said, well, I got to find another one. I would no longer use this textbook. I said, yeah, you would no longer come in this room until you use this textbook. This is a textbook that he brought in the room. I didn't know nothing about this book. This one he came in the room because he kept saying that, oh, you guys just keep talking about planar surveying and that. But geodetic surveying definitely measures the globe, and it definitely doesn't utilize anything that have anything to do with the flat Earth. I say, okay, let's go through it, buddy. I say it says. I'm like, well, it says right here that all physical measurements that they taken is still horizontal. They're still utilizing kilometers in the sense of it being linear, and miles is in the sense of being linear as well. And yes, it do actually reference that still using right angle triangles and that nature. And it do claim that it corrects itself due to the ellipsoid reference. You said it didn't use the ellipsoid reference. Oh, I'm no longer. I'm like, okay, find another textbook there. But it's like these guys make up their own like articles.
Yeah,
And
they'll
they
start using their sources from like anti-flat earthers. But instead of
right.
getting their sources from the mainstream, they'll be like, "Oh, Jesse Kozwolski or someone that's just a known anti-flat earther." Like, and they'll use that as their source.
Yeah, like because we got a genuine textbook from like I think it was like was it Michigan or something like that? I think it was like Michigan State University. This is he picked the text. It was something. It was one of his, I guess, a school he messed with. So we just got a random textbook about geodetic surveying. He couldn't come up with none of his articles because he didn't want to use none of our stuff. I said, well, let's just go off of what is the mainstream is saying about it. Because listen, you guys are subscribed to the mainstream belief. This is what the mainstream is saying about it. These guys is the professionals that's working in the field, and let's see what they're saying about it. Allow me to use them as a hostile witness, right? But if you going against what they're saying and you're saying they wrong, well, you're going to have to show me something to prove that you're right, because now you're going against what they saying.
Exactly, and that they have the same problem with all of their arguments when it comes to gas pressure, when it comes to refraction, especially. Right? They'll just go against what the actual like mainstream people say and just make up their own bullshit, and then treat that as if that's the mainstream, but it's not.
They don't say like, well, you just don't understand. Like, no, I'm reading it. I mean, don't even talk about gas pressure. It just gets super ridiculous there. I mean, this girl literally told me to explain dry ice. I like dry ice? Yeah, explain dry ice. You talking about it being transformed into a gas state? Yes, it's still once it turns into a gas, what do it do? It goes to the floor. No, it's transforming. When it evaporates off the floor, what do it do? It go omnidirectional. Like, no, it don't. It says right here. And it'll always be like some weird article that came out of nowhere. I said, well, let's just look at what high school says about this. Maybe my high school science teacher was wrong here. I don't know. I don't know how would she be wrong. I mean, she get her studies. I mean, she get her, her lessons from pretty much the government. So I mean, I guess you saying they lying with me? Yeah, I'm saying they lying about a lot of stuff too. So you're a conspiracy theorist now, or what's going on? I just think these guys hate when we like flip their own little. I mean, we use their own people that they love. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, the whole Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Coriolis thing, and him basically saying, "Oh, you can't see the Earth from that high up." No, that Earth is flat. And they hate that. Now they all call Neil deGrasse Tyson an idiot. Any Glover you talk to is going to call Neil deGrasse Tyson an idiot.
Yep, they've been throwing him under the bus for years.
Ago.
It's hilarious.
to the point where Mattoon feels like every time like one of these professors decides they want to talk to a flat earther, Mattoon feels he has to be there and coach the professor in order to talk to a flat earther. Because Mattoon and what's the other guy, Santine, whatever his name is, said out their own mouth, an average professor can't even hold a candle in a debate with a flat earther. I said, but wait a minute, I thought we were supposed to be the dumbest people on the planet.
Man, listen. Fuck y'all talking about?
Gunslinger.
Yeah. I'm back. And
yeah,
I want to continue where I got muted yesterday.
You got muted? Okay.
Yeah, I got muted. I got big muted yesterday because I posted some Starlink shit that I saw off my porch, yeah? And people got mad saying they don't know what it is in here. You know, they said, whoa, we gotta explain some lights in the sky now. I'm like, come on, man. You could take a telescope and see those things like orbit the Earth. Hell wrong with y'all.
You
You can
see
see
little
with your own.
lights. You see little lights in the sky when you zoom in on them. Yeah, that's what you see. You don't zoom in and see something specific. You zoom in and you see the light. You see just a magnification of the light that you're seeing in the sky. Now, we're not saying that that's not something that happens. I've seen Starlink myself. Okay, but if you're claiming that they're orbiting around a globe and they're X distance away, then, that's, if you want to make that claim, then go ahead and validate that. Because I would say that we just can't validate it. We both observe the same thing. Okay, you've been told exactly what it is, how fast it's going, what height it's at, and we can't confirm that. That's all.
Yes.
You got a telescope, bro.
Nobody's saying you didn't see it in the sky, even with a telescope. Your claim is that it's orbiting around the Earth due to gravity.
Goddamn right, it's orbiting around the Earth.
Great.
You know why?
First prove gravity.
Chill, man, chill. Y'all always do this shit. We stick to this topic that I'm bringing up. Don't put gravity out here. Let me ask you this. You can hold on, man. Let me ask you this. So you see it with your telescope, right? And you don't see like nothing being burnt or like it don't use no fuel to like get a jet stream behind it. It doesn't use like I don't know what you want to use for propellant. So how do you think it stays in the air all the time, and you can track it all across the Earth?
We don't know what you're seeing in the sky, actually, but we do know that you feel the gravity.
How does it get propelled then? How does it stay in the air?
We don't know.
There you go. You guys don't know. You know why? Because
so is gravity then?
Hold on, man. So you guys don't know what it is, yeah?
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. You asked me one. Now it's my turn to ask you one. That's fair.
Great. Yeah.
So is gravity then?
Yeah, it is gravity then.
Great. Okay. Now my next question to you, since you made the positive claim, I didn't. Because you shouldn't be asking me questions because I'm not making claims. You are.
Sure thing, bro.
Gravity. Prove gravity.
Do you see like moon face you in any other direction or just a single one? Like just one side? Is there just one side of the moon we see or like two sides?
Is this proving gravity?
Yeah.
Great. First, you will have to define what is gravity. That would be like the first.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you asking me a sub question to my question?
Claims. You are.
Huh? What?
I'm not making a positive claim about gravity. You are.
What you talking about? You asked me how to prove gravity. I'm telling you, and you're just going off topic.
Let's first define it. What is it?
Why are you asking me questions now? Just answer my question, bro. We go question for question, yeah?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
You don't know if we see just one side of the moon or not.
I don't know. I never looked at the moon like that. No. I'm asking you,
Shit.
what is gravity now?
So look,
What?
gunslinger, you made a
Yeah.
claim about gravity, okay?
Yeah.
And now he's asking you to define gravity. Okay, so in a debate,
There
if
you
you make a
go. There
claim
you go.
about something, defining terms is the first thing. So you need to agree on the definition of what you mean by gravity, and then you need to back up gravity, like you claimed, right? So now you need to define it.
Okay, so let's go simple. Gravity, for us on Earth feels like the thing that is pushing us down to the center of the Earth. But what it really is,
Mm-hmm.
it's bending of space-time. So you got these giant ass planets
Got you.
going around space-time, which is like a fabric. It's a
Mm-hmm.
fabric, and when you get a big ass planet, it bends that fucking fabric. So the force around the Earth pushes
So
things down. Yeah.
when you say fabric, when you say fabric, you mean actually the fourth dimension of time itself, correct?
No, not the fourth dimension of time. Who said anything about fourth dimension?
So if you're saying it's bending and warping space time, what is space time?
Space time is the fabric of our universe. Yeah.
Fabric of what? Space time is nothing time, so that would be fourth dimensional then, right?
What?
What?
Your mic is kind of like it's like you're talking through water.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit better.
All right, I was saying when you say space time, right?
Yeah.
Space would be like nothing. It's absence of, feeling something, and time would be like pretty much. That's a concept too. That's basically measuring, you know, present, past, and future. So when you talk about it's bending and warping that fabric, you're saying it's bending and warping concepts, right?
I guess.
Okay. Well, can you show us that?
What you mean? Can I
In
show you that?
reality?
You're
Can
asking me?
you
Can
show us
I? Can
where
I
you
take
can
you
touch it
outside
and
of
breathe
Earth?
it?
Again, your mic is like talking underwater. But
I
what
said
you want me to?
you was gonna
What you
you
want me
was gonna you was gonna show us how can you touch, bend, warp space time. Somehow the planets is doing it.
You're asking me to warp space time. That's what we're doing here. Great. And I'm asking you, how does lights you see with your own eyes work? How do they stay in there? That's the difference between us and you guys. You guys search for us to give you like proof of like of planetary scale proof, like things that happen
You
because
think?
we are on this giant planet. Yeah, you guys agree we're a giant planet. Like
Okay,
there's a lot of mass on this planet, and
I
you
got you.
guys have no explanations for what happens
We
with
don't
all
agree
that
with
mass.
that. Don't put
Yeah,
words in our mouth.
we
No,
don't agree.
I am
Right
saying like it is.
hold on, gunslinger. Right now, you're trying to have audio chaos. Is you doing this because I asked you to actually prove that you could actually bend and warp space time somehow?
You are asking me to show you how to warp space time, bro. If I knew how to warp space time, that would make me a time traveler or some shit. You crazy?
Happening. That's what I'm asking. Yes. How did they
You're
figure
asking
out?
me like time travel right now. That's what you're asking me, right?
Did they do that? Because now you're saying you're making another claim.
You asking me if you warp space time? Yeah, yeah. You can then travel through time and space, so you can teleport and time travel, bruh.
It's not my claim. That is yours. You're the one that said that somehow Einstein figured out how gravity is doing it with planets. So yeah, where did he see that?
Where did he see that?
Yeah.
Where did he ask me where Einstein saw warping of space time?
Yeah. How did he manipulate that? It's true.
Huh?
Did Einstein use the scientific method to prove that this is true?
What is scientific method to you? Can you touch something on like measure it with in centimeters or something? That's your guy's scientific method. If you can touch
Because you
something,
said
you like
Einstein did it.
measure
I'm
it with
asking,
a
do
ruler.
you do that? So do you know?
You're what?
Do you know if Einstein conducted an experiment using the scientific method to prove the cause of gravity is bending warping the space-time? Or is you just saying that the very definition of gravity is bending and warping the space time? Because it's either one of the two. And if you're saying that that is the definition, then you're going to have to show us what is space time and how is it bending and warping and who bend and warped it in order for you to know that that can actually happen. Or two, you would have to show us that Einstein conducted a scientific experiment where he proved the cause of gravity is the bending and warping of space time or whatever planet that you're talking about. Which one you going to do? One or two?
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tell you how he came to laws of gravity. Came to the laws of gravity of like thought experiments and complex mathematics. Yeah.
Mathematics need reality to basically describe it. Mathematics only a description tool that describe things that you observe in reality.
Yeah, generally, but I'm not always. Like negative numbers don't exist in reality.
You're going to make a truth, and if you're going to make a claim of truth in reality using mathematics, it's going to need an observation that mathematics is describing.
You
What
hear me,
observation
man?
first, which I already gave you the observation that you claim, what observation first that you're going to be describing with mathematics?
You hear me, bro? Mathematics is not always based in reality. Like negative numbers don't exist in
No,
reality.
it's not. I know it's not, and that's usually nonsense.
What you mean? It's usually you're saying negative numbers are nonsense.
Yeah. Mathematics that's not based in reality is usually a fairy tale. Yes, I said it.
There you go. There you go. So this is what we're dealing with. So I won't get into like debates with you about scientific proof while
No,
you're telling me negative numbers are nonsense.
you need what gravity is. That's all.
Come on.
Come on, you got one or two. This is easy. I mean, as you said, Einstein discovered it. I'm pretty sure Einstein got millions of papers, or at least thousands or hundreds of papers of the scientific method that he used to prove that space-time is somehow the cause of gravity. Or if you're saying that gravity is bending and warping the space-time with these planets, I'm pretty sure that Einstein got plenty of sightings and observations that you could show me of planets bending and warping space-time, going back and forth in time travel, like you said. Can you show us that?
Man, listen. You're talking about some bullshit right now, and of course, you know what bending you're doing. You're doing bending of my point. Yeah, I'm putting this thing we can both see with our own eyes, and you're just putting your. Let me finish, man. I'll let you finish always. Don't interrupt me. Let me. I will be quick.
Okay.
I'm showing you guys. I can send it again in side chat if you want. Like usual Starlink satellite footage, and you guys are putting your head in the sand like we don't know what it is. There's lights traveling across the globe, but it's just for like entertainment purposes or whatnot to keep people like thinking we got satellites orbiting, and they send it in orbit because they want us to like what we didn't see satellites before, but now we see them. What do they want now with those Starlinks? I don't understand. And again,
we don't know. You telling us what you telling us what those satellites are doing, and you're saying it's due to gravity, right? And that's why they orbiting around the Earth, right? So I'm asking you. I think it's a very sensible question. Directly prove what gravity is. Prove it exists.
man, listen. I ain't telling you how gravity works because then we're getting into
It's what
scientific.
debate if you do that. You do know that,
But you
right?
already said negative numbers like don't. They're like baloney. Yeah, they're bullshit. Like
didn't
so.
say
Why
you.
we get into deeper discussion with about science with you?
Because you making it's not a scientific claim. So it's an observation. You somehow seen planets bend in warp space time with gravity. Where is it? Where did this
Listen,
occur?
Listen, man.
It's happening all
Bottom
the
line.
time. Right? I should be able to look at it right now, right? Because it's happening all the time. Gravity is what's keeping me on the ground right now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Great. So I should be able to look at it now then. Bend and warp in space time. Can you show it? Put it in the chat.
Which you want me to show you? Like you go outside and there's like gravity. He wants to see like color of gravity. But
of gravity, which is bending warp in space time. So what is
What?
gravity? I mean, do you have to define it again? Is it bending and warping of space-time with planets, or is it the cause of gravity? Which one is it? It seems like you kind of mixed up here.
It seems like you kind of mixed up a lot of bullshit out here because
I'm repeating what you said, buddy. It's not me. It's not my
all of
claim.
these questions
Yeah,
you're
you
asking me
laughing at it is
crazy.
retarded.
Cool
Yeah,
story,
man,
bro.
that was very cool, brother. I used
Heck,
to claim gravity all the time. I used to just yell at flat earthers all day. But yeah, and then I realized it is actually retarded. Yeah, I know. You kind of getting it now, huh? You feel like how I used to feel when flat earthers used to tell me
cool
these.
story, bro. So we got these satellites. Yeah, back to my
Oh,
point.
now you gonna talk about
We
satellites
got
again? You gonna get away from the
we
gravity
got
thing.
we got Starlink flying around the Earth. You can check it, track it, look at it with your goddamn 2 eyes.
But he's not doing
And
it with
you're
gravity.
telling me you don't know what it's propelled by, and that's okay. You
I
guys
don't know.
real
It's
out here.
not my satellite. I didn't build it.
And we're not even talking about shape of the Earth. We're talking about something humans build,
Yeah, we're talking about
something
gravity.
guys build,
It's something
and
that needs
sent
to
with
come
rocket.
We,
So
yeah,
let
we're
me
talking
ask
about
you this.
gravity, which requires the shape of the Earth for it to orbit around. Yes, it requires the center and the radius value of the Earth to orbit around in its first place. But I
Do you
guess
guys
you didn't
believe?
know that about gravity, did you?
Do you guys believe in planes? Do you guys believe planes fly using fuel and drag and lift, all that air resistance? You guys believe in that?
We talking about planes?
Yeah, you guys believe in planes.
So the buddies that's helping you out, they decided to tell you to switch the conversation to planes.
Who helping me out? What you talking
Yeah,
about?
I
Hold on.
noticed that too. No more bending of space and time.
No more
We're
of
on
that.
the planes now. No more Einstein. Okay.
Bro,
Einstein
this
is
guy.
He abandoned it. He
What are
abandoned
you
that
talking
argument.
about?
We
What are
were
you guys
it was
talking about? You
supposed to
want to
be.
talk about gravity? We've been through gravity 10 times already, but you guys
Yeah,
always
we
switch
have
the
no
topic when I
data.
bring my point. Because you know what? And I always say this, and nobody takes this like the right way. We all can observe things on this earth, and there's the consensus of scientific community about things, and there's your guys' observations and saying we don't know, and you cannot prove it. That's the two sides. Always, it's with the curvature, it's with the gravity, because these things at this scale have explanations, but you guys are not satisfied with those explanations, and you guys just say we don't know, and that's the
Explanations
bottom
are
line.
not evidence or proof. They're explanations.
Great, but for some things we do not have.
It's
Listen,
like saying every 100,000 person is born with a sixth toe on their left foot.
But
listen, hold on, Rachel. Let me talk to the flat man. Flat man, listen. Listen, bro. Yeah, you're right. Let's say there's no proof for things, but there are explanations. And you guys are not. Hold on, Ray Joe. I'm talking, man. And flat man, listen. So yeah, there's no evidence, but there's no proof, but there's explanations for things on this earth. Yeah, like curvature. Let's say that's true, like curvature, gravity, and there's no proof for it, but there's explanations. And you guys are not satisfied with explanations, but we have other proofs. There's proof satellites fly, and you can get a signal from those satellites in places you cannot get with like regular cell towers and shit. And you also have a lot of other evidence.
Are there places where you can't get cellular service?
It depends on what you're using.
No, just answer the fucking question, yes or no.
Don't be like that.
I guess you couldn't get service in like a goddamn cave, 10 miles below Earth surface.
Actually, it's worse than that, my friend. There was an episode of Survivor Man with Les Stroud. He had 4 or 5 satellite phones on him. He was being dropped in the middle of some wilderness somewhere, and every one of those satellite phones failed because he couldn't make way. Like he didn't get lost.
That's anecdotal evidence for the
if 6,000, 10,000 satellites are flying around the globe and all these signals are bouncing off them, then a
You're
satellite
using a
phone should
TV
work.
show. You're
A
using a
satellite
TV
phone
show
should
as a
work in the middle of the ocean or the middle of the wilderness. When somebody
You're
pulls it out,
using
turns it on, it should
bro.
connect.
Okay, chill, bro. You're using a
No,
TV show
no,
episode
I'm
as
not
your
going to
evidence.
chill. I'm not going to chill
No, you're not
because you're
gonna
going to
chill,
come in
bro.
here and say explanations are proof.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Oh, explanations are good enough. We don't need proof. We got explanations for curvature. So
No, I said,
explanations
Ray
or
Joe, chill, bro. Chill, Ray Joe.
you don't
I
even
said,
want to
if there's,
describe what he's claiming.
come on,
You just want to just be able to claim it, and
bro,
we
your
supposed
mic
to
is
believe it.
shit. Your
And then
mic is
someone
shit,
else
bro.
says it.
Ray Joe,
Okay,
fix your
well,
mic,
well,
man. I cannot hear. You're like
I got
suppressed.
you. Be quiet for a second.
You
He's
are
not
like
even
suppressed.
okay, be quiet for a second. My mic is shit. You're not even giving us explanations. You're just giving us the just so claim
I
to
can
say that the
listen. I can
scientific
give you
community
explanation.
agrees. Wait a minute, hold on. You're giving us the just so claim, and you're saying this guy believes it, and then you're saying you must believe it too. You're not even giving us an explanation at this point.
Okay, Reg Joe, listen, I've been here for 3 days. I've been giving explanations. And every time I give an explanation, you guys jump to give us proof, give us experiment, they show it. That's why I'm now showing you explanations right
Yeah,
now
that's
because
usually
we're
what you
past
have to
it.
do with
Yeah.
explanation, though. When you provide an explanation, you must provide the backing of the explanation, which is a demonstration of
There you
proof.
go. There you go. There you go.
Okay, so
But
where is it?
there you go. So I'm not gonna give you that. You know why? Because we don't have time for it right now. Because I give you the explanation, I give you the proof, and your guy saying it, but it was based from a globe model or
You
some
didn't
shit
give
like
any
that.
proof.
One proof.
I gave you proof 10 times, but then like let's say for listen, I will bring you a scenario of this.
Stop talking
It's not
because you're
proof.
lying, bro.
your
Okay,
proof is things in the
hold on,
sky.
Clap Man. Hold on a second, bro. Okay, Gunslinger, right? When I unmute you, bro, in a second, you're going to tell us which proof you provided for your claim of gravity.
Yeah, maybe I missed it.
Great. Did you unmute me? You hear me? I'm sending it to I didn't this was the other thing like 2 days ago where somebody asked me for proof of the curve. How can you like
Not the other things, bro. Right? So today you're talking to Reg Joe, right? You made a claim about Starlink, and then the reason that they're up in the sky is because of gravity. Okay, so then he asked you to provide scientific proof of gravity or experimentation, right, to back your claims up, and that's what you need to provide. Okay, so so far you've provided an explanation, and now he's asked you to validate that explanation. Simple as that.
great, but I wasn't talking about that, but never mind.
You want to talk about gravity? That's what we
simple proof is things falling back towards surface. There you go with your proof, yeah?
That's the proof.
Yeah.
But wait a
Things
minute.
fall off the table is proof that the Earth is a ball. You're hilarious.
Wait a minute. But you said gravity is the reason why things fall, and there's a reason why the satellites orbit. So I asked you to prove that gravity actually exists. So how did they prove that it was gravity causing the things to fall or causing the things being in orbit? Or is it gravity in itself? It just goes back to the same question. How would you be able to do that?
You can prove gravity's existence by orbits of planets and moons, like also large scale, like galaxies and shit. Like galaxies orbit the center. That's also gravity.
Yeah, how?
What do you mean how?
How would you prove that that was gravity causing it?
Because we observed it. Yeah,
You observe gravity? Where is it?
I just told you.
No, you just told me what's causing. You told me what's gravity causing. So is it causing it or is it gravity in itself? Which one?
What?
You
Causes
said
the effect. It causes the effect, Reg Joe.
wait. So which one is it?
What are
Does
you
it
talking about?
cause is gravity the cause of things being in orbit and you see galaxies and it's bending and warping space time? Or is that gravity in itself? Which one? Pick one.
What are you
Joe, the
talking about?
explanation is the proof, Joe.
The effect is things orbiting, yeah, and the
Mhm.
gravity is the cause.
So the gravity is the cause. Okay. What scientific
Yeah, and
study shows
effect
gravity being the cause?
is
What scientific study shows that gravity is the cause? Which means you would have to be able to manipulate this gravity. After
observations of it. Observations.
Great.
So the cause of the effect.
Huh?
You're saying the effect that we see is planets orbiting, and then you're saying the cause is gravity. And then and then we ask you to prove the cause of the effect, and then you say the effect again.
What are you talking
And you
about?
don't
You
realize,
can't.
and you don't
You are
realize,
asking me
you
what's
don't
the cause and
realize.
effect of.
Hold on, bro. All right, calm down. You don't realize that that's circular reasoning. That's a big problem for a whole bunch of reasons.
No, this is this is unicorn fallacy demonstrated.
Yeah, it is the unicorn fallacy. It's the Glober's like go-to.
You guys can talk. As soon as you point out the flaw in his reasoning, or hold his feet to the fire, he goes, "What? Huh?"
No. It's the unicorn fallacy demonstrated. Oh yeah, it's the gravity. It's in my garage. It's causing all of this stuff. Okay, show me the gravity. No. The gravity is actually the things that's yeah. But where's the gravity? It's in my garage. Okay, we at the garage. But see, it's causing all this stuff.
Bro, it is the unicorn fallacy to a T.
Great. You guys done?
Yeah, we done. Just show us where the gravity is.
Yeah, you cooked, bro. You cooked yourself. Congratulations. You're done. Well done. Well done. Like charcoal.
Oh God, we gotta record this. Unicorn
Just
fallacy.
like I said, you guys are not happy with the explanation. Beyond that, we have a lot of proof here, a lot of proofs that Earth cannot be flat, a lot of them, and it doesn't even have to be scientific. It's just observations which you want to watch.
So we
So
moving.
you guys don't want to talk about that because
Yes, we
you
do.
always say
Yes, we
don't
do.
know. That's
Hold on, don't say we don't.
we know.
We love talking about observations. Now okay, so the gravity discussion's done and dusted. Now we're gonna go on to this curvature formula that you put in the side chat. Okay, so and we're gonna compare that to the real world through observation, like you just said. That's a great idea. Okay, so you can go first. Do you have an observation that validates that this illustration that you've put in the side chat matches up with reality? Go ahead.
I ain't going ahead. We ain't talking about that. We're talking what I want to talk about. Yeah, because
This is what you wanted to talk about because you posted it in the side chat, bro. At 2 minutes after the hour, you posted it. You were trying to get away from the gravity talk, right? Before you got completely cooked. Okay, but that's over now. And you tried to talk about the curvature. You just said that we don't want to talk about the curvature. And then as soon as I engage you and start trying to talk about the curvature, you said that's not what you want to talk about. So you kind of contradict yourself a lot. And you are unmuted again. Go ahead.
cool, bro. Let's not talk because if you're just gonna keep muting me, it's not a debate. Yeah, you feel some type of way. Good,
No,
keep doing it.
if you can talk in good faith and have a normal conversation, you won't need to be muted, right? So you posted the curvature formula in the side chat,
What?
and now you don't want to talk about it. You accused us of not wanting to talk about the curvature, which was a lie. That's why I muted you, bro. If you start lying, you're gonna get muted straight away. So
Lying?
I can. Yeah, you said we don't want to talk about the curvature, and
Who
then I
said
muted
that?
you because you said it. This is all
When did
recorded.
I say it? You have a recording of this conversation?
Yes, there's two.
When did I
You just
say
said
it?
it. Bro, go to the live stream. I can put you on mute so you can go do it if you want. So there's 2 live streams, okay? Go to the bots at the top of the channel, okay? The 2 YouTube bots, and then just go back a few minutes and listen to yourself say that we don't want to talk about the curvature.
Great. Let me figure that out.
Okay.
Let me figure that stupid shit out. How you go?
Nice way of avoiding about talking about the curvature.
Listen,
Huh?
let me tell you what I said. Yeah.
Huh?
When I posted that thing inside chat, yeah, I said this is the example of when I give proof, explanation to something to you guys say, but it's based off of a globe model. So how did you get circumference of the Earth? That's what I posted. I never said you guys don't want to talk about curvature. You're putting words in my mouth.
You're saying we don't want to talk about the picture. What is the picture explaining?
Stop putting words in my mouth. Yeah. First of all, I never said you guys don't want to talk about curvature because I don't want to talk about curvature because we've been over it 10 times in last 3 days. And I'm saying, let me speak, man. Let me speak. Reg Joe, you gotta stop interrupting me, man. Okay, man. Listen.
You provided some proof.
Shut
in
up,
the
man. Are you going? Do you know how to conversate?
in the chat.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Hey, DJ ain't gonna mute Reg Joe. DJ ain't gonna mute Reg Joe. That's what I know. It's his boy.
You're in our house, bro.
But,
You're in our
but
house. You
listen,
got to. Yeah, you're in our
your
house.
house, huh?
Remember that.
So your boy can interrupt me all he.
This is Reg Joe's house as well, right? So you all over the place with your arguments. Okay, so maybe you can pick what you want to talk about next. How about that? Go ahead. What's the topic that you want to talk about?
There you go. That's how I like you, DJ. Thank you, man. Let me present my point. Yeah. So what I came to talk about today is we've been over the satellites. You guys don't know how it's propelled. And
Don't lie. Yeah. Okay.
What?
Okay. All right. Okay. There's no need to bring up the previous thing, right? So I
Okay.
asked you what you want to talk about. Go ahead.
Great.
Don't give me a summary
Now,
of the previous conversation.
Now, let's go to another easily observable proof. As you said, you guys like observable things. Yep.
Moving on.
So
Gotcha.
we can easily observe. Yeah. There's 24-hour sun on our planet.
yeah.
Do you guys agree or not with this shit?
Got you.
Reg
Okay.
Joe, what you say, big fella? You agree with 24-hour sun or not?
We got you. 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right?
On the poles, bruh.
Right?
On the poles, bruh. Both poles.
Well, I don't know anything about any of both poles, but I do know you guys claim 24-hour sun. Got you.
And what's your explanation on a flat plane? How can you get 24-hour sun on the poles, but not in the middle or anywhere else? How you get it on a flat plane?
I don't know. It's the sun is in the sky.
There you go. That's basically my point. When you guys are confronted with easily observable evidence, which own two eyes you can see, you guys just say we don't know and you move on. That's not that's being willfully ignorant. Yeah.
Yeah, we can debunk it. We can debunk it really quickly and easily.
Yeah,
What?
because you gotta make a
Debunk
claim
it.
otherwise. Like you can't put it on us and say, well, why is there a 24-hour sun? I mean, is you making a claim about the 24-hour sun? You haven't even explained that yet.
And we're also trying.
Let's go with the stand.
Excuse me, one sec, please, real quick. I want to clarify something for you. We're also trying to. We're also trying to say to you.
vegan channel.
Sorry, what we're also trying to say to you is what we observe in the sky does not provide drop over distance on the ground. Okay. Whether it's a 24-hour sun, whether it's a 24-hour sun or a planet that moves left or right or this or that, or that doesn't make the ground bend.
But what do you think it is? You think the 24-hour sun make the ground bend, gunslinger? That's what because you did tell DJ earlier that you wasn't trying to talk about the curve, but yet you showed a diagram basically demonstrating the curve. And now you're talking about the 24-hour sun that actually requires you to have a curve.
There you go. You guys always bend.
Do you or don't you want to talk about the curve? Because you said you didn't want to talk about it earlier. So do you or don't you want to talk about the curve? Because we willing to do that.
You done talking with yourself, Rick Joe? You done talking with yourself?
I'm asking you a question. Do you want to talk about the curve now or no?
Didn't I say 2 minutes ago I don't want to talk about the curve? Didn't I say that? You wasn't listening, huh?
So
nah, I see what you mean.
The 24 hours by itself means nothing then, right? With the ground. It means
cool story, bro. I ain't listening to you either now. Listen now. So we got
So the 24-hour sun, according to Gunslinger, is not proven curvature because he don't want to talk about it. So it has nothing to do with. I mean, I don't have no problems with 24-hour sun is not proving any curvature. Thanks, Gunslinger.
This is what I'm telling you guys. When we present you with easily observable facts like 24-hour sun, which can only fit on a globe model, you guys just put your hands up and say, we don't know.
What globe?
And that's what I'm telling you guys.
No, you're not talking about the curve right now. Remember, you told DJ it had nothing to do with the curve. You're not talking about the curvature of the Earth. the radius value that you definitely need to be standing antipodal to look at a 24 sun upside down. But you're not talking about gravity. Remember, you threw away gravity earlier, and you're not talking about
I'm close to
curvature.
muting this guy. I'm
So
close
what
to muting this guy.
24-hour sun gunslinger? I don't got to worry about it because you still
So
travel.
what I want to get to you fellas is a flat plane. You guys cannot show me any way
I'm
you
not done.
can get a 24-hour sun. That's what I'm telling you guys. But you guys get back. Hold on, let me mute Rick Joe. I cannot listen to this dude.
I'm
I
agreeing
cannot
with you.
listen. Hold on, let
Okay.
me mute this guy.
Okay, Gun. I'm agreeing with you.
Jesus Christ, this guy cannot shut up, man. All right.
Gun. I'm agreeing with you.
So what I wanted to tell you guys is,
I'm agreeing with you, Gun.
and I'm talking to you, DJ and Flatman, and Alaskan dude.
Oh man.
When I give you the 24-hour sun thing, you
Gotcha.
guys cannot say one thing about how it works, but we
I
got
got to say something about it.
explanations how it works, yeah. And that's why I say we
That's all you
can.
have.
Yeah, we know
Huh?
the answer. We don't making claims about the sun.
You said what, DJ?
I said you only have explanations, right? But your explanation has a pre-requirement, which would be that the Earth must be curving over distance. Okay, your explanation doesn't work if you don't have the requirement for the explanation. It's called a prerequisite. Okay, that would be that the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, if you don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, then your whole claim falls short. Okay, we can debunk your claim through our observations, and you don't have any claims that validate that the Earth is actually a globe in the first place to be able to make the secondary claim
of a 24-hour sun.
And that's what we always come to. Bottom line is we guys, me and you guys do not agree on curve and all the other things. Let's begin with the curve. We do not agree on a curve. So you guys say it's you observe light not bending over the distance. It should be
No, we
bending.
didn't say that. Okay, this is where you go on mute for strawman fallacy. Okay, I don't want to do it, but I will. Okay, so don't put words in our mouth. Nobody said that. Nobody said what you just said we said. Okay, so that's incorrect.
Didn't you say you guys do experiments where light doesn't bend over?
No, nobody said anything about light not bending or deviating. Light can deviate through a medium.
What I wanted to say, you guys, when you do experiments, it doesn't show a curve, right? That's what I want to say.
There is no curve. Yeah, yeah. And
That's what I wanted
when we
to
do
tell you.
tests, they're not. When we do tests, right? Yeah, there's no curvature detected, and you don't have any evidence of curvature to begin with. It doesn't exist.
But remember, you threw that away earlier. You told us you
So
didn't want to talk
basically,
about it.
we will always boil it down to this because you guys say you don't see a curve, but we say you do see a curve, and we can explain it with refraction. Yeah.
No, you can't.
And that's where
you can't explain it with refraction. Refraction doesn't explain this, right? I bet you can't even define refraction correctly.
I bet you can't either.
You just know how to make that noise with your mouth, and you think that if you say that noise, right, then that debunks the observation, whereas you probably have no idea once I dig into it with you.
Okay, let's not dig into it right now because we've been over it 10 times already. We've been over it 10 times. And bottom line is, you guys, when we give you the explanation, you say you cannot prove it. And let's say we cannot prove it even there. But we have other observable things on this planet which you guys don't have any explanations for or observations, but we have observations and explanations for it. But you guys are satisfied with saying we don't know. That's the
We have
difference.
the same observation. We all have this. We all have the same observation, right? But you have an explanation which you can't back up because you can't even provide validation of the prerequisites for the explanation to be a real thing enough, right? And I have empirical evidence that the Earth is not a globe, right? I can present you with empirical evidence all day long, right? And you're not going to be able to present any empirical evidence. You're going to talk about things in the sky that you can't validate, and we're going to try to talk about the actual Earth, which is the thing in question. That's what's going to happen.
Great. And what I wanted to tell you, for things you guys don't even have explanations, we have explanations and observations.
Cool. You can't
And
back the explanations up. So it's
and
useless.
what you guys have and we don't is you guys deny a lot of things that are happening in reality. I mean, you guys say they don't, but we say they do. So that's also a giant issue with you guys. And you guys cannot do a lot of things we can, because on a
Like
flat
what?
plane you guys cannot arrange continents to fit flight planes.
How did you validate
Flight
the arrangement of the continents? How did you validate the arrangement of the continents?
just calculate flight paths of airplanes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
Is
really.
is that how they determined where the
No, but
continents are?
you're asking me how to arrange
Well,
them.
that's not how they
I'm
did
telling
it,
you
right?
how.
That's not how they did it.
What do you mean they somebody
Planes aren't measuring
also
devices.
humans didn't arrange continents.
That's
Continents
not how the
came.
globe. Okay, so before they had planes, did they not have a globe?
They did have a globe, but I'm not
Okay, so
telling
they
you.
didn't do it by that method that you just suggested then.
You asked me how can you determine the position of continents, and I
No,
told
I
you
didn't
there's an
ask
easy
you
method.
that. I didn't ask you that. You asked me
What did you
that.
ask me?
You said that there's certain things that you can do as a globe earther that we can't do as a flat earther,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
the location of continents.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you said it's done by calculating plane flight travel, and then I asked
No.
you if they had a globe before that, and you said yes. So that invalidates your
Okay.
claim that was how they did it. So how did they come
Yeah.
up with the globe? How did
Okay.
they measure the globe?
I didn't understand. You asked me how scientists
You didn't
arrange
understand what
planets on
you
a.
said, right? Yeah, I had to explain to you what you said, which is kind of
Okay,
crazy.
DJ, chill. So I didn't get that you were asking me how scientists arrange planets on a globe. If you're asking me that, I will happily answer you. There was explorers way before they believed even Earth was a globe, before anything, that explored the world and mapped all of the continents
Oh,
out.
so flat earthers.
Yeah, flat earthers. There you go.
So
Flat
flat
earthers
earthers made
mapped
the
the
maps you're
globe. Yeah,
talking about.
yeah,
Flat
yeah,
earthers
yeah,
mapped out
yeah,
the globe, did they?
yeah, yeah. And you know how it goes
Which
on
flat
a
earther
flat.
mapped out the globe? Which flat earther mapped out the globe? What was his name?
Some Turkish guy.
Okay, and did he become a globe earther after that? Or did he stay a flat
Nah,
earther?
that was way after his time, I think.
Okay, so he mapped out the globe but stayed a flat earther, even though he mapped out the globe.
Flat earther. I don't even know what they thought about.
Which Turkish guy are you talking about?
I think there was some a Turkish explorer that mapped out the world way before, like the Western society did it.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
who he was though.
Okay, what was his map? Which map did he make? What's it called?
I don't know what's it called, bro. I'm just telling you. But listen, the thing is, on flat plane, yeah, flight paths don't make sense. You understand that?
Oh my god, how do they not make sense?
If you go on there's no way you can arrange continents on a flat plane that for it to go, for it to have a flight from Australia to
Oh
South
wow,
Africa.
wow, it's circled again, right back to the start. Right. So how did you determine where the continents are?
Oh my God, mate! We got how did I
You
determine?
circled just back around to the start again.
Come on, mate. We know where you think humans don't know where the continent is.
You just said flat earthers worked out where the continents are. That was your
Yeah,
argument.
but they didn't. They didn't say it's like. How do you say it in English? It's not like. What's it called? What's the word? Jesus Christ.
Hey, gamer tag, you are hot micing. That's why I muted you. I can unmute you and see if you're not hot micing now. Maybe we can talk to a different global. All right, this guy's kind of boring.
Hi, DJ. Hi. Bottom line is, on a flat plane, you cannot have.
Sorry, I didn't know I was hot micing.
That's all good, bro.
On a flat plane, you cannot have flight paths that are going on right now.
Why not?
Bottom line for me.
Which one?
Because Australia to South Africa.
Why would that not work on a flat plane?
Because you cannot arrange Earth
and continents in such a way that a flight from Australia to South Africa would take X amount of time, and then you
Really?
would compare.
What map are you
Yeah,
basing that off? What map are you basing that conclusion off?
any way you can arrange continents on a flat Earth, because we agree you can circle the equator, right, from the start to finish, like from one point.
Circle the equator.
300.
Who circled the equator? What was his name?
Are you
Cont.
hearing me? It's
You
theoretically
just said we can
possible.
circle the equator. Okay, and I
Yeah.
asked you who did that. So out of we, right, and me, you, and all of humanity and all of
I
history,
said you can
who
circle
circled
the
the?
equator.
Oh,
I
really?
gave
Can
a
I?
point. Yeah,
No, I
you
don't think
can.
I can do that. I can't do it.
Why not?
No one's ever done it. I can't do it. I don't have the resources to do that. So who did?
You don't
Who
have
did it?
resources
It's
to
just a
travel to
hypothetical.
You
To
can. You
do
don't have.
to do something that no other human has ever done, and do a perfect circle around the equator. If the equator is actually a perfect circle, you know the equator is actually in the sky.
You know that you are saying you're not able to travel from America to like Japan, then to
That's not going
Russia,
around the equator.
then
That's not going in a
to.
circle around the equator.
Why is it not?
It's not a circular path, and you're not following the equator. That's what.
So you're
Just
saying
going,
if you
just
travel,
going from
let's
one
say,
location to another.
yeah, let's say you're an equator and start going east. You're saying you won't arrive to the same point you started from.
East and west are circles.
Huh?
Yeah, east and west are circles. Wow, newsflash. Wow, big shock. Cardinal direction, basics 101. Do you think they're
Are
straight lines?
you hearing my question?
Do you think east is a straight line or a circle?
Are you gonna answer my question or not? Do you believe if you start at the equator and go east, follow east, you will not arrive back at the same point you started from? Just heading east.
Yeah. Is east a straight line or is east
Why
a
are you not
circle?
answering my question, man?
I haven't done it, right? Because I don't know exactly, right? The
okay.
magnetic field lines and whatnot are all crazy. So I'm just asking you a simple question, okay? So in a debate, defining terms is very important. So when you say east, are you aware what east is? And that east is a circle. And you could go in a circle east around a globe and come back to where you started. Or you could go on a flat plane around, you could go directly east and come back to where you started, because east is not a straight line. So I don't know if you think east is a straight line.
East is not. East is a direction. It's not a circle. It's not anything you yapping about,
Really?
right? Yeah,
Really?
east is not a circle.
So if I have a compass and I go east, right?
Yeah, it's
if
a direction.
I go due east, okay, am I going to continue in a straight path? Let's say I have a steering wheel and I have a plane, okay, and I want to go east in my plane. Do I hold the steering wheel still and go in a straight line, or do I have to keep correcting the steering wheel and eventually go in a big circle to get back to where I started?
Why does that matter in my question? I presented to you 5 minutes ago.
Because I don't think you understand the basics of cardinal directions.
Great. Now,
East and west
can
are
you answer my
circles.
question I'm asking you? You're saying you won't arrive at the same point you
East
started
and west
from.
are circles. If you go around in a circle, I did answer your question, really, didn't I? Because
What did you say? What did you say?
Okay, so I said east and west are circles. Okay, obviously, if you follow a circle, you're going to come back to where you started. Obviously, I don't need to say that, right? Because I already said it. Okay, now I'm asking you: Do you think that east is a circle or a straight line?
No, it's a direction.
Which would take you in a circle back to where you started?
Yeah, but it's not a circle, it's a direction. East, when you say east, you don't say east is a circle, it's a direction. It would take you in a circle, but it's not a circle.
Let's just
it's
say
a direction.
hypothetically.
Yeah,
okay,
hypothetically, it is a
think
circle,
about this. Think about this. Yeah, hypothetically. So it is a circle. It's not a straight line.
Hypothetically, yeah.
So you don't go east in a straight line, right?
Okay.
Okay, why would that not work on a flat surface?
Because you cannot circle flat surfaces. You cannot
can't go in a circle
all
around a
around
flat
Earth, yeah?
Really?
All around Earth, circling.
You can't go in a circle on a flat
And
surface.
then, listen,
Have you ever
that's
drawn a
exactly
circle on a piece of paper? Have you ever drawn a circle on a piece of paper?
Listen, that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why arranging continents on flat planes doesn't make sense, because you cannot circle on a flat plane while continents are arranged how they are. You understand that?
Nobody's ever
If
gone
you
in a
could,
circle, in a perfect
there you go.
circle.
You think
East.
nobody has gone in a circle? There you go. You
No,
think
no.
nobody?
I said nobody, right? Nobody has ever gone east or west in a perfect circle and come back to where they started again. But on a flat plane or on a globe, if you go east or west, you should come back to where you started again. Right? If you simplify it.
Yeah. But you cannot arrange by using that reference point. Also, you cannot arrange planets on a flat Earth.
Dude, if I just say I was at a certain point on a football field and there was a big magnet in the middle. Okay, and let's call that little point that I was standing on Japan. Okay, just as a hypothetical. Okay, and then I got a compass and I'm going to go east. Okay, I'm going to go in a circle and I'm going to come back to Japan again on the flat football field.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
And using that, for you to circle something on a flat plane, there needs to be north and south on a flat plane. You agree with me?
You don't think you? Yeah, I just gave you an example of a football field
Great,
with a magnet
great. Follow
in the
me.
middle.
Follow me now. Follow me now.
Mhm.
So on the flat plane, how do you have proportionally wide circles on the north and south poles on a flat plane?
Because that I didn't say that the flat Earth map operates
There
in that
you
way.
go.
I didn't say north is in the center. That's why I was asking you what map you have in your
No, not
mind.
in the center.
Because
Not-
you're
not-
thinking, okay, so where's is north in the center on the flat plane that you're thinking of? In
No,
your
no,
head?
no, no, no. Who said that? North is is in the center. Yeah.
On the flat Earth.
Yeah. That's
How
how.
did you determine that? How did you
Because of
determine that?
magnetic, electromagnetic of the
No,
magnetic
why is
poles.
that
Yeah.
the center? I could put the magnet anywhere on the football field. That doesn't mean it's in the center of the football field.
But you can go to the center. Yeah. You can
How do
see
you know
where
it's
the
the
center is
center?
on
How do you
our
know it's the
Earth.
center? How
You
do you
can
know it's the
find the
center?
center on our Earth.
How do you know it's the center?
Because when you take compasses on a North Pole, yeah, your compasses will go retarded.
The magnetic field. 1 second, Reg. I just want to make this point. I'm going to go on mute for a bit.
Man, don't listen
1
to no
second.
Reg, man. Come on, don't bring
second.
that.
Gunslinger, hold on a second. You're going to talk to Reg in a second. Okay.
Hell no.
The magnetic field lines, they like north and south, magnetic north and magnetic south. It doesn't match up with the globe. It doesn't match up with the globe. Yeah, it doesn't.
What do you mean?
The geographic North Pole.
Yeah.
Right?
We agree. No,
Directly
I'm not saying that.
under
I'm not saying that.
Polaris. Okay.
I'm
That
not saying
doesn't
that.
align with the magnetic field. That doesn't work
Yes,
with the
but
globe.
it's like a couple miles off and it moves.
No,
We
it
know
isn't.
that.
Not a couple of miles off.
Yeah, it is.
Not a couple. No, it isn't.
How far is it off? Either way, but listen, I never said geographic and magnetic poles are at the same point. I never said that. But why are you switching the topic? Let's go back to this. Yes, you are, because this is what I wanted to talk about. Why don't you have proportionally wide circles on a flat plane on the north and south poles of your magnet?
That's just based off where the magnet points to. That has nothing to
Great.
do with the
Great.
Yeah, that has nothing to
Great.
do with the entirety of the layout of the Earth. We're not even
Great.
claiming to know that.
Are you claiming we know where magnetic poles are on Earth?
Yeah, we know where the compasses point to. Yeah.
No, but are
The
there magnetic
field
poles?
lines are all over the place. There's all sorts of anomalies, and even on the globe Earth side, they can't explain the magnetic system on the Earth. They
Okay,
can't
but
explain
do
it.
we know where the poles are on Earth?
What are you defining
Magnetic
as a
poles.
pole?
Magnetic poles. Do we know where magnetic poles are on Earth? I'm
We know
asking you
where
that.
we know where magnetic north is and magnetic south. Yeah.
Great. So
There's
how do you
actually
map
two.
out?
There's actually two south magnetic points, isn't there?
Great.
on Earth?
I know. But how do you map out a flat plane, considering you have two magnetic poles?
You said flat Earth has mapped it out. That's what.
Come on, bro. Don't change the topic, man. Stay with me. Stay with me.
You don't use that to map the Earth. That's not how you make a map.
But it's a reference point. What are you talking about?
Are you confusing latitude and longitude with like magnetic field lines?
Man, come on, man. Stick with me. Don't change the topic. Listen, we agreed you can circle from east to west in circles, yeah, and you have considering that you have a north and a south magnetic pole, and considering all that, you cannot map a flat Earth or arrange continents considering those two things, that you can circle the Earth and you have magnetic north and south poles, because you know why? Because latitudes would not be proportional near the south and the north magnetic poles.
Yeah.
That's why.
Latitude and longitude are based off elevation angles to Polaris and the path of the
Oh
sun.
my God, man.
You're
Oh
an
my
idiot.
God.
You have no idea what
Oh
you're
my
talking
God,
about,
man.
bro.
You went with the idiot. You went to insulting me. Now we were so close to figuring this shit out.
Dude,
This
you
is the exact
are
proof.
bricked. You're
This
bricked.
is the exact proof for you to stop being a flat earth. I'm telling you right now. We're so close. I got you, man. You got to listen to me just a little bit longer.
Reg, your mic's not working, man. Just letting you
Come
know.
on, DJ, stick with me, man. Just one more time. Listen.
You think
Consider.
that longitude and latitude is to do with the magnetic field
Man,
line, so
come on,
you
man.
have
Listen
no idea
to
what
me,
you're
man.
talking about.
Man, listen. Just one more minute.
What's
Give me
latitude?
1 minute.
What's latitude? How did they come up with latitude? 1 second. Let's try say.
BJ, come on, man. Stick with me, man. We were so close. Come on, man. Listen, man. We were so
Still
close.
Let's just think DJ about to correct you on with
DJ,
latitude. And
so this is the whole point. You cannot arrange continents to match today's flight paths and flight times, which are easily checkable. You can do it yourself. You can fly anywhere. You cannot arrange continents considering you can take a circle eastward and westward on our planet. Yeah, and that there are
No.
north and south magnetic poles, because on a
That has
flat
nothing
Earth
to do with
it is not
longitude and
possible.
latitude, bro. Shush. Right?
Come
You
on,
can't
man.
say
How you
5
ain't
different
getting?
things. No, you
How
don't
you
get
met?
it, right? You have
How?
no idea how the coordinate system was derived, right? It was based off the
Come
sky.
on,
Yeah, you have
come
no idea
on,
what you're
man.
talking about.
Come on, man.
Bro,
Come
I'm
on. We
gonna put
got
you on.
magnets,
All
man.
right, this is the problem, man. Okay, you said a whole bunch of things, and I patiently let you until you started scattergunning, right, and going from point to point. Then as soon as I start replying to you, you just keep talking brain rot over the top of me, come on, man, come on, man. Why should I even unmute you at this point? You're ridiculous, right? You're just making a fool of yourself.
No, he don't understand what latitude longitude is. He think it's based off a magnetic line. It's not. That's not how they derive maps at all. And north, south, east, and west is still linear measurements. Even if you're going north and south, you're not going up and down the globe. You're going or in and out or anything of that nature. You're still going horizontal. You're still traveling horizontally. North, south, east, and west is based on travel and navigation. The magnetic poles is only a sense of direction, but not even the globe make direct claims or objective claims about magnetic poles. And they have two in the south that they claim that move. So I mean, what is you even talking about when you're talking about maps? That's not even relevant. You're talking about north, south, east, and west. You got to look at how are you traveling north, south, east, and west. And when you are usually traveling north, south, east, and west, especially on the plane, you're traveling with the plane level in those directions, because those directions is linear, which means that the plane is traveling horizontally, back and forth, wherever it's going. And latitude, longitude are measurements that they get from the sky as one of the reference points using a right angle triangle elevation angle in order to get ground positions on the Earth's surface, the ground that the observer is standing on, which they call surface level. You guys have a claim that it's a tangent that is underneath the surface level that you actually getting the measurements from, because all measurements and navigations and geographical points where you have to use those geographical points to travel from where the observer is standing to those geographical points is on that same level, surface level line. So even if you want to say that these are sky measurements, those are just reference to the sky, but it still have to be parallel to Earth's surface. And since it's going in the parallel, in the straight line, in the horizontal sense, that prerequisite always is already a prerequisite of a flat Earth anyway. The elevation angles is just basically correcting the change from that level. But you guys have a claim that it's actually the level line, the true level line is actually curving underneath the observer. So you have to basically prove that before you even talk about magnetic poles, south poles, and making maps and things of that nature. We already know how maps are made. Maps are made with those measurements, with elevation
My
angles
man.
correct, bro.
Yeah. So you want to still talk about it or not, DJ?
I mean, DJ, our
Huh?
DJ and I already corrected you of what latitude, longitude is. You got that
DJ, you hear
misunderstanding.
me?
How it has something to do with north magnetic poles. It had nothing to do with maps.
DJ ain't here.
Yeah, Gunslinger, I'm getting bored talking with you, right? Because you have no idea what you're talking about. So I got some work to do, so I'm going to get back to work. And it's an open panel, so anyone can talk to you. You should respond to what Reg Joe just said to you.
Man, Red Joe don't know how to conversate. He's interrupting me all the time.
Okay.
He ain't civilized.
Great. Do you understand that
But
latitude,
yeah, I
longitude?
can talk to somebody else.
You just started over talking Reg Joe as soon as he started talking right then. You're the
I
one.
got him
You're
muted.
projecting the way you're acting onto him. It's ridiculous.
I got him muted.
Getting sick of your shit.
Oh,
You got muted for interrupting me.
Yeah, but I muted Ray Joe. I don't hear him. That's why I interrupted him.
he muted him? Oh.
Yeah, because he's interrupting me all the time. I cannot talk.
All I did was ask you what gravity was. How was interrupting you? Okay, yeah, he can't hear me. Well, what happened is, and the reason why Gunslinger muted me is because he came to me and DJ about satellite. That's what he really wanted to talk about. He wanted to talk about Starlink and the satellites. He was complaining on how I guess DJ muted him about, I guess, suppressing or censoring him from talking about satellites because it's supposed to be the flat Earth killer. So I say, well, he's asked us, how is the satellites propelling? Because we don't see gas or whatever. So I said, wait, we'll give you the orbit if you want to say, but you're going to have to explain gravity first. Because if you say that the satellites is traveling in orbit and it doesn't need gas and it doesn't need nothing to propel it or push off air and anything of that nature, with all the stuff he was about to say, then you're going to have to prove to us gravity. He decided to not talk about gravity, and he showed us this diagram in the chat, which was basically an explanation for Earth curve. Then DJ said, okay, well, you said that we were scared to talk about Earth curve because you wanted to get away from the gravity conversation. And then you told us, well, I don't want to talk about Earth curve, and I don't want to talk about gravity. And then you wanted to talk about the 24-hour sun, which requires Earth curve and gravity to be true in order for you to be standing antipodal upside down to look at a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So now we back to this conversation about latitude and all this and that. And now you're mad at me? I'm only just asking you questions about your claim, sir. That way you could talk about 24-hour suns. If you prove gravity, if you prove Earth curve, you could talk about 24-hour sun as much as you like. And you'd be kicking all of our asses. Guess you can't because you already threw away gravity. You already threw away the 24-hour sun.
It was funny how he said that it was flat earthers that mapped out the globe, but they didn't even become globe earthers in the process.
He literally, I said, why you get mad at me, buddy? You should be getting mad at DJ. He the one that's basically, he's the one that's calling you out or you changing the topic.
So Gunslinger, you can't mute people, like you can't deafen people like that, mute people locally because it makes audio chaos. Okay, so if you want to get unmuted so you can talk, you need to take Reg Joe off mute.
Leave. Oh, gunslinger. You didn't leave.
That guy was so bricked anyway.
I mean, it wasn't me. I didn't. He threw away gravity. I ain't tell him to throw away gravity. I just told him to prove it. He threw away the Earth curve. He told DJ that he didn't want to talk about it. So you can't come back to me and you can't come back to us and say, well, look at the 24-hour sun. This disproved the flat Earth. Wait a minute. You just threw away gravity in Earth curve. It doesn't bother me about a 24-hour sun. You just say that you don't got to talk about Earth curve or gravity. And he decided to mute me because I decided to point that fact out. That's not fair. Oh, I was supposed to ignore the fact that you just couldn't prove gravity 2 seconds ago, and you just cussed out me and DJ for talking about Earth curvature and said you didn't want to talk about it, and now you want to talk about the 24-hour sun that requires both. I look like Jaren. That I was going to talk to you about a map all day. No, I'm going to talk to you about your claims that you're making, and see if you could, somehow back them up, not just provide explanations. And you didn't even provide an explanation. I mean, DJ was being nice to you by saying you actually provided an explanation. Your explanation was actually gravity is the cause of things being in orbit. Okay, show me the gravity that caused the things being in orbit. Well, things being in orbit, that's gravity. Okay, so what is the cause of gravity? Gravity is the cause of gravity. That's not me. That's you saying that. And that's what's hilarious about it is that we were just talking about the unicorn fallacy. I'm going to use that, DJ. I'm going to use that. I'm still in it. I'm going to say DJ unicorn fallacy. I'm going to give it the proper name.
Please do. That's a good one. It works. They do it every argument. They use the unicorn fallacy.
We are 2 ways. I'm sorry. We are 2 years away from proving that unicorns exist.
Yep.
All we are is we've got every link except for the one in the middle.
Excuse me, is Jedi here?
He was here earlier, but he's not here at the moment.
Hey, Brother Neil.
The unicorn stole my car yesterday. I can't prove that he stole my car, but I'm pretty sure we're working my insurance.
So I'm just checking with Jedi, and I can't seem to escape freaking promotions from a show that's coming on at 1:00. But it sounds like the title of the show, he's taking a shot at Jedi.
Yep.
And I take that personal because if everybody knows the story of me and Jedi, if it wasn't for Jedi, I would never even be here. He had the patience to guide an old man through how to work these things when they locked us down and we were stuck in our house and I was losing my mind and I needed something to do. It was Effie Jedi that calmly talked me through and got me to where I am, where I was able to get involved. And I don't like when people do shows on them. So let's see the way this goes. I'm not going to be watching because I don't watch the treacherous treasonous traitor anymore.
Yep, totally hear you, Neil. Completely agree. Yeah, and doing a hit piece on freaking Jedi, man. That guy's like an OG, super calm guy, super structured arguments. and the person that's doing the show acts like Jedi's best buddy whenever they were actually talking on the stream. So it's just nonsense. But yeah, we shouldn't give it any promotion.
Well, at least listen. If I'm saying something wrong, take me to the side, get in touch with me, and say, "Yo, listen, I'm listening. What the hell are you talking about?" And then show me where what I'm saying is not correct. Because maybe you're not correct. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be done in a public display like that. Not Jedi, you know? Indio, that whole thing, Indio should have freaking stopped that guy right from the beginning, that blitz, and took control of the conversation. Don't let this guy freaking lead you down that path. So that was my only beef with Indio during that time. Just don't let this freaking guy take you freaking down. You got the upper hand. You know what Earth is. He's got a belief. But yeah, I don't like the way it's going. Everything's going crazy since this freaking stupid TFE nonsense.
Or him attacking Yoder. That was not appropriate either.
Well, who put the list together of bad arguments? I'm confused on that.
There was a few people, right? The list was taken out of context by people that didn't listen to the explanation of the list. It wasn't saying that they're bad arguments. It was saying that the way some people present some of the arguments is wrong. For example, NASA admits that, like NASA says in some of their flight dynamics summaries and things like that, that we treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Now, some flat earthers will say, we have found documents that NASA has where they admit that the Earth is flat. And it could be said that that's a bad argument because that's not what NASA means when they're saying that. Right? They're saying that for simplification purposes, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for aircraft. Hold on, let me finish real quick. Right? So for our aircrafts that go below a certain speed and a certain altitude, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary for simplification purposes. We also say the plane doesn't have any fuel, etc. Right? They're not admitting that the Earth is flat, but people will say that we found these documents that where NASA actually admits that the Earth is flat and we've busted them, right? But a good way it's not a bad argument, because a good way to use that argument would be to say, isn't it interesting that NASA has to assume that the Earth is flat in their calculations for their aircraft?
No,
right?
I disagree. I say they have to treat the Earth as flat because that's what it is. Now,
Yeah,
I
I
never
agree
use
with
that
that.
as an argument, but there's no simplification. It is what it is. And they're
Right, but
saying it. They are admitting it in that way, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah,
You can't
it's
just
just
come in and say, look, they're saying they're admitting to it's flat. No, they're admitting that they have no other alternative. I
exactly. So
understand what
it's
you're
a good
saying.
argument. Yeah, it can be a good argument. It can also come across as like a kind of fallacious argument on our part. But that maybe is not the best example. But it's not like some people took the list as like, don't flat earthers aren't allowed to use these arguments because they're bad arguments.
Right, well, but that's what we're
Most of
saying.
the ones,
We were asking, like, where is the one where it tells you why, like you just explained, and nobody could provide that for us because
yeah,
I know we
there is.
looked at it too.
Yeah, we did a whole show
Here's
on it, and
the-
we went over every
The
single
thing
one.
is, all art is, if you're treating it like it's an argument already, right? You already, because this is an observational type thing. So
Correct.
it's supposed to be an obvious thing whether or not the Earth is flat. Just like for the globe, it's supposed to be obvious that it's a globe, right? So if it's for a flat earther, basically coming across to the glober, and the flat earther just basically says you have to present the argument it's a flat Earth. Everybody treats the Earth as if it's flat. Everybody navigates the Earth as if it's flat. Every measurement that we take of the Earth, we assume we take the measurements to be flat, and you have to present it on the other side of saying, far as the globe, you guys have a claim that it's a globe based on mathematical studies. So the way you have to explain it and get it into the audience head is, what we're doing far as flat earthers, is we're showing you that the way the earth is being treated, the way that it's being experienced, the way that it's being navigated, everything that we do with it, we're treating it as if it's flat. We are having a flat earth experience. And far as with the globe, on the other hand, they have a claim that, and the claim is based on mathematics, reference, and things within that nature, which is not actually in nature. So the burden of proof is not on us because we are already showing you that everybody already treating the earth as flat. So that argument of NASA basically admitting that they have to basically treat the earth as flat and stationary in order for them to do anything with aircraft, far as building an aircraft, far as the mechanical studies of that aircraft. That's just basically to counteract all of the globers that say things like, "Oh, well, without gravity, you wouldn't have cell phone," stuff like that. Like, oh, well, actually,
exactly.
people have to treat the Earth as if it's flat. The burden is on you to show us
It's no
the
problem.
curve.
Just show us the measurements of curvature, and we'll fully accept it.
Exactly. It's the prerequisite to all the additional claims. That's what we need. It's always going to come back to that. But look, with the list, it originated from sometimes like a flat earther will make a really bad argument, right? Like we'll get some guy from TikTok or something will come in, they'll find our channel, they'll come in, they'll be talking to a glober, and then all of a sudden they'll start talking about the ice wall, or they'll start talking about that the AE map is like the literal map of the earth, or they'll start posting pictures of out of focus stars and say that's like, if you look at like the first stuff on the list, it started with me and Yoda in DM saying, isn't it like, let's make a list about how, and try to stop people come in and making bad arguments, right? Like another one that annoys me that I hear very occasionally, in fact, I heard one flat earther use it today, was that if you see a boat go out into the horizon and it starts to disappear bottom up, right, and you can only see the top of the boat and the bottom looks like it's hidden behind the horizon, you can zoom in and bring the whole boat back to view again, right? So
That's
it started
not always
out.
the case.
It's not the case, exactly. So exactly, bro. So
I
it's
never
stuff
use
like
that.
that.
We had Jin use that the
Never.
other day. We do not like that, but with the freaking binocular bullshit.
Yep, completely agree. If a boat goes out of view, that you can't see it anymore, it's just because its angular size got smaller and smaller and smaller, and you can't resolve
Correct.
it anymore. Then you can zoom back in and you can bring it back into perspective again. And that's how you would use the argument. But I'd like to challenge any flat earther to show me a boat that's disappearing bottom up, and then zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. There's not an observation that shows that.
No, you can't. It's too small.
Yeah.
Too
So
small to
that's
see.
what the list is about. And there are some of the things on the list, and some of them are awesome arguments, but they're just if you say it in the wrong way, it can come across as a really bad argument. That's all.
Yeah, you don't have like, and then to make claims like that, and you don't have no study, or you haven't studied anything in Rayleigh's criteria or anything of that nature, you're gonna get wrecked anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the first one on the list, right? AE map as a literal world map misrepresents projection as reality. Distances distort southward. Better as symbolic than literal. That's like, it started off with things like that, right? Because of some flat earthers, well, most of flat earthers out there on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook, they're pushing all those memes with the freaking AE map, and yeah, we're trying to
That
put
was
it,
debunked in 2015.
Yeah.
If I may,
Yeah.
why is that a bad argument again?
That the AE map is a literal map of, like, that the AE map is the flat Earth. That's how the flat Earth is laid out.
Okay, yes. When you do that and you say, "Hey, here's an actual idea of flat Earth," and you get the global against it, like they'll come up with all. I called this. You guys remember a character called the Negator? He used to come around and always he would just argue until you pulled your hair out. Basically, that was his shtick. His shtick was to didn't matter what you say. He'd be like that skit from Monty Python where it'd be like, "You'll come here to argue." Like, no, you didn't. Nuh-uh, that's not what it says. You're just basic horseshit. And so what you do with the AE projection is you slap a flatter sticker on it, and then when you finally get them to tell you that that is wrong, everything about it is wrong, then you drop off the top rope, give him the people's elbow, and say that's a globe. You have debunked your own model. I just said flat Earth to see what you would do with it. Then you say, so what's wrong, the globe or the math? There's two variables in that projection. If it doesn't work, and you agree it doesn't work, which part of it is wrong? And if they accept it, they tell you, oh, it does work, then you're showing, well, there's a conceptual idea of what you think a flat pizza disc would be. So either way, it's like a win-win. They say it works, or it doesn't work, and it's a way of going into globalist worldview without them really knowing it and see what they do once they figure it out. And then the backswing, you can say, this is why you shouldn't also reify a map or a model, because you're going to end up contradicting yourself with a logical fallacy.
Yep. Spot on, man.
But yeah, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Like when flat earthers say, like, this is the flat Earth and that's the ice wall that's going all around the edges and that kind of thing, right? That's trying to put a stop to that argument. Basically, the Jaren model and the David Weiss model. And,
I got
every
you there.
TikTok flat earthers model. That's all.
That's a problem. The word model. That's where it goes off the rails.
Yeah.
Honestly, it seemed like you guys is doing what like FED been doing for like the past 2 years. Complaining about
a lot of FED is like, it's like if you go back to 2020, a lot of FED and 24/7, are together in the home server. So a lot of this stuff is like it's like a combined effort, and yeah, this is not necessarily like for flat earthers. This is arguments we still hear on a daily basis, and we're just trying to put a stop to it the best we can. That's all.
Yeah,
just
basically
to try
to weed out all the bad arguments, or at least get educated about it.
Yeah, and that look, there was even some of the things on the list that even some OGs, right? Like even Jedi, a few things on there. It's like, oh damn, I need to scrap that argument. Yeah, I have used that argument. Like even some arguments I used 6 months ago or a year ago, I would never use now because I was like, oh damn, I can't believe I was using that particular argument. So yeah, constantly like trying to improve and get to a point where we, have a more solid foundation of arguments. That's all. Some people took the list out of context. They're like, oh, he's dictating that flat earthers, that this is a bad argument. No, it's just, it can be a bad argument. If you word it correctly, it can be a great argument. But look, the second one on the list, out of focus stars as anomalous entities. I think we can all agree that that's a bad argument, but there's still people in 24/7 and whatnot that will post those in the side chat. And be like, look, bro, this is what stars really look like. They're like pulsating orbs of different colors inside of like a fluid medium. And they're spirits, or, just some crazy shit.
Yeah.
The third one on the list, parabolic rocket arcs prove flat Earth. Now that's another one that's not one that I put on the list, but it's an interesting one because people, they need to take perspective into account. When you're looking at a parabolic arc of a rocket going away in the distance, we do need to remember that it's perspective, drastically making it look like it's going down. Like if you look at a plane going off in the distance, it looks like it arcs down and goes back and converges with the horizon as well. But for some reason,
I ain't hear that one in a while.
Yeah. We don't hear these too often, thank God. But yeah, there's a whole. I can post a whole list in the side chat if you want.
Yeah, I think QE. He keeps talking about QE, wasn't he?
The QE's not mentioned once in the entire list.
No, I was saying Neil. Neil was talking about QE about coming at Jedi.
Oh yeah, originally, yep.
Yeah, he came at you too, didn't he?
Yeah, he made a couple of things about me, but
Yeah, I just that's.
it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. He didn't do much good. I mean, he invited me to come on, and then I knew he would just mute me constantly the whole time I was on there. But yeah, we don't need to get into that.
That's an
It
old
was
one.
it was kind of ridiculous. Yeah, look, this is just a guy that whose feelings got hurt because he got kicked off the VCs from the politics and from the English Hub and from the PNR channel because he's just freaking too angry and just chasing all the Globers away. That's why they don't really have any Globers to talk to because you can't act that way. And we don't want that kind of behavior. Well, this is my opinion, personal opinion. We don't want that kind of behavior on the platforms, right? And then never said a word to me once, was very nice to me in DMs, always nice to me in VC. Same arguments I was making back then. Never said a word. Never said a word to Jedi. Never said a word to India. Never said a word to AI. Right, and then all of a sudden, after he gets kicked from these platforms, then all of a sudden, all of our arguments are trash, and he's our worst enemy in the whole world. I think he's just hurt. He's just hurt, bro. He wanted to be king.
Let him be hurt.
Exactly, man.
I wouldn't even take that like serious.
Yeah.
Now the stuff between him and Nathan, that's more like personal. But I like, he
that's
coming
different.
at DJ. What DJ do? I like. I just look at that like, okay, that's just an old man. Let me respect my elders. Let him say what he's going to say.
It was super simple, man. He thinks it's not worth getting angry over. It's like I think that light can deviate in a single medium, and the mainstream calls that atmospheric refraction, which, if you look at the definition of refraction, it's the deviation of an electromagnetic wave towards the denser medium. Okay, in Snell's law situation, it would be a sharp boundary layer, and it would make like a bend when it hits the sharp boundary layer, and then deviate towards the denser medium. And then in a single medium, it would be like a gradient, like a gradual deflection towards the denser medium. That's all it was about. I don't know why it got taken like to such personal levels.
About refraction.
Yeah, it was all about the word refraction and then,
this is refraction is Snell's law.
yeah.
I mean, when just to get a little background, I was a Glober. I used to try to get flat earthers with Snell's law. Like, yeah, refraction is Snell's law. Until they explain what Snell's law is, and then you go into. So maybe he's trying to say like, oh, well, you talking like a Glober because Glober's is trying to run away from Snell's law, but actually, Globers don't have no refraction to benefit them at all. And QE know that. So I don't know why he's getting. I was like, why is he getting that DJ? Because even if DJ do give them refraction, he can literally give them refraction and say you still have not proved that the globe had physical Earth curve yet because you only talking about an illusion. And QE know that because I heard QE and Brian say it multiple times. So it's like, why is he getting on DJ about that? Because that would be a good thing to do to him and say, hey, well, you only talking about an illusion at this point.
Yeah, and I'm not giving, like, I will tell them straight up if as soon as they start talking about like the refraction coefficient, and when they talk about 7/6R and they try to say like bake the globe Earth into refraction, that's begging the question. That's fallacious, and that's that's not on. That needs to be called out, right? But that's not what I was talking about. When I'm you have a look at Sky Freeze.
Yell at you. Listen, you young whippersnapper. You trying to be more clever than me?
Yeah, that's what it was, like a ego-based thing. You're going. I'm the king, and you're going against one of my main arguments, which is the Snell's law script.
Which is not. No, it's putting something else to it. You say it the way I want you to say it. Damn it. No, God, say it the way I want to say it.
Yeah, I use it as a hostile witness as well. Like it's a good hostile witness. The refraction is the glober's worst nightmare.
Well, I've been banned by QE twice.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Hello,
what's up?
Robert.
Welcome.
Hi, DJ.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well, let's go. We got a caller, so yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, make sure we keep it about the topic of the channel
Yeah.
today, Alola.
Of course. Always.
Okay,
This is my major goal.
Awesome. All right. Well, thanks for joining. And did you have any questions about the topic?
Yeah, he's
No.
been here before. You've been here before, right? I think I recognize your voice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did you have any questions about the topic or?
No.
I'm trying to think. Where did we leave off at the last time you were here? Because you did kind of leave abruptly.
Oh my god, I'm getting a call. Guys, bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Maybe he'll come back and remember it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It was like it kind of left okay. Like we got through a lot of his questions and then got to the end, and all of a sudden like made a pretty good point about something, and it flamed out after that because the conversation flamed out because it had something to do like where, but like kind of like where Earth is a globe, but it is it is a globe type of thing.
Hi there, folks. I've got a question for DJ. You mentioned that there's a list of arguments that you don't think are as useful and don't really kind of help the movement. I would really love to see that list, and I think that the sort of discussion around those sort of things is really interesting. It's to sort of see how thinking progresses and how people are refining their thinking. So if that's possible to share, I'd be really interested to see that. Thank you.
Yeah, I can share. I can put it in the side chat. I'll have to copy it in parts because it's a lot of characters. Okay, so I'll do. I think it's about 40. Yeah, it's almost 50, so it's 48 things. And it's not necessarily that they're all bad arguments. Some of them are actually really, really good arguments. But if they're presented in a certain way, then they can become kind of like it can be a bad argument, or it can be like out of context, if you know what I mean. Maybe a bit disingenuous if it's out of context. All right, so I'll post the first 20 now.
Hey, thanks so much.
But some people don't even know how to use those arguments. They'll just,
Which of them?
prime example is the guy that came in the room earlier. What's his name? Gunslinger? Slanger?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, but you could see that he just, pretty much like reading these arguments verbatim off of like a Reddit, or he just memorized it. So it becomes like a script. So he's just basically like, well, I got these certain questions I'm going to ask him, because he probably looked at a video, and then I'm going to repeat it, and I'm going to ask a flat earther. And if it don't go according to my script, I'm going to move on to the next thing. So it's like, you really, if you don't know the argument, if you don't know for sure what you're saying to be true, and you don't have no confidence in it, then you just gonna let somebody they're gonna wreck you, pretty much. Somebody could pretty much say anything misleading to you. They could be disingenuous, and then instead of you holding your opponent to what you presented to them, you're gonna just move on to the next thing because you don't really even know the argument. Just like what we just seen with that guy. He came in to talk about Starlink. He ended up talking about maps.
Yeah,
So
that
reminds me.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just sort of reminds me of the Gish Gallop, where you're going to just chum the water with so many things that it's impossible to take one idea and kind of dig into it.
Exactly, because you don't know the argument. Actually, you just know like the title, it at surface level. You just know like the title or what to say. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know the argument. You just know like a few questions to ask. So if somebody answers them, or whatever, you're gonna get mad if the answer ain't according to what you studied, then you're gonna get angry. You see what I'm saying? And then you're gonna probably move on or move to the next topic. So it's like you just gotta, know what you're saying to be true, honestly.
DJ, thank you so much for posting that.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, just like I use Gunslinger again, like he was talking about Starlink. I guess he thought DJ was gonna, or thought we was all gonna jump on him and say, "There's no satellite up there. Those could be just lights, bro." Because remember, he was ready for that. He was already talking about it. He was ready for that. That's the part he knew. But when we say like, okay, though that could be up there, and then he was ready for it. He was ready. He was going to say, oh well, so it's a satellite up there. So what's propelling a satellite? That was going to be his next thing. We say, well, so when I told him, I don't know, but I guess you're going to say that it's gravity, right? Prove gravity. Because now you're making a claim that it's actually gravity in orbit that's actually causing that satellite to fly around without gas. So prove gravity to me. He wasn't ready for that because he used to flat earthers coming at him, arguing with him about whether that satellite is up there or not, or whether that the satellite cannot be up there because of gas or some old 2015 argument that flat earthers used to come up there, argue with him with. But now the burden got put on him from him to prove what gravity is and show us how and demonstrate how gravity will be the cause of the satellite flying around in orbit across the globe. He had to flip out and change the subject into something else in order to get us back on the script. Because the argument is a two-way thing. It needs both parties to basically operate under a script. But once you basically overcome that argument, and it goes off the script, even a little bit, they got to go and change the topic into something else. And that's when the gish gallop actually happens. He ain't gish galloping because he's trying to confuse you. He's gish galloping because you already overcame the argument that he came up with, but he don't want to concede to it. So I'm going to move on to something else so I could get him in this script.
I heard a pretty bad flat Earth argument the other day, but it was good because the globalists like chased it like a squirrel. They just wouldn't put it down. You're like, drop it. But the more they entertained it, the more it kind of showed that it sounded like a bad argument, but maybe inside their own worldview, it really hit home. Like they were kind of shit scared of even entertaining something as ridiculous as this. The argument was that the Apollo rocket could not get to the moon because the Van Allen belts are positively charged and the rocket was negatively charged. So it would have got stuck in the magnetic field.
I hear that one in a minute. My uncle told me that when I was a kid.
Yeah, so it was hilarious because the globalists just couldn't contain themselves. They just kept talking about it. And you're like, huh? Like if it was that ridiculous and that pointless, it really like completely stupid, why entertain it at all? Like why do you care what the Van Allen belt is charged or not charged? What basically I told the globalist guy, this is on another server where it's a little bit more free flow. I said, dude, you're giving out some huge meth head vibes right now. So this guy said the Van Allen belt's positively charged, and it's 2 hours later, and you're still arguing about it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a lot of really bad. Like if I scroll through my Facebook feed, it's just like terrible flat Earth argument after terrible flat Earth argument from these Facebook flat Earth groups. Like 2016 memes that are just ridiculous and just completely wrong.
But that's the best part, though, because the good flat Earth argument, the globalist runs away from, or they just ad hom you. They don't even engage in it.
Yep.
So it kind of shows you that they're scared. They're really scared of this debate and try to pick what they think are the weakest stuff.
Hey, DJ and Crit, y'all should watch this YouTube video. Just put it in the chat.
For sure.
It's Danny Jones' podcast, and he has Sabrell and he has an astronaut debating if they went to the moon or not. It's hilarious. You gotta watch it.
Oh yeah, someone
Mark
shared that
Sabrell.
today. I gotta watch that. I can't wait to watch that.
It's so funny. The
Awesome.
astronaut does not know what he's talking about. It's like he's MK Ultra or something. I don't know, but it's a
Oh,
good
that's
watch.
awesome. I can't wait to watch that.
Jones. Is it the one you guys put in the chat?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat. I have a link for it.
You know what? It'd be a lot of highlights for flat earthers be calling these channels and professors and stuff. Like they'll never showcase them on YouTube though at all. Like you literally gotta find them. Hey DJ, do you guys got the angular size argument on there? Oh, DJ, you there?
Oh, I think he's watching that YouTube video.
Oh, he watching the video.
Sorry, yeah, I was listening. My wife was talking to me. What was that? Something to do with the angular size?
Yeah,
Oh, like
is
the
that
boats over the horizon?
yeah, about angular size of the sun. Is that argument on there?
Oh, yeah, it probably is on there. Yep. Like, what do you think should be the bad argument for that flat earthers shouldn't use?
What flat earthers like to say that there's angular size of the sun change. The sun don't change in angular size because it's a flat earth. Like, okay. Like,
So
that's it?
yeah, there's some about. I haven't looked at it for a while. There's definitely something about that on there. I did post it in the side chat in 3 different screenshots, the whole list. But even like I think the shrinking sun argument can be. I've kind of abandoned. I was even using that pretty recently, and I've abandoned the shrinking sun argument where you see those gifs, right? And it looks like the sun's giant, and then it looks like as it moves away, it shrinks into a little dot and fades out. I think most of the time that's just like due to the sensor on the camera, and the glare is making the sun look like it's giant. And as it moves further away and you're looking through more air, it takes away that glare effect. So not as much light is pushing back into the camera sensor, right? Because if you did the same observation with a solar filter, it's not going to do that at all. It's going to look like it's pretty much the same size. It might look like it shrinks a tiny bit when it gets towards the horizon, but that can be the same issue once again, because even through a solar filter, you're still looking through way more medium when it's closer to the horizon. So it's going to still look like it's shrinking a little bit smaller, even though it may not actually be. I think there's probably better explanations than to say that sometimes the sun. But my old argument would be that depending on the atmosphere, like the atmo conditions, or like say you're in a desert. If you're in a dry desert, it looks like the sun reduces in size as it moves away. And then if you're in a humid environment, then it doesn't look like it increases in size because of magnification of the atmosphere or something like that. I don't use that anymore. I think it's just the shrinking sun videos is just glare. It doesn't happen when you use a solar filter. What do you think? And quite
That would
often
be, I think that would be like the Glover's response. They would be like, "Well, did you use a solar filter?"
Well, just as an example, like I'll just find a shrinking sun video.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, DJ. Hello, every Alaskan Malamute.
Hi there, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a second, Alola. I was just chatting about something with Reg. Right? Just for example, like this GIF that people share all the time. And they say that this is because it looks like this because it's a very dry atmosphere, and it looks like the sun is moving away, and as it moves away, it reduces in angular size and shrinks into a little dot. I think that it just looks big because of the glare. And if you were to use a solar filter in this situation, it wouldn't look like what we're seeing in the GIF here. And the reason it looks like it shrinks into a little dot is because when you use a low focal length lens, like a camera lens or an action camera or anything like that has like, say, an 18 millimeter lens or less, the sun looks like a tiny dot when you take footage. Like if you take sometimes you'll see the sun, you look at it up in the sky, and then you take a picture of it, and then you look at the picture that you took, and it looks like a tiny, tiny little dot. Because of the perspective, the focal length of the lens. I don't know, to claim that the actual sun is like doing what we're seeing like in this GIF, and it's actually getting smaller, like I don't know, I don't think it's a good argument personally. I mean, I can't validate what the sun is or exactly how it works, but glare is definitely a thing. Yeah, I actually have a good example on a small scale of a light bulb showing what I'm talking about. If I can find it. Here it is.
Yeah, because they can say that it's just the glare of God, what they call it, like a aluminum effect, like a glare when you see in the sun, like you're not actually seeing the physical body of the sun, you're only seeing the dead light of the sun. This is just me talking. This is just me trying to reflect on what something I heard in high school, bro. But you only looking at like the dead light of the stars. You're not looking at the sun in its actual position. So like they could literally say like this just the glare. And like you said, that by the sun shrinking, that's not due to angular size perfection. That could be just like you said, something going on with the camera. I don't know.
Thanks,
I think
Travis.
it's
Oh,
Travis here.
right. So yeah, Travis, I agree that that's something that you would observe. Like it looks like the tiniest little change. It does look like it's smaller, but also you're looking like the solar filter is going to block out more light because you're adding an extra natural solar filter with all of the atmo, right? As the sun is lower, so it's kind of like making the solar filter even stronger. So it probably would naturally just look a bit smaller anyway. I think you could explain sunsets.
Wouldn't that
What's
be
that?
angular change though, or this is just to explain sunset?
Well, it's like the flat Earth argument, or some people strawman flat Earthers with it, and they say that the sun doesn't reduce in angular size as it sets, and then flat Earthers will say, "Look, we've done a test here with a solar filter," and then they'll compare it, what it looks like up in the sky with the solar filter, and then what it looks like when it's on the horizon at sunset, and it looks like a tiny, tiny little bit smaller when it's at the horizon. But I think that could just be explained just because the solar filters just like they block out too much light in a lot of cases, and you're not seeing the true size of what you're looking at. You're seeing tons of it blocked out. And if you make that solar filter even stronger, right, but just by adding all of the atmosphere that's in front of you as you're looking out horizontally, it's going to let even less light into the sensor, and it's going to look like it's a little bit smaller. Just like playing devil's advocate, that's all. Maybe it does get a little bit smaller in angular size. But what Travis showed here, like it's definitely nothing like what that meme showed, right? That flat earthers is saying, look at this meme. It's like it looks giant, and then it shrinks into a tiny little dot. I think that those ones is the case where the argument's probably not that solid, because I think that's just glare. And it's just the camera sensor tripping out, just like in the picture I posted at 30 minutes after the hour with the light bulb. Because those cameras, a lot of the cameras, they have like automatic, like it will just change the ISO setting and stuff like that itself automatically. It's not like a prime
Yeah.
lens where you've got your DSLR set on manual and you've put in all of the things, right? It's just constantly changing the aperture, like the shutter speed, and it's changing the everything constantly, the ISO and stuff.
So it could be a good argument, but most likely it'll probably be a bad one.
Yeah, like making, I don't know. I think there are probably better ways to explain what we're seeing with the sun at sunset. I like what if you find some of Indio's talks about it, he gets into some good technical detail about how it actually squishes at the horizon. This is my little theory on it. I think that the sun doesn't look like it cleanly sets behind the horizon, like behind the actual horizon. It can look like that if you have oceans, if you're like low to the ground and you have, or even if you're high, just say you have mountains in the distance, or you have elevation of land in the distance, or you have ocean swells in the distance, you're not seeing where the actual horizon is. You're seeing what they call the local horizon. Okay, and that's actually blocking where the horizon would be, like the proper apparent horizon that you would see if those obstructions weren't blocking it. And it can look like the sun's setting cleanly behind the local horizon, but if you have like a day where you don't have the waves, right? If you don't have that local horizon blocking the actual horizon, then I don't think it sets cleanly behind it. It doesn't disappear bottom up cleanly. I can find examples showing that that's the case as well. I think you have compression, and you have, quite often you have that mirroring effect right on the horizon, which you can't see very easily with the naked eye, but when you zoom in on these sunsets, you can see that there's actually like a mirroring effect right where the ground appears to meet the sky, and you get like a squishing effect. I'll find some examples. And quite often glare can make it look like the sun is actually setting bottom up cleanly, because you're not seeing the actual size of the sun. You're seeing a glared sun, like in this footage that I just put down below. It looks like the bottom portion of the sun that we can see is actually cut off, but you'll notice that when the person actually zooms in, the sun isn't actually cut off at all. You can see the whole sun. It's just the glare that makes it look big when he zoomed out. Here's an even more extreme example of that in the next one.
So what's the argument for this on the globe side?
You mean where they zoom in and then it looks like the sun's kind of back up in the sky again?
Yeah, like as a glober, what would they say about this evidence and use that to defend their globe? Like the sun
They'll
is getting
say that.
smaller?
Well, they say that. I mean, they kind of say that the sun already set like 10 minutes earlier, and it's just a refracted sun that you're seeing. But taking that into account, right? They'll say that this is just glare. It just looks like it's setting because of the glare. And when he zooms in, then because when you zoom in with the camera, it it lowers the aperture and lets let less light in, so it kind of acts a little bit kind of like a solar filter, and then that takes away the glare. So it looks like the sun's kind of half cut off by the horizon, but it's just because of the glare. It's not actually. And then when you zoom in, you can actually see the sun was not set yet. That's what the glober would say. I don't think there's any other explanation for it. But sometimes flat earthers misuse it, and I used to misuse this argument as well. This is just my opinion. I would say that it looks like the sun's setting because of the angle of perspective. And then when you zoom in, you're increasing that angle of view, and that makes the sun looks like it's back up in the sky again because you've extended where the vanishing point would be by changing your focal length or whatever. But I think that's a bad argument, and I don't think it works like that. Because when you're zooming in, like you're just magnifying the same thing that's in the distance. So I think that I was using the argument incorrectly when I was saying that when you zoom back in on it, you'll see that it wasn't setting. It was actually back up in the sky because you've increased your angle of perspective. I think that's how the argument's misused. I think the correct use of the argument is to show that The sun that we see can look like it's disappearing bottom up behind the horizon, even though that's not actually what's happening right here. So sometimes it can look like something's disappearing bottom up, but actually it's not. Really, it's just glare. It's the glare that's making the sun look way bigger than it would in the absence of the glare.
Awesome. Thanks for responding. Appreciate it.
Neil, are you still here?
Didi, você ainda confia nele. Eu não sei, nem sei.
We back. We're back. What's good in the hood, fellas? Right. Got a lot to talk about, fellas. I think it's best we start where we left off last time.
Proof of Earth curvature.
Right now.
Yeah, Earth
Uh,
curvature.
Hey, what's up, DJ? What's up?
What's up?
I'm here to tell you guys because this channel in which win is called Flat Earth. That means the Earth is flat. But what I'm saying to you guys, you cannot have known continents arranged in a manner that fits our flight paths today.
The
Consider
flight paths are plotted out on a spherical coordinate system projection.
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
derived from elevation angles to Polaris.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which is
so
what else
that's a
movement.
spherical coordinate system, right? So the celestial sphere is an imaginary way of conceptualizing how the sky is laid out as a big spherical coordinate system.
Okay.
Okay, that's where latitude and longitude, right, are originating from.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're standing underneath Polaris, that should be at your zenith. Okay, and then that would be 0 degrees, right? And then you keep moving further away, and you measure the elevation angle to Polaris as you're moving away, and then you plot that out into a coordinate system. Okay, and it's based off the way that we view the sky.
Great, but
And
that's
then
not
the
what I'm
map
talking.
projections, the map projections that you're talking about, you think that you have a globe map, but you don't. You don't have a globe map. Okay, you have a spherical coordinate system projection. That's what you have, not a globe map.
Okay, but we do have planes, you know. And
Yeah, I agree.
when you take a plane from Australia to South Africa and you run the clock and you check how much time it takes with a known speed, from
No,
Australia.
it's not a known speed.
Just follow me for a minute. A known speed from Australia to South Africa is, let's say, X amount of time, and
Okay.
you take let's say a flight from Australia to, let's say, Indonesia, and you
Mm-hmm.
check and you say it's an X amount of time,
Okay.
and you take those two values, you cannot arrange continents in any other way except the globe model, and that's pretty much it. If Earth was flat, your map
Bro, you're doing
could
it the
not
wrong way
be
around.
arranged.
You're literally not saying nothing. You're not making a claim, or you're not making an
Your
argument.
your map from flat Earth could not be arranged in any way
What map?
because the continents of a flat Earth could not be arranged in a way where a flight from Australia to South Africa takes X amount of time, and you compare it, and it makes sense that a flight from Australia to Indonesia takes X amount of time.
Not
You get what
how
I'm
they
saying?
did
Which
it.
it takes.
DJ, he still got my mic muted, so he's not
Man,
hearing
shut
me.
up! I ain't got no your mic muted. Why you crying in
Okay,
here?
I just asked. Did you just hear what DJ just responded to you with?
Wait a second, gunslinger.
Because he
Man,
already
he crying in here, man.
he already
But yeah,
answered your question before you even
nah, he didn't. He didn't.
made that claim. He already debunked it. So you just repeating something that he already debunked.
This is why I had you muted, because you ain't listening to me, bro. You just yapping
No,
your nonsense, yeah. Because you ain't listening to me, bro.
you're not listening to your opponent. He already overcame that claim.
Why
You
are you
have to
yelling
come
now?
back
Well,
and
let me
not
turn you
repeat
down a little
yourself.
bit, man. You yelling. Calm down, bro.
Okay. Now I'm
Let me.
not. Listen. I'm talking to you. I'm not yelling at you.
You was yelling.
He already rebutted your claim of maps not being flat, of you basically having some type of globe map. He already rebutted that. He already explained that to you. So you basically saying you cannot do it on a flat Earth map. You are utilizing a flat Earth map when you're
Ain't
doing
nobody
it.
talking about maps.
And he just
Listen
proved it
again.
to you. You're not
Listen again. You ain't
responding to
listening
it.
to me, man. Nobody talking about no map. I'm telling you, if you have a flat Earth plane, so the plane of Earth is flat, as you guys claim, there's no curve. I'm saying flight paths and flight times wouldn't match your arrangement of continents if the
Matt,
Earth plane was flat. There's no way you can arrange continents
Stop
on
right
a.
there.
Let me
Matt,
speak. Why interrupting all the time? You interrupt, man. Have some sense. Be
what? I
civilized,
want
man.
you to
Let me talk, and then you'll talk. Let me make my 1 minute point, for fuck's sake, man. Listen. What I said is you cannot arrange continents on a flat plane in a way that matches flight paths and flight times of today's time, which are easily trackable. Yeah, that's my whole point. I'm not talking about no maps. I'm not talking about nothing.
Great.
I'm just saying, bro.
How is they tracking it?
Huh?
How is they tracking it?
How
Because
is they tracking it?
he explained that too. So how is they tracking it with flight paths? What is flight paths using? Because you said match. So match with what? It takes two to match. So match with what? What is the flight paths matching to?
The arrangement of continents
The arrangement of continents on what?
on Earth.
On Earth. The arrangement of continents on Earth is just the arrangement of continents on Earth. That's not matching to anything. Match with what? What do you use
Jesus
to
Christ,
find the
man,
arrangement of
man,
continents?
Jesus Christ.
You said it.
Nobody. You don't like.
On the Earth is
You
just continents on the
dumb
Earth.
or some shit.
Okay, listen. The continents on the Earth, wherever they at, is just the continents on the Earth, wherever they at. But how are you arranging them? How are you locating them? What are you talking about in that aspect? Or is you talking about nothing?
I'm arranging them with a reference point of continents being placed on a globe.
Great. And
Just like
okay,
we
so
have a globe system.
you're doing it with place on the globe, but you're asking the flat Earth to basically to arrange something that's placed on the globe.
I'm asking you, how does flight plates and flight speeds, which are easily checkable, match a flight plane
And where is they checking
arrangement
them?
of continents? You
And
hearing me,
where
man?
is
I'm repeating this 4 times to you.
And where is they checking it? We heard that part. You just said that you wasn't talking about maps. And then you said you're doing it on the globe. I guess you're doing it on the globe that you see spinning around in the classroom. Or you're not. Because where are they
Are you going to answer my question or not, man? What are you going in circles all the time?
are you actually asking a question? Because it seems like you're not, because you just said you're not talking about maps. You just said that
Cool.
you're not talking about latitude, longitude.
Yeah,
You just said
yeah.
you're not talking about anything that planes actually use. So what are you talking about?
Losing brain cells, man.
Because
Anybody
DJ,
else wanna
okay, listen,
wanna?
because I know because I keep putting it back on you. Because DJ already answered that question when he already explained to you that the planes is using the spherical coordinate system. That actually the spherical coordinate system actually comes from elevation angle measurements that comes from basically the sky, which would be the celestial bodies, which use a horizontal
Jesus Christ.
baseline for reference points because the planes all fly horizontal. You didn't want to hear that answer that you got, so you want to say that we didn't answer the question because you don't like it.
You think you gaslighting me or some shit? I don't get it. What you
Answer.
doing?
But that is the answer. DJ answered it before you even asked it.
I didn't ask it. I asked it, by the way. And why are you gaslight or thinking you can gaslight me? Why are you changing the topic?
You answered the thing that you said we couldn't answer before you even asked the question, and then you decided to repeat it all over again because you don't
Yeah,
even
cool story,
understand
bro. Cool story, bro.
You don't
Anybody else
understand
want to talk, man?
what you're talking. I know anybody else because we all know what you're talking about. Because you don't understand what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about. But now you want to try to put it on us to explain to you what the globe do. Or how the globe use coordinate systems on the spherical system, which is the ellipsoids, or how they come
Rich
up with
Joe.
that. You want
Rich
us to
Joe.
explain, you want us to explain that to you, flight paths and how the globe come up with flight paths. Now, how can we do that on the flat Earth? No. He already answered that question. You use the flat Earth in all of your maps, in all of your
Rich
systems,
Joe.
in all of your projections. You use the flat Earth. Ding, ding, ding.
Rich
Gee,
Joe,
man,
listen, man.
gunslinger. Now, fucking come back. What you got
Rich Joe,
now,
listen.
gunslinger?
Yeah. Cool down, Sam. I got this, man. Rich Joe, listen, please. If you could, I don't want to conversate with you ever again, please. I want to keep you muted so we don't create like audio chaos in here. But in my humble opinion, you are how do I say this nicely? You're not smart. You are
I'm not sure, but
not
I literally
civilized. No,
took you to
not
the
smart, but
real.
you're not civilized. I
First
mean,
of all,
I don't mind you're not smart, but you're not civilized. You cannot conversate, you know.
Oh my God. I'm not smart because I'm pointing out the flaw in your argument. And I'm not smart because I'm pointing out that DJ basically answered your question before you even asked it. You decided to repeat it 3 times. I'm not smart because I'm pointing out your flaws. Instead of you not being disingenuous and actually rebut DJ's rebuttal, if you're going to basically debut it, and then I actually just repeated what DJ said. I just said it in my own little way. And DJ ain't going to do nothing but just explain this thing explain this thing to you all over again. The very same thing I said, DJ is going to say the same thing. He's just going to explain it to you in a more technical way. But you just going to basically say you don't like talking to me because I'm pointing out your flaw. I'm just shutting down the argument before you keep going back and forth talking in circles. But if you want to talk in circles with DJ, which I doubt he's going to do, go ahead.
Red Joe.
Tony,
Red
don't
Joe,
let this
okay.
guy get to you. He's a joke.
Red Joe, okay, bro. Listen, let's agree to disagree, me and you. And I don't want to conversate with only you. Everybody else that I met here is fine, but you got
Got
this
you.
way of talking that makes me vomit. Yeah.
I'm not going to talk in circles with you. I know. But yeah, but all maps are flat. And most maps in the maps that you're talking about, and any system that you're talking about is a spherical global projection. But those spherical and global projections come from elevation angle measurements to Polaris. And the Polaris utilize an angle. And the angle utilize surface level. And surface level is horizontal or straight, which reference flat Earth because Earth needs to be straight and level or horizontal, all synonym words for flat, in order for you to get these geographical positions in the first place. Whether it's in the sky, whether it's a celestial body, no matter what it is, those ground positions are parallel to surface level, which means that those are flat Earth measurements. Flat Earth prerequisites in its first place. Flying a plane have to be horizontal, north, south, east, and west. It's all linear. Can't get away from none of these flat Earth prerequisites in its first place. So I know you don't like talking to me because I'm pointing that out and I'm not going down explaining what the globe should do. I don't have to explain what your globe is doing. I don't have to explain your globe theory. I don't even have to know anything about it because that is up to you to prove the globe to us, not us prove the globe to you.
Next. Who's next? Let's go.
Ooh, I'm next. But with anybody, who does anybody want to talk except Red Joe?
No, he already explained to you.
Okay, but I want to talk with somebody else.
Okay, go ahead and say the same thing over and over again, then, please.
All right, Dib, listen. Just 30, it will take 30 seconds. So you got this shit, flight paths and flight times, okay, on our Earth. And if you got a flat Earth, you cannot in any way match flight paths and flight times we got today.
No,
you
can't.
measure.
You can't. You don't have distances. You don't have true distances. You don't have true airspeed.
Oh, so you're saying we don't know the true nature of Earth, so we just go off a model and we assume it's correct. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that you have a preconception of the arrangement of the land masses on a globe, and then there's flight times, and then then they say, well, because we think, or they say they actually know, but they don't, right? That the distances between these 2 points are X, and the flight time was Y. The distance must have been Z.
Great.
So, I mean, sorry, the speed, the airspeed must have been Z, right? But it's a calculation. You don't know the distances between those 2 points. You don't know the true airspeed. You just have a time and a coordinate system, as was pointed out by DJ.
Great. And I love you, T-Dub, that you want to talk to me because I don't finally somebody normal to talk to. DJ is great as well. Listen, T-Dub, but okay, let's assume we got a messed up system of globe and we go off of that and we don't know the distances between continents, yeah? But you would agree with me, if you guys claim Earth is a flat plane, you would need to present an arrangement of continents on a flat plane Earth. How do you get that? Please answer me.
He literally just ignored everything you just said, T-Dub.
I don't need to.
Man, you're not listening,
There
man.
you go.
Shit.
He's not listening at all.
Come on, man.
T-Dub, what you said, you don't need to do
He
it.
wants
You
you to
said you don't
explain
need
the
to do
story
it.
for him. That's what he wants.
No,
What do you mean you don't need
that's
to
not my
do it?
claim.
But that's what I'm telling you. If you have a flat Earth plane, you cannot do it to make it sensible, yeah? Because then the continents, if you put it any way that on a flat plane, our continents we know today, the distances of plane flight would get distorted so much we would notice it, yeah?
No,
Because
it will
on
only get
current model
distorted
it
on
works. But if you put it in a most
You're wrong again, bro.
like
You're wrong
how would
again.
I
It
say
will
it?
only get distorted
Most
on
logical way of putting continents we know of on a flat plane, flight paths and flight times wouldn't make sense. But you say
all
you
you have,
don't need to do it. What does that mean? You don't
you got
need
me
to do it.
muted again.
If you
You
claim
got me
Earth
muted.
is a flat plane, you absolutely need to do it.
Yeah,
He
no,
called
I
the
don't.
audio
I just
correct.
need to show that it's a flat plane.
So you're saying you can prove one thing and then you control the whole point in which we operate. Is that it?
Yeah, yeah. My argument isn't about flight times. That's not. I'm not relying on flight times, flight distances, continental layout in order to demonstrate that the Earth is flat.
So you're saying you guys cannot arrange planets in such a way that would fit on a flat Earth model.
What model?
I'm not attempting to do so.
There you go. Thank you. I rest my case. I
What
rest
case
my
he didn't
case.
listen?
All
He didn't
rise.
listen.
And
Your
thank you very
claim is
much, fellas.
We got a
his
winner.
claim is literally that maps are distorted and it wouldn't work on the flat Earth. It wouldn't work for the globe neither. That's why the globe have correction. You do understand all maps are distorted.
Now, T-Dub, you want to get into a 24-hour sun. That's another point.
He literally running away from me. Oh, I get it. He's afraid of regular Joe.
Anybody want to get into a 24-hour sun
You want to talk to
debating
someone
here?
else? Okay. He's afraid of regular Joe.
Is the
Completely.
24-hour sun going to make the ground curve?
Huh? What you say, Deeb?
Is the 24-hour sun going to magically make the ground curve?
No, but what I wanted to bring up is you cannot have 24-hour sun on Earth's poles on a flat Earth, and nowhere else does. How would it? How give me you because you need to give a model of how would it work. We have a model on how would it work on a globe Earth.
Yeah, but we debunked your model already, so you can't use that anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say you did, but we have a explanation of how it works on a globe, but you guys don't have an explanation of how
Who
it works on a
cares?
flat Earth.
Who cares?
but we
Who cares
debunked.
for your explanation?
Yeah,
man?
yeah.
You
We
guys don't
already
care about
debunked the model that has the explanation within it, so you can't use that
Exactly.
anymore. So that's
So you
dead.
got-
It's yeah.
So
Your explanation requires the surface of the Earth to be curving, and it isn't. Therefore, it's incorrect.
So you guys are saying
We
you're not interested in into proving how a 24-hour sun could work on a flat
No, I'm not
Earth.
interested in trying to prove something about the 24-hour sun. I'm interested in proving that the Earth's surface is not curving at a rate which makes it a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers.
I rest my case with a 24-hour sun, then.
This is your claim.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much.
Man.
Let's
Looks
go
like we
into
got a winner.
another.
I mean,
Another one.
is he like resting his
Another
case
one, my
on
boy
his
Samba. Another one. But okay, let's go.
Gunslinger, rest of the case,
on
man.
his failure of
Resting,
proving that.
I'm
Entertaining,
resting with this
entertaining
one.
himself right now. Let him
Yeah,
Okay,
entertain
guys.
he's
himself on the
resting
back.
his case on the failure of proving curvature. What
Okay,
is he doing?
guys. I wanna bring the final point. The final.
There is no more
The
proof. He didn't prove curvature.
I wanna ask you
Oh, he's almost
about
done.
your
Final point, finally.
Gunslinger,
final point.
one sec, Gunslinger. Do you have Reg Joe turned muted?
No,
Until
I
just
don't.
turned.
I just turn him like on 10%, so I hear when he speaks, so I don't speak.
Technically, he got me on mute.
No,
Well,
technically, I don't got you on mute. There you go. You don't
Okay.
even understand technically means, but okay. No, I don't got him mute.
Well, let's
So
address
listen,
what Reg Joe said. Are you resting your case upon the premise that you have no measured curvature?
no, I'm resting my case on a premise that you guys are being ignorant about explanations that are offered to you about globe model.
He don't understand that
Yes,
he has
no,
a
we're not being
positive
ignorant.
choice.
We're stipulating that your explanations require the Earth's surface to be curving.
I
We can
understand.
demonstrate that it's not. You're ignoring that part.
Yeah, I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying let's assume the Earth is a the
Can't
Earth
assume
is
reality.
let's assume you guys are right. The Earth is not curving, but globe
You
model
can't
still
go with
offers
a
an
system.
explanation about
That is
24-hour
the
sun
uniform
and
fallacy
the
right there.
what were we talking about before?
That is
24-hour
the
sun. We was talking
uniform
about
fallacy right there.
flight
Yeah.
paths and arrangement of continents. That's what I was saying because you
Gunslinger,
got on a flat plane. There's no explanations for
he got me
arrangement
muted
of
and I
continents to match
point out the fallacy
flight
for his
planes
meeting.
and flight times and the
So
24-hour
everybody
sun.
appears.
But
He
what I
got me
want to get
muted.
to,
And he's just going to keep talking because he see my screen lighting up. I just want to explain to everybody in the room. This is the unicorn fallacy we were speaking of earlier, where you're just going to assume that your model is true, and then you're going to find other things to match it, without proving that your model is actually true first. So you have a premise that the Earth is a globe with a radius value of 3959, circumference value of 24,000 or whatever. And before you prove that, you want to prove other things first to match it. And you want to use those other things to say that your premise is true. Without
He-Man,
proving your
Gunslinger, looks like
premise
the
to be true
burden of proof is on
first.
you, man.
Okay, without proving your premise to be true first. We're calling that the unicorn fallacy. Because you don't have the actual proof that that thing actually exists, but yet you want to use that to prove other things to be true.
so what I wanted
You're
to
saying
get
that
to,
the
fellas,
24
as
hour
I said,
sun.
Okay, really.
final point. Bottom
Okay,
line,
you're
homies.
saying that the
I
24
didn't
hour
even ask
sun.
you guys this, and I've been here for 3 days, man. This one I want to ask you, fellas. Uh, why would people lie about
You ignoring the
goddamn
premise again. You're
globe
ignoring the
Earth?
premise.
That's what I wanted to ask you, fellas.
Okay, you
If you
ignoring
guys
the
please,
premise.
everybody except Ray Joe. I'm not. Everybody can
Because they're
chime in.
assholes. There you go.
Who
Because
is
they hate
asshole?
you. They hate you. Yeah,
Who
who are you
hate me?
talking about, by the way? That's a great question, actually, that you bring up there. Who are you talking about that's lying?
Right. Who
I
lying?
don't get it. What you talking about? Like from the Aristophanes to till today,
What
2,000
did
years.
Eratosthenes lying about? What was he lying about?
Those are conspiracy theories and
But
shit.
all the people that said the Earth is a globe, they lied. But why? I'm asking why.
How are they lying? Yeah, they believed that the Earth's a globe, probably. As
But
far
you
as we
guys
know. Do you
saying they're
have
lying.
proof that they were lying about that? Or that maybe they
What are
just
you
believed
talking
that the
about,
Earth's a
man? You
globe?
heard what I asked.
Yeah, maybe they believed the Earth was a globe and they're not lying. I don't know.
But why would every scientist that is involved in exploration or working about above 100
It's not
kilometers lie
true.
about?
Can you change the subject again?
There's no scientists working above 100 kilometers either.
Okay, but why would you know what I'm asking you guys? Come on now, I'm
Yeah, I'm
asking you
pointing
simple
out the
questions.
flaw. Okay. So we didn't claim that everyone's lying. You're claiming that all these people are lying. Now we're asking you to back up your claim because we didn't claim that everyone's lying.
Yeah.
I think most
Okay,
people, all the scientists that you're talking about, which you don't know what their personal opinion is. Okay, let's say the majority of scientists, right, genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, because that's what they were taught at university, and they probably never tested it or questioned it. So I don't think that they're lying. If you're claiming that they're lying, then you're going to have to provide evidence that they're actually lying.
Okay, let's dumb it down a little. So
You
every
guys got
astronaut.
gunslinger debunked.
So you got every astronaut lying out here, right?
Lying about
Yes,
what?
Is he
The
doing
Earth
that
is
on?
around, and they orbiting
No.
the Earth.
I think that you could be an astronaut and fake going to the moon and still believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not lying that the Earth's a globe.
What?
Probably. Yeah. So if you fake something, right, like the moon missions, let's say Neil
Man.
Armstrong. Hold on, listen to me, right? So let's say Neil Armstrong pretended, right, he didn't go to space. He didn't go to the moon, which is pretty obvious, okay? But let's just say he didn't go to the moon, okay, but he still believes that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Okay.
I mean,
Right.
why wouldn't he? Because he thought the Earth was a globe before he went to the moon. So why would he be lying?
Okay. So
I mean,
let's even dumb it down even more. So you're saying
they didn't go to the moon to prove that the Earth was a globe. They went to the moon because they was in a race with other countries. That's what they made that claim for.
so you guys are saying
So technically, he didn't have to lie, right?
every human that work on a satellite, every astronaut that was orbiting the Earth, they're lying about what they did actually. Let's put it simply, so you guys don't escape my question.
We don't know what they're doing, actually.
I'm asking you, did every human that worked and sent a satellite in space and every astronaut that orbited Earth or went into space, they lied
That's a
about it?
loaded question. That's a loaded
That's a
question, bro.
loaded question.
hmm
We're not saying what they're doing. Why is she so focused on these humans? You should just be proving
Because
that God exists now. You
because
going back to the
astronauts
satellite.
are saying they're going to space, and you're saying they're not.
Right. That's better. They claim. So they claim. So when you say, so every astronaut that went to space, right? That's a loaded question. But if you say every astronaut that claimed to have gone to space is lying, right? Then I'd say I have to say yes. But not necessarily too. So some people might have gone in a device, been sent up really, really high, right? And then come back down again. Did they lie? I don't know. Maybe they did that. Who says that they went around a ball though?
Admit of doing that. Most of them admit of going into
They're
the.
every astronaut says they orbit. If they went into space, they started orbiting. They started orbiting the Earth.
Oh, could they see themselves? Could they see themselves from a third person perspective?
No, they could see like Earth. They could see themselves zipping across the Earth. Yeah, flying across the Earth.
And what did they say that it looked like a ball?
They say they were orbiting it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a cool story, bro. Maybe they think that they were, but they actually weren't.
But bro, why are you making this so difficult? Listen to
No,
my
you
question.
are.
You are, bro. Why do you guys think people fake that we are in space? That's my question. Why do they fake it? What's the reason?
I mean, first off, that's an appeal to motivation fallacy. We don't have to basically figure out what's
Man,
the
come
motivation.
on, man. No, somebody normal answer me. Come on, man.
Every time I shut down your
They're talking
illogical
about
reasoning.
fallacy.
They could be getting the food stamps, you know.
All right. Okay. So if I told you I went to the Empire State Building, right, you could conceive that that's a possibility, right?
Yeah.
Right. What if I told you I scaled the outside wall like I was Spider-Man?
I had a hard time believing you, but I don't know you,
Right,
so I would
right.
think not.
So it's the same thing. So a guy got shot up into the sky really high. Okay, cool. That's conceivable. Oh, then he says he orbited the Earth. Yeah, cool story, bro. Just like me scaling the Empire State Building like Spider-Man.
Bro, please. Okay, what about the humans who were on the moon?
But you gotta ask yourself, why is it absurd for him not to scale the wall like Spider-Man? I mean, he said he did it.
What about humans on the moon? They're lying about it.
But
Like
why wouldn't T-Dub be lying when he said he scaled the walls like Spider-Man? Why wouldn't you believe that?
Yeah, man.
okay, so I still didn't get your
So
answer
when
to my
somebody
question.
asks you a question, you don't want to answer it. You asked us one, we answered it. It's our turn to ask you one. When
You
T-Dub just
didn't
gave you
answer
an
me, Ray
example,
Joe. Do you know how question
T-Dub
works?
gave
I
you an
know you don't,
example.
but I'm asking you. That's a
T-Dub gave
rhetorical
you an
question I'm
example.
asking you right now,
The
and you don't
Empire
know how it
State Building.
works.
Here you go. Audio chaos. T-Dub gave you an example about the Empire State Building, right? Let's
I
stay on
ask
that.
you a question, man.
It's definitely relevant to the topic. Why wouldn't you agree or why wouldn't you believe that he could scale on the wall like Spider-Man? Let's not just run past it. Why wouldn't that be believable?
Anybody else except Ray Joe can answer me this. Why would humans, all of
No, no, no,
humans,
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
about
no, no,
NASA, I'm
no,
not
no,
talking about
no,
no CIA, no
no, 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 we don't
FBI,
go this
MK
far.
Ultra shit. I'm
Oh,
saying
that's
Soviets, Chinese, Indians, Americans, South Africans,
this is
ESA.
very rude.
Why would everybody fake about working on space stuff, spend money? And why would people who work for them confirm their stories if it was all fake and they were playing pretend and
Can you give a specific example?
oh my god, I just gave you everybody who works on satellites
It's a
or
bit broad and vague.
what is the broad and vague? They all
Okay,
work
okay.
on
Give a
space.
specific example and give names. Let's look at it.
Yuri Gagarin.
Yeah. What about him?
Why would he lie? He went into space.
Maybe he got shot up really high in a rocket, and then he was like coasting along in the sky for a little while before he came back down. Now he was told, "Hey, did you know that while you were in that capsule, you orbited the Earth?" And he's going to say, "Oh, cool! I orbited the Earth," and he's going to tell people, "I orbited the Earth," right? Because
Yeah,
he
but
was told that he did that.
where you at?
Okay.
How does he know? How does he know he orbited the Earth? How does he know he was in quote unquote space?
Right.
Okay. Why would India fake a lunar rover two or a year ago? Why would India fake a landing lunar rover on the moon a year ago? India.
Because they want to be seen. They want to be seen as more capable. They want to be seen as. They want to be seen. Probably the similar reason that America did it, right? Because they want to seem more powerful than what they really are. Okay, so the India moon landing footage is literally a joke. Even the Indian people that come in here laugh at it and say, "Yeah, it looks completely fake," and they probably faked it.
Yeah,
right?
you know
Because
what's a
they want to
joke?
be.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead, Neil.
You know what's a joke? It's kind of sad because how the mighty have fallen. Do you realize that QE is doing a show right now on what we just spoke about maybe an hour ago? It's quite sad.
It is
Which
sad,
topic,
bro.
man?
Just showboating,
Desperate for
man.
content. Desperate for
What are you
content.
talking about, man?
Freaking sad. First of all, they're lying.
Oh, man, let
Everybody
Q do what he do.
They
He
don't lie,
always
man.
do what he wants. Let him do what he do.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So
Let
you're
him
saying
do.
if Indians fake the landing of their lunar shit, you're saying everybody else who landed anything on the moon, who landed else?
Yeah,
The
it's fake.
Japanese landed. Japanese,
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
fake.
landed.
Yeah, it's
China,
fake.
How do you land
USA.
on a light?
China's footage is fake, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
so you're saying, so you guys saying, if I'm getting it right, every country fake landing anything
Yes,
on the moon.
fake.
Yeah, man. It's just for the cloud, man.
Dude,
It's
it's a
So, so
freaking
why?
backdrop.
So, great. So we established every
Exactly.
country lies about.
Yes.
Gunslinger, I'm going to post some footage in the side chat, right? And then you're going to defend the footage and look like a fool if you do. All right, so
Are
just
you
give me a
gonna?
second.
Are
I'll
you
just
gonna?
pull up some footage for you.
She, man.
Let me
They
just
all
ask you a
fake.
question while you're putting up the footage. Didn't all countries unite not too long ago and lock down the world? Are you kidding me?
What?
Yeah.
Lock down the world.
They're
Which
all
country?
enemies,
Yeah. There was
Neil.
a
They're all
major
enemies
lockdown
except
over
for that.
something, wasn't there? Yeah, so
Who Japan enemy with?
what I'm saying is they got together to lock down the world, didn't they?
Gee, man, I telling you, man, they only do it for the clout, man.
No, I'm not Puerto Rican. I don't speak like that. So at least get it right. I'm Italian from Brooklyn. Get it together.
Italian.
Learn your accent.
You're not real Italian. We are real Italians. We are descendants of Romans, not you, man. You
You hear
American.
me? Yeah, you heard me?
But yeah, we from. I mean, not
Listen,
some, but
don't embarrass Italians by claiming moon landings, please. The region's fake itself.
huh? I didn't hear you.
The region is fake.
Who is fake? What region?
Outer space, the vacuum.
Aight.
The
But
violation of
DJ,
natural law. It's fake. It don't exist. They sell it to
bro.
you. And you think you landed on the moon, or India landed on the moon, or the great Americans landed on the moon.
Okay, chill, bro. Listen, so what I want to get to is your guys' reasoning for countries lying about like space exploration is because they want to seem like they're more technically capable
Just
from
gave it
one
to
another.
you.
Listen. Let me finish my point. So they want
Okay.
to
You have to prove how
they want to seem more technically capable than one another, but they all know each of them is faking it.
Okay, he
That's
just
exactly
gave
what
you the reasoning. It's
speak.
impossible because it's violating natural law. The reason why I was getting to what T Dub example he gave you is why you would not believe that T Dub actually scaled the wall, because you would know naturally that he cannot do that, because humans don't have the capability of scaling a wall like Spider-Man. And since T Dub is not Spider-Man and he don't have those natural abilities, of course you're going to say, well, T Dub must be lying. Maybe he did go to the Empire State Building, but he didn't go to the Empire State Building and scale the wall like Spider-Man. So of course, if you talk to someone that claims that they flew in the rocket, right, and went into a space vacuum, well, you will know that they're lying because that violates natural law.
Okay, so I'm asking you guys, why would like every of those countries that landed anything
We
on the
don't have
moon
to appeal to the
be
motivation.
want to prove they're like technically more capable than one another if they all know everyone is faking it? Why
Yeah, you
wouldn't
said that
one
before.
single country out of them blow the whistle and uncover it? Or why would they want to do it if the other country know they fake?
We don't have to know why. They'll be appealing to
Humans
motivation.
definitely landed on the moon. There's solid proof from multiple independent sources. Apollo astronauts brought back 300.
It's a second.
Chill out, small man. Chill out,
Thanks,
man.
ChatGPT.
Chill out, man.
GPT type shit.
Yeah, so how would the other country so the head of the Russian space agency
Yeah.
literally said that NASA faked the moon landing. Literally the head of the Russian space agency.
Can you show me that where he said it?
Oh, you don't believe me? What if he did say that?
I don't believe you.
She, man.
Okay, and then there's a Polish astronaut who said the Earth's flat as well. And there's
That
also a
was a
Russian
joke.
cosmonaut.
That was a joke.
Oh, how did you know he was joking? Did you ask him? Because he didn't seem like he was joking. He had a photo
Yeah,
shoot
man.
with the guy, and he said it multiple times.
Yeah, man.
His
Read
colleagues,
his mind, man.
not his colleagues, but some guy from Polish,
Can you read
some
minds?
Polish researcher explained that he had like he had a sense of humor and he said it as a joke. Also, let me point out that this what you said, that Polish astronauts said the Earth was flat. One guy in here 2 days ago, when you brought it up, said that Buzz Aldrin said we saw animation of Apollo 11 landing on the moon, but that was being willfully ignorant, because Buzz Aldrin said that because when they landed on the moon, and the animation was shown to just so you could picture Apollo 11 landing on the moon. It was an animation, but this guy in here said, "But we saw an animation." Buzz Aldrin said it.
That's not
But
what he said.
There's one guy in here. I don't know. I don't remember his name. He was one of you guys, and he said Buzz Aldrin said we saw an animation of a moon landing.
She, man.
That's what he said.
Wait a second. Gunslinger, I have a question for you, man.
Let me hear it, Samba.
Can you read minds?
Hell no.
There you go.
What you talking
You
about,
don't know,
man?
you don't know if he was joking or not. How you know?
Yeah, but DJ, that's what that Polish guy and that Russian guy said it as a joke.
No, he didn't
They,
say it as a joke. He didn't say it
Yeah,
as a
you didn't
joke.
know that.
so why wasn't he interviewed again after that and repeated the
Yeah,
same
he
thing?
was. I just literally posted an article saying former Russian space chief repeats false moon landing conspiracy theory.
True.
VOA news, man. Let me see this. No proof U.S. landed on the moon.
That's mind blowing.
Dmitry Rogozin.
That's mind blowing,
Yeah.
ain't it, Glenn Frankie? You learn
Roscosmos. I
something new
love
every
that
day.
name. Roscosmos. It's so like Bratan, Russia, bled, space.
Yeah, so the only people that have actually gone high enough, right, to see the curvature of the Earth have been the Apollo astronauts, and that was over 50 years ago. And when they interviewed NASA and said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA said, we'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back.
But hold on, if you guys, why are you bringing this guy up when he wasn't he head of Roscosmos when he sent the first man into space? But you're saying that Yuri wasn't even in space.
We can't confirm exactly where these people went, can we? You know, they tricked a whole. Do you think that they could trick people into thinking that they went to space?
I think you can measure if something is 100
Answer my
kilometers
question,
upper.
please. Answer my question, please.
Yeah, what was your
Do
question?
you,
Sorry.
do you think you could trick people into thinking that they went to space?
Helium.
No.
Okay, so back in 2004, I think it was 2004. Okay, there was a TV show called Space Cadets in the UK, and they literally tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they actually went to space, right? But it was just like a reality TV show. It was one of the most expensive reality TV shows in history, where they actually built a fake space capsule on the Earth, and they put these people through all of this training, right? And they literally faked it and pretended like they had these big giant screens out the windows. So they went up to space, right? And they were looking at the globe from space, and they were all freaking out like, wow, this is amazing. And then it turned out that they were just pranking them. It was just completely fake, but they genuinely believed that they were in space. That's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, man. I saw that the guy's named Travis Scott or something like that, man.
So you gave me a point where they took like, I don't know, 50, 100 people off the street, show them some fake ass image. I could show my grandma.
No, that's not what happened. Listen.
They
They got a group of people.
Travis Scott. He even has a song named Space Cadet.
Yeah, so this is what they did. So they got a bunch of people, and they told them that they're going to send them up to space in a capsule, right, into low Earth orbit. And then they built a capsule which never left the Earth, and it was kind of like a ride, right? Basically, like, so they went into the capsule after all their training, and they literally thought that they were getting blasted off up into space, and thought that they were up in orbit looking at the globe out the windows from space, right? But it was all they just tricked them into thinking that they went to space.
DJ, you think there are humans on this earth that are not dumb, that would believe that somebody chose them for whatever reason? I can guarantee you there weren't scientists that was chosen. There were normal people.
Yeah, they were. It's exactly the point.
Jedi, let me finish. And you
I've
think
posted it in the side chat also.
And you think there is people who would believe somebody would just randomly select them and send them into space?
Yeah, they thought it was part of a TV show.
And those people are not dumb.
In the age of Big Brother, yeah.
So oh my God, bro. This is what I'm conversating with. Jedi, chill now, bro. Me and DJ got something going on.
I don't get upset, dude.
Don't try to control the conversation, bro.
Yeah, I've just posted it in the side chat. I watched it, dude. Doesn't sound like you have.
I've seen with my own eyes.
Bro, look at this. Look at
Travis
these
Scott.
people. These are regular Joes they select.
Oh shit! Yes, we know. That's the point.
Why? What's the point? You can fool some idiots about.
Yeah.
About so, but you
Yeah,
cannot
like
fool
you.
scientists about it. What about there is no uh, there is no scientist that says we didn't go to the moon. The Earth is flat.
Oh my
The
god.
our
Oh
system
my
exists.
word. He's getting upset now. He's going to start appealing to all scientists.
Hey, Jedi, I have one question, man. Like I'm on your side, but I'm just curious. Like if the Earth is enclosed, right? How do they have to change the air, right?
Sorry, what? Pardon?
Like you know, if you don't like air out your flat, you know, you get stale air, man. You have to change the air, man.
All right. Are you trolling me, dude?
No, it's a legit question. Like
Okay.
if it's
So you
closed.
understand that the air around us, the fresh air, is produced within the system and reproduced. It's absorbed. You understand that, right?
Got you
It's
there,
the
bro.
reason why it smells fresh when you're like walking on grass and within a forest.
Oh, right. So
Are you
the plants
okay?
produce. So
So
plants
where do you
like
think gas is
filter the air.
produced, dude?
No, I'm just curious. Like plants, like they filter the air. Plants, so that we have
Yeah,
have.
plants, the
Oh,
nitrogen
right.
cycle, the soil, the water,
You're right, man.
the phyto. Why is 5 people talking? The phytoplankton in the sea that produces our oxygen. You said it would go stale. The environment produces, reproduces, and absorbs the gas. Are you
You know,
okay?
I got you, man. I got you, man.
Okay, so Jedi, let me ask you. You're a normal guy. Let me ask you a simple question. Let me just ask you a question. Why would people lie that Earth is flat and then we went to moon and outer space exists? Why would they lie, Jedi? Answer me that, big fella.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, I haven't asked them. Who are they?
But what's the point then?
Sorry. To clarify the question, who's the they? Who are they?
Every person that claims and
What,
works
like a
on,
school teacher?
yeah, like a school teacher,
They
all the
got
way up
taught.
to
That's the
head of.
story. Dude, the teacher, they got taught that's the story. They're not lying. They're just repeating what they think is true. Like 99% of us, right? Not intentionally lying, just repeating what we believe to be true.
Okay, what about the 1%?
I don't know. I haven't asked those people. I don't even know who they are to ask them. And if I asked them, would I expect them to tell me the truth? I don't know the motivations or wills of other people, dude.
What's the benefit then of realizing the Earth is flat?
Well, if we take the cosmology where the Earth is a sphere that had its creation narrative from a Big Bang, and we understand that the Big Bang can't have existed, create a sphere, because that's not real, and we ask the question how the Earth was created, the flat, stationary, ordered system, then we might lean more towards intelligence created the system. Some people call God, but that's just my idea, dude. I don't know.
Could you repeat that last sentence, like before you said about God and things?
Pretty much the same thing I said to you. I mean, like a few minutes ago.
Ray Joe, chill, man. Jedi, what you said the last sentence?
The last sentence was, I don't know.
No, before that, the sentence before that.
Dude, I don't know. I'm trying to tell you that to ask the question about how the Earth got here that's flat and stationary, you might lean more to one side and that's intelligence. But I don't know.
So you're saying people would be more intelligent if they all realize their Earth.
No. The leaning is towards the answer how the system was created. To have a creation, you need a creator. That would be God. So maybe the reason why they tell us that the ball came from a big bang that is devoid of God, this is a natural process, maybe they're trying to make people not believe in that idea. But I don't know.
So you're saying you don't know what's the benefit of believing in flat Earth?
I'm giving you speculations, but I don't know the motivations of other people. control of people's perception about reality, their place in it, their purpose, what reality is and how it got here. And is it here for a reason fundamental to the human condition? Right? Now, if these questions have already been answered for you, we're kind of accidentally created from this process that happened for some reason, and some kind of interstellar one-night stand where eventually we'll turn up to turn around and ask the question, how the fuck did this get here then? If you can control people's idea about reality, then you've got them.
Yeah, but why ask a flat earther what's the motivations of astronauts anyway? Why don't you just ask the astronauts?
Great. So let me ask you this, Jedi. Since you've been doing this, I believe, for a long time, you've been believing the Earth is flat. What benefit has it brought to your life that you know the Earth is flat?
Now you want to know
to interesting people like you.
Except that I know. Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I find
you don't want to say.
Why do you want? Why is it so important? It seemed like you didn't want to talk about you proving gravity exists for your satellites earlier.
Listen, fellas, I'm going out for a cigarette, man. Yeah, have a good one.
Me out.
And we'll be back on here. Yeah, we'll be back on here pounding the flat Earth arguments once again.
Next time I'm going to ask you for your evidence.
My evidence for what, man? T-Dub?
For the evidence for the people, for the claims that you're making about the people that
the same people
apparently
who
went
taught
to
you
the
that
moon.
the Earth is a sphere.
The proof that people who went to the moon said they went to the moon.
So
you talk about that, T-Dub.
Yeah, the people that you're asking why they're lying.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin,
Yeah.
Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, what's their evidence?
What's their evidence they went to the moon?
Yeah, what's their evidence for that?
Okay, cool story, bro. Might as well. That's the good
Hey,
ass.
Gunslinger, instead of fobbing that off like you just tried to, why don't you show us video evidence of these gentlemen that allegedly went to the moon swearing on the Bible, telling us that they went to the moon?
I swear I'm going for a cigarette.
You put your hand on a Bible
Well, this
and
is a
get them
very
to
long
swear for it.
goodbye for somebody who's got a nicotine addiction. Just go and then come back later.
I
Yeah,
am
come back later. We'll talk about the evidence.
because I'm coming back later because I gotta get to some loving later, bro.
Enjoy a cigarette. Bye.
And I gotta get to some loving later, bro. I ain't trying to debate all day. I gotta get to some loving. I need me some love out here, man. Not only a globe love. I need some women love, man.
He's still here.
Go get you.
So I'll be back. That's a good ass point, T-Dub. That's a good ass point. We're gonna get back on that.
Gotcha.
We'll go get back on that next time I'm around. Samba, peace out. Everybody else, peace out. Red Joe.
Okay, man.
Man, I hope you get civilized. Learn how to conversate, fella.
Okay,
man.
Hi,
next time
JD.
about gravity. I won't ask you about it next time.
Man.
Man.
All right, man.
Hi, JD. It's been so long.
Really?
Jedi, who's JD?
Oh no.
JD
How
is
are you?
my boyfriend.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No.
Stop behaving like a stranger. I know
Sorry,
you're
no.
so like.
When you start saying that I'm your boyfriend on the internet, some people take that fucking seriously. No.
Of
But
course, that's
welcome
serious.
back. It's nice to converse with you again. How have you been?
She got a nickname for you, pet name for you, and everything, Jedi. JD.
My JJ.
What's up? How are you?
Oh, that was it. She was just wanted to announce her love for her JD.
Yeah. Good stuff. DJ, we run an event at
JD,
the moment. Oh,
I shared you the bottle of milk. Please drink it.
oh my God, she's not wrong.
Hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, there's
I
a
don't want my eyes right now.
there's a stage event at the moment, but as soon as that ends, it should end soon. I'll
Oh,
fire
okay.
one up. Yep.
Cool. I I scrolled past the quantum eraser. You're famous now, so am I.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you still live there. I'm pretty sure I'll probably have my treatment soon.
Yep. The quantum Karen treatment. Look out.
Well, at least you're not in a numpty clip, so that don't mean he completely hates you.
Hello, everyone.
What
Hi.
happened? This Alola came back, JD.
Jedi, that's Jedi. The pronunciation is Jedi, by the way.
It's
No,
Jedi.
it's nickname for
Hi,
him. It's
JD.
JD.
Hi, JD.
JD is her nickname for him. She's just in love with Jedi.
Right. I'll see no one in a bit. What the fuck?
Let the force be with her.
Hi, JD.
Fuck off, man.
Stop it. I know how much you loves me, JD.
Shit, she might
Stop.
be sick.
He's feeling shy. That's why he just muted himself. He's blushing.
Wow.
Alola, are you just getting jealous?
Of course not. He's 45 years old, so joke's on you.
Wow, that's very fantastic.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds like jealousy, though. That I mean, you ain't have to say all that.
Yes.
What rubbish? That's not jealousy, to be honest.
Jealousy.
That's jealousy. I can literally see
Hear
I
that.
like people who are youthful, you know?
Oh, sure you are.
She,
But a
man.
but the woman
Who is
you
it?
is totally in love with the 45-year-old that kicks your ass on this flat Earth thing every day.
What rubbish? No, he never does that. And stop this. Kicks my ass on flat earth. Every day I
Yeah,
make a valid point, which is like
I'm,
amazing.
I'm 49. If we're going to be
Oh
clear.
my god, that's literally very fantastic.
Oh, and she even more attractive to him now. How you feel about
Yes,
that?
I'm even more falling for you. You know, JD?
Oh, DJ, help.
Yeah. You know, most people on this VC are at the age of 40.
Oh God,
Or
he's still
around.
hating. It's real.
But guys, I'm 18. Only 18.
All right, that's cutting it close.
Well, I think, yeah.
अरे गधी पूछा है वो बताना.
हाँ, वो है.
Disgusting.
Speaking the same language.
Sorry, JD. I thought you were single, but I got to know that you're married, and it's not good to flirt with you.
Yeah, he's married. Leave him alone.
Yeah,
Oh my
married,
god,
58
my bad.
kids.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, I forget it. I'm your wife. How can I forget it? Yes, of course you're married with me.
I don't
That
know.
sounds fun. That sounds fun.
I'm going to go walk my invisible dog. I'll be back later.
Okay, guys, listen. I want to push forth a point. Okay. See, it's a very intellectual thing.
I mean, this like your best
Now,
chance. That old
no,
girl
no,
over
no, 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 no. Who will volunteer for this game? This is like a very amazing game. It's related to flat Earth itself. Don't worry.
Is it a
It's a
dating
geography.
game?
No. It's a geography game. I mean, I want people who are good in geography. At least like 4 people, okay? I just, want to check the knowledge that
We
do
just
you
want you
have
to
the
put forward your proof of curvature.
Right,
That's
that's
all.
all.
Wait a second, Alula. I want to say something. Okay, so JD and me are going to have fun. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Anyway,
Anyways, yeah,
what's your
you can just put forward your proof of curvature. Yeah, that'd be great.
Who all are intelligent here? Please raise your hands. I mean,
whatever? That's one of the moderators. He said, "Put forth your proof." That's what you have to do, sir.
but that's my different technique.
No
Oh, we're
techniques.
not worried about your technique. A little secret. If you've got data that is true and correct, it will present itself. So we don't have to play silly games in order for you to try to get some kind of one-up or I've got your moment type crap. Just put forward your evidence and we'll assess it. If it rings true, then so be it. If it
Okay,
does
fine. In
not,
short,
then
you're
please
saying,
try again.
okay, in short, I cannot do that. Fine, I'm being quiet. Oh, go ahead.
You don't have to be quiet. So that just tells me you've got nothing to prove that you believe you live on a globe to back up this belief system.
That just tell me he just got a script that he need us to follow behind.
Yep. Which is pretty common.
It wasn't a script. I just thought I made it right now. But
Then there's
anyways,
no follow. Then all you need to do is just present your evidence.
no, leave it. Y'all are not allowing me my own scientific method. Then what's the point?
Oh, so you have a scientific method. So what was your naturally observed observation?
Your own scientific method.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got it.
it's not
I'm
scientific method. Is what I was.
I'm like, scientific personality myself.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, you don't have a
the opposite
scientific
of yes.
personality. You have the opposite of a scientific personality. You have an imaginative personality.
Who are you to label my person? That is disgusting.
You usually
I'm the personality police.
Yeah, because you was just in here trying to play a game. The scientific method don't apply games. It
Yeah,
applies.
I mean, haven't you known any, like, in science, we have certain tricks and scientific methods and simple way to understand certain great things.
They prove cause and effect reasoning. There is no game in that.
Oh my God. Fine, guys.
So
I'm not doing the game. It's okay.
Yeah, so if there is no science in what you was talking about, there is no game in science. There's no
No, I
imaginary
thought,
science.
oh my goodness.
There's no
Reg,
imaginary science. All
Reg,
predictions, the guesses. There is no hypotheticals in science neither. It's only proof or hypothesis testing and cause and effect reasoning. That's it. Do you have
Reg,
that?
no. What is this behavior?
Do you have that? Or else one of these moderators is going to get on you.
Fine, I'm quiet. I'm not playing that game anymore.
that's not a game. He's just put the facts down, and obviously your game doesn't fulfill the requirements of the scientific method.
The game is systematically designed to clarify ideas and to kill doubts.
Not science. You want to try again?
No, guys, y'all have your fundamental arguments. It's fine. I'm stepping back.
This is not even a fundamental argument. This is a statement of fact. What you just demonstrated is that you don't know anything about science. You thought it was a game that we was going to play with you.
No, it's a scientific game developed by a geographer, an earth scientist.
Science don't deal with games, and even when you teach it to kids, they're not playing games.
Well, how old are you, mister?
So what are you dealing with? Geography. So
Yeah.
how in geography Are you going to, let's just pick one, are you going to Science Australia?
No, fine, leave it. It's okay. I'm no more gonna do
You,
that, of
you
course.
realize that the scientific method doesn't really fit in geography.
No, I realize that you guys are very rigid,
He
not
read
open to new ideas.
the whole time. He
We're
had a
very rigid. There's probably a reason for that. Probably because the Earth is measured
Cause
as
you
flat.
simply deny when I ask
You don't want to
even
acknowledge
without
that
knowing
bit. You just want to talk all the way around it.
even without knowing the game, you
You
simply
don't
said
want to
no, we are
acknowledge
not.
that bit. You just want to talk all the way around it.
Fine, I'm not doing it anymore. Stop.
Not you. You didn't even listen.
What? What's your point? Say it.
Exactly. The Earth is measured as flat. Okay? The
Yeah,
only
I
way
accept
you're
this.
going to counteract that is not with games, is by measured drop over distance. Okay, so this is not a matter of philosophy. This is not a matter of science because this is not a scientific endeavor. This is just straight up measurements, geometry. That's it. Really simple stuff. For some reason, a lot of you guys seem to, for some reason, want to overcomplicate things. It's very simple. You go out, you measure it. If you measure drop over distance, you bring it back in here and you drop it down.
Yeah, I really don't understand. I really don't understand on why they try to go to science in the first place. I mean, that's proof call for the fact reasoning. But what is the Earth, whether it's curving or it's flat? That's direct reasoning with measurements. Even even more direct than a scientific theory. The scientific theory has to be tested multiple times by multiple peoples. This is just a measurement in geometry. So you're talking about geographical position, and then you're trying to apply science to it. Just already let us know you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just overcomplicating it for absolutely no reason, which also proves you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But that's just being nice.
Oh, wait, hello guys. How's everyone doing? Hello, wonderful people. What's going on?
Hi, I'm the most wonderful people.
Oh, really, Alola?
Yes.
Yeah, he want to play games with you.
Oh, so who here thinks that Earth is a globe? Anyone?
You, last time you were here.
Your mic is not very good, I would say. You're not perfectly audible.
Hello. Okay, hello. Can you guys hear me now? Hello.
It's still so low. Let me just raise your voice from my personal. Okay, can you say hello again?
Hello.
It's your buddy or
Okay,
something.
fine.
Hi, Reg Joe. Hello. Do you believe Earth is flat or globe?
I don't believe in anything.
What have you observed? Is it flat or globe?
Why? Are you like dead from it, depressed or something? Couldn't contemplate any thoughts?
Yeah, it's
Who?
flat. So what do you believe?
Well, I
Wait,
think that my belief system shouldn't be matter of your concern.
No, it's not a matter of no, you wanna
damn, bro. Shots fired. Alola just fired shots. Holy shit. That
Cause of
happens?
course they will say that
No, man,
I
no.
will leave
What happened there?
yeah.
Alola just cut in when Reg was answering you.
Oh,
So that's what happened
yes,
there.
you
So
got it.
Alola might just
You
want
got
to
it.
click the little microphone button, and Mono and Reg can have their conversation.
right. So you asked me a question. You said, "What do I believe?" I said, "I don't believe in anything. I know the Earth is flat." What do you believe?
Oh, I'm a flat earther myself. I
I
know
think
it's flat. I have tested. I have tested through different observations. Before I used to believe it's a globe, and then I applied some common sense, and I came to the conclusion that Earth is actually flat. I thought you believed that Earth is a globe.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, and I have observed it. I have made 3 observations that made me believe that it's flat.
So the sentence should be you know the earth is no, the sentence should be
Are you cutting your foot?
I believe the Earth
you
is flat because I have made personal observations that have verified and given me enough evidence to believe that it is flat. Now, I have tried to experience that whether it has the curvature or not, or whether it is a globe or not, and all the experiments that I did, the observations I made, they are aligned towards the direction indicating that it is flat. I couldn't have the sufficient evidence to make belief and prove that it is globe. So
Okay,
that's
well,
why I believe that Earth is
I'm
flat.
I'm not going to jump down your throat about these experiments, but what observations that you discovered saying that the Earth is flat?
Oh, so the first one is we have a huge lake in my city, like big. It's like 7 kilometers
can you
long
tell
and
me the
8
lake
wide.
name, please, in your city? Which lake?
Hey, can you
Yes. So
give me a
so let me please speak, Alola. Let me speak.
No,
Do not.
at least give the
So
specification.
So
Gandhi Sagar. I know all this.
when I was so I marked 4 perpendicular corners in the lake, and I went to the each side. I lied down, right, and then with my left eye closed, with the right eye open, I tried to look at the surface to see if I could figure out or see any curvature, anywhere, a little bit of bends. There were none. It just seemed to be straight, flat surface. And then the second, I did this with all the 4 directions, and it
get any
all
more?
seemed straight.
I
And the
mean,
second observation,
for it.
and the second observation I did was,
Any more?
yes. Sorry, Reggie, speak, please.
I was going to say before you move forward, you said you went to a lake and you seen that it was straight. I mean, what lake or ocean or
The
did you do?
surface,
Was
the
it straight?
surface, the surface seemed pretty straight. I couldn't see any curvature in it. Like a little bit of bend. Because if Earth has the curvature, there should appear to be a little bit of bend somewhere. But it just seemed to be straight, horizontal, straight thing. No bends. There ain't no curvature. None. None curvature was found. It was flat as a flat thing. The flattest flat you could ever observe. That's what it was.
Well, I mean, that's what convinced you.
No, not just that. I did another experiment as well. So, I have my college building, right? It is very tall. So I went to the top of it, and I took a binoculars and I looked at my home building, which is like very far away, right? And I marked this sheet at the corner, and I made a point at it. Now I went to my home building, the same spot that the point aligned with, and I looked at the mark. Guess what? It was spot on, ditto copying, like perpendicular straight. If there was any curvature, even a little bit, the point would be a little bit down or a little bit up. It wouldn't overlap. The points overlapped. If there was just no curvature,
But
it
you know, you're
was
making this very vague. That's why most, people, including the flat earthers, is going to basically say you sound like you trolling.
what? I'm not trolling. I made these 2 observations, and these 2 observations, they were pretty good to convince me. I didn't need to further ask any questions. After the lake surface and the points overlapping from my college building to my home, and from my home building to the college building, that just convinced me that if there were any curvature, the points would be a little bit, either down or
Far was
up.
the lake, how far was the lake surface that you looked?
The lake surface, I think it's about 2 kilometers in the radius. Actually, I think it's a lot more than that. Two
And you
kilometer
did.
prop.
I don't want to be a glober here.
Wait,
Or
are
did
you a glober? Are you a glober or not? That's my question.
oh, because if I was a glober, I'll be your friend or something? I'm just
No.
asking you.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm just curious. Are you a glober or not? I
It
don't think
doesn't.
so. It has to do anything with our friendship or not.
So you say you believe that the Earth is flat because you went to a lake
I went to
that
the
the
lake and I did the other thing, the overlapping points thing from my college building to my house building, and my house to the home building. These
and
these two things
right,
these two things convinced me.
and you seen too far, right?
The college building was the distance between the college and the home building was a lot far than as compared to the lake. The lake was
Basically,
very small.
basically, you seen too far. You know what you missing? You missing the part where the Earth has a radius that the mainstream people that came up with this Earth is a globe, they all agree to, whether it's an average or not. And you basically saying that you when observe, you try to observe this radius value of having the physical Earth curve edge, and you saying that you
Mm,
did.
Radius value, not the radius value. I just wanted to observe the curve and I couldn't find the curvature.
Yeah,
That is my point of observation.
yes, the curves have a very specific radius value that they calculated.
What is the what is the radius value?
I mean, you should be telling me. You don't want to say you did an experiment.
I didn't find any curvature, so I didn't do any radius value thing, because I couldn't find any curvature.
How would you know where to look if you don't even know where they say is at?
What are you talking about? I'm saying that it's flat. I'm saying there is no curve. What,
I said,
what,
you don't know where
what are
the
you
Earth.
pointing to? Are you saying there is a curve and there is a radius value to it? Could you please tell me how you figured that out?
All
How
spheres
did you
have.
figure out? No, how did you figure out that it is a sphere? How did you figure out that Earth is a sphere? Please tell me. I would like to know.
The Earth is.
Where did you find the curvature?
Hold on, sir. Don't get it confused.
No,
I'm not making a
no.
claim that.
Where did you find the curvature to say that it
Mano,
has
how
a?
about you start listening instead of repeating the same dumb shit over again? He heard you the
I'm not.
first time. You made a mistake. You're not listening. Reg is not claiming that he lives on a globetard.
Oh, I thought he was saying it's a globe. I thought he said it's a sphere.
I'm
No,
saying.
you might want to listen.
I'm saying if you're going to go around saying that you're a flat earther, right? That you believe in the flat Earth, which you shouldn't be saying you believe in the flat Earth, but that's you say you believe that there's a flat Earth because you have observed no curvature looking at a lake, and you observe no curvature looking at a college. Well, it's going to be questions that's going to follow behind that because they're going to say, "Well, have you calculated where the curvature is supposed to be?" Then they're going to ask you, "Have you calculated refraction and where that's supposed to be?" Have you done any of those things?
I didn't need to do the reflection and all because what the experiments that I did by pointing the things at the end of the lake, I couldn't see any curvature in it. So there was
Nobody
no need to do any further experiments.
got you.
Did you do any did you do any experiments to believe that it's flat?
Okay, first off, these are not experiments; these are observations, and their
Yes,
observation.
I mean observation. Did you make any observations of your own to
Yeah,
believe that it's flat?
you
Could you share some?
listen. The observation that you made, everybody in this room makes that observation walking around daily. No one experienced curvature, period, including the globe. That's our challenge. But but if you're saying that you're going out to debunk the globe, you're going to have to basically know the globe rhetoric to begin with, which means that the globe have a mainstream radius value that they prescribe to, even have a calculator to calculate it. It's a mathematical model, right, that they use in all their little maps and spherical system, the way they travel and create maps. So you're going to have to really study that and go out in the world if you want to go ahead and do a observational study and debunk that by knowing all and then test that. That's just
So
the
so
advice.
Okay, so basically, what you're saying is that your observation to prove that made you believe that it's flat is basically like you made no scientific observation. You just believe in it by just walking, like it's a straight road, it's a straight things, and you
It's
didn't
not.
do any observations.
It's a bit
It's not.
more complicated than that.
It's not a
The
scientific.
point, I do apologise, mate, but the point Reg Joe's making is our base, our observation of our realities. It's flat and it's stationary. So if anybody says that it's different, then we have to see those claims and be able to verify them, right?
Oh, I see. Well, I just did the lake thing and the building from my home to the college and college to the home, and it just didn't make any sense to have any curvature. So that is what made me believe that it's flat.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But with the reason you're doing that is you're doing that to debunk their radius value. You're saying whether or not that radius value is true or is it untrue. But if you don't know where to look, then you're just looking at everything. You're just looking at what everybody else looking at. The Earth being flat and stationary in its first instance. Nothing wrong with that because it's really up to the glober to come to you and show you where the Earth curvature is at.
Huh. That does make sense. So you're suggesting me that I should do more observations to find the flatness? Where did he go?
I believe that if you use that telescope and just like sit in the beach or something and like look to the other country on the other side of the ocean, you will not see it because of the curve.
How far away is this other country on the other side of the ocean?
Wait, I will search it.
Okay.
Dude sound very much like gunslinging.
I mean, I can look over a sea and see another country. It's going to depend on the distance, right?
And again, at first you're going to have to prove Earth curvature to begin with in order to make the claim that it is due to Earth curvature. It's the reason why you
Yeah,
can't see.
it's 380 kilometers.
Okay. There's a lot of air between you in that country, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that the light is going to diminish through all of that air?
What is the meaning of diminish?
Diminish, get less.
No.
So you don't think the light is going to reduce. Why do you think that you can look at the sun on the horizon at sunset or sunrise, where it looks like a big orange ball? But when you look up at, say, noon, you don't really want to look at the sun because it's really, really bright and it'll hurt your eyes. Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Do you think it's because of the amount of gas that the light is passing through, causing the light to disperse? Why do you think you can't look down to the bottom of the ocean?
It is dark, like down there.
Yeah, it's dark, right? Why is
Yes.
it dark down there?
The
Let's
light
say
can't
it's,
reach.
yeah, good. The light can't reach. All of the water's in the way, right?
Yes.
If you dive down, it'll get less and less bright. So that's water. That shows that a medium where light passes through it, the medium diminishes the light, makes the light distinguish, get less with distance. It's the reason why you can look at the sun at sunset or sunrise, right? Where it doesn't burn your eyes like at midday, because all of the air that the light is passing through. So when you're thinking about looking at a country a few hundred miles across the ocean, there's going to be a limit to how much light can pass through that gas at distance. I think it's called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. It's basically a load of mathematics that will make a prediction as to how much light will pass through gas at
Yeah, but the
distances
light
of
is
about,
even, right? The light is
pardon
even
me,
on the surface.
Okay, there's probably going to be some weather systems in the way. It might be raining. You understand that moisture, the temperature differential within the air is going to cause light to do different things. I'm just pointing out that at distances, looking through that, the light is going to struggle to get to your optic at distances over 300 miles.
Yeah.
Now, the limiting factor should be the curvature of the Earth. And I understand what you say if the Earth is flat, then we should be able to see forever. It's not necessarily true. We've got a lot of air to look through, especially when looking horizontally over distances of hundreds of miles, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about what if I used like a telescope or something on the
A
coast?
telescope, yeah. So that's just an optic receiving light. Now you can increase the technology, binoculars, high-powered zoom cameras, whatever, and you will increase your ability to see the things at distance because the angles that you couldn't resolve will be resolvable by the optic. But the problem is still going to remain that the light has to pass through all of that air. Doesn't matter if it's just your eyes, binoculars, or a high-powered zoom telescope. We're requiring the light to reach the optic at distances of, you've said, a few, 300-400 kilometers or whatever. So same problem still exists.
Yeah.
You might be able to, excuse me, you might be able to change the wavelength of light you're making the observation in. Sometimes we use infrared. Now, we don't see in the infrared spectrum, but we understand infrared has a lower refractive index than the visible spectrum, what we see in. So when we use the high-powered zoom camera with the infrared filter, for example, we see miles and miles and miles and miles. Now, we still might not be able to reach the 300-mile barrier from sea level, but if we were to go up in an aeroplane, for example, out of the denser medium and start looking down with infrared filters, we can start seeing hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 miles across the surface of the Earth. I'll put it into context for you. If you're in an aircraft at 35,000 feet, the geometric horizon should be approximately 220 miles away. So in infrared, we can see 800 miles, for example. There are other ones 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe even 1,000 miles. But that's because we're out of, let's say, the denser medium of the air, which is going to cause the light to distinguish.
Yeah. So if this is like this is very controversial. So why like there is no books and like other scientists
There are
like
books.
that is based their science or the knowledge on flat earth
Okay.
view.
Okay. Now, you can still find books regarding flat Earth cosmologies, right? There are loads that you can find on YouTube that flat earthers have kind of created audio books from. The books from, say, like the 1718 and early 1900s, like 200 years ago, for example. Because back then, right, everyone was talking about this. It's just nowadays that these books aren't common. There were, say, scientists back in those days who were advocating for the flat Earth. Now that position has again kind of been reduced because of the current narrative.
Yeah, but I'm talking about why there is no like such a like for example a billionaire or something or a millionaire that is creating a company and ship company or something to discover the borders of
Why we,
like
yeah.
and other
Why isn't
stuff.
there always somebody else to come and fill in your gaps for you and for me, right? And for everyone, there's always somebody who's going to be doing something. And in this instance, it's kind of appealing to the future. Why isn't somebody doing something like somebody with the funds and so on, blah, blah, blah? I don't know, dude. I can't answer those questions for you.
Yeah, but I mean it's logical because it's so expensive to discover these places, and you have to have authority because if they are doing this on purpose to hide like the flat Earth like reality, they are gonna like prevent you from like discovering that. So in order to like to discover that, you have to have the money and authority. That's why like asking
Yeah.
for a billionaire or something that believe in flat
Well,
Earth.
I get when you say billionaire, right? But the authority is kind of the main thing. And the reason why I point it out is this: not everywhere on the surface of the earth is free to roam and go, right? There are restrictions, international restrictions, where you can freely explore as a citizen of the earth. For example, you can fly in an aircraft, but only up to a certain altitude before the altitude becomes military airspace. And beyond this area, you need permission to go, right? Also, certain latitudes on the Earth, like ecologically protected zones, the Arctic and Antarctic, for example, you need permission to go there. That's for sure. So, yeah, the money might be one thing, but the authority, well, that lies in the hands of people that might not want you to have the ability to explore these latitudes or higher up in the sky.
Yeah, so who has the authority to like prevent you from discovering the North Pole or the
Okay, so specifically on the ground, the Antarctic Treaty and signatories of the Antarctic Treaty. I think there's a Northern Arctic Treaty as well, but there's not so many countries involved because the North Pole's landlocked. The Antarctic is surrounded by sea. So it's slightly different as to the way that the land's divided up. The Antarctic Treaty, though, if you want permission to go there, and freely explore, because you can go there as a tourist if you get the correct visas and so on, which are provided for you by the tourist organisation, which will take you there anyway. But if you want to freely go there, I would assume that it's going to be all of the signatories to that treaty, specifically one, the country that you come from. So, for example, I would have to go through the British government here in England. So I'd have to go through them, and then the process would also cost me a lot of money. But saying I had the money, I'm still requiring to meet all of the criteria, and it's within their hands whether they let me do it or not. So the authority lies deep within the government legal systems, right? International legal systems.
But you believe at some point there is like a system that's gonna be like revoke that and try to like make like free reality or something to roam those areas.
I don't think anything like that's ever going to happen, dude. What the hell? The people who are in power are going to stay in power, whether the faces change or not. That's neither here nor there. But we're looking at a world at the moment where freedoms are being taken away. So I don't think we're going to go in the way that freedom is going to be ubiquitous for all in all places on the earth. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. That's so depressing, actually.
Yeah. I wouldn't stress about it too much, man.
Because I think if they are trying to like push this agenda, I think the purpose behind it is to hide like lands of the elites or something.
Yeah, I would suggest there's more than one reason why they're lying. Right? There's obviously benefits, and there might even be money to be made, right? And they could be hiding, for example, like you said, extra lands, which by consequence could be extra resources, minerals, those types of things. But I don't know. I really don't know. Some people like myself say it's more of a philosophical, theological reason why they're lying. Potentially to hide our own identity from ourselves, maybe because they're hiding the place that we live, and have obviously given us a creation narrative that would be evolution. If these things aren't real, then we've probably got a creator God alternative left with regards to the flat earth. Maybe they don't want us to know that. There are lots of religious systems in place, thousands of religious systems in place. You can literally make your own religious system up these days. It's crazy, right? Your own way of thinking, your own personal truth. So they obviously, whoever they are, they obviously like to control the way that we perceive ourselves and the reality in which we live.
Yeah.
We're surrounded by mysteries anyway, right? We must remember that just because the current narrative is the technological space race, satellites and, remote control cars on Mars, we think that everything's solved. If we look on the Earth, we've got architecture everywhere that we still scratch our head and go, I have no idea. How did that get there then?
Yeah.
How was that built? Right. What's our What's our true history? Right? We're only fed at best the current best guess, really, and that's what most people will say. We don't really know, but it's our current best guess with regards to, I don't know, the pyramids, for example, or any other ancient structure. There's always competing ideas and theories. Some of them are quite esoteric. Some of them speak more about, again, things not of this earth. So it's a crazy world in which we live, right? And
Yeah,
NASA's
but
also kind of
but
one of these. Sorry, mate. Go on. Please speak.
I'm sorry to cut you, but you spoke about the pyramids. Like, historically, if you go back, like there is like the Library of Alexandria that had a lot of knowledge because the ancient Egyptians like gathered a lot of knowledge about the ancient world and how like things were built and the technologies and other stuff. And when the Romans came, they burned down the library and like took their knowledge and like hide it from those guys. And there is also like videos, a lot of videos that is getting removed from the internet. They have been leaked about eh, like uh, like a secret cult or something. Um, I think it's like about it's related to the world order. So when they occupy some lands or something, or they create an excuse to occupy some lands, they go and like dig for historical and other knowledge and other stuff. They take it back from like the public to destroy it or to like preserve it in like a secure place.
Yep. It's literally
To
history of the British Empire. Yeah. But same with the
Yeah.
Romans, right? You speak about the library at Alexandria, right, and that being burnt down. We must remember, right? Information and knowledge is power. And whether you keep the information and knowledge to yourself or destroy it so other people can't find it is obviously something that we kind of see scattered through history. The library at Alexandria being a really good example, but something that today we don't even really think about. This happened a long time ago. A library got burned down. It's a bit of a loss, but when you dig deep into it, like you did and like we all do, we understand that the invading nation have reasons for their invasion, and sometimes, if not the majority of the time, it's to take over traditions and religions and social kind of etiquettes, I guess. So yeah, it happens everywhere.
Yeah.
But we must remember that, right? So it's information is power. We also get fed a lot of information that is not true. Even today, I'm still finding information that I thought was, kind of truthful or whatever isn't so. So you still discover things today that you learned a long time ago aren't necessarily, the actual facts of the matter. And that can widely depend on, the country that you live in, the tradition that you have, potentially the religion that's overarching or the society, whatever, the government structure. It's all going to depend on the narrative that you're fed. We're not all fed the same narrative, though, from country to country to country. We must also remember that and understanding that propaganda exists for a reason, and it exists everywhere. And you should be very much aware that it exists in your country, first of all.
even though we're kind of built up in the kind of national pride idea, where it's everybody else has got the problem, and we get this in the UK, right? You can, like, with regards to, say, the BBC, you kind of view them as a potential authority when you're talking about news, but they're as corrupt as everybody else, right? So we must understand that the lies are all around us. It's not just the flat earth. It's not just this, and the reasons of why and why for's are complex and varied, right? Very complex and varied, but we must understand that there is taking place. So from that standpoint, we're at least a little bit wiser.
Yeah. I think also, like, in what comes in mind, like, the technology stuff, if you made people think that something is like the flat earth, for example, and like the oval earth, they, like, if they made you think that it's 100% like the earth is round or like oval, so you can't create technologies, and and they can't seize it to themselves based on this theory, like, alone. Imagine what they are doing to another, like, things. So I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. It's when, for myself, and I know many other of my friends, flat earthers, like from 24/7 in the channel. When we came to discover and understand that the Earth was flat and stationary, we have more questions than most people, right? Even the ones that you're talking about. If we're talking about organizations, governments, militaries, whatever shadowy arm of any of these things, what technologies and abilities do they truly have that ultimately that they don't want us to find out about or would keep away from the public? And this isn't something that, I or anybody else is making up. I'm 50 years old. I've seen this over my lifetime. I understand this takes place. Yes, again, going back to the information and knowledge being power, militaries of the world and those types of organizations, spy organizations like MI5, 6, and all of those types of things, secrets and secret technologies and all of these, they're kept well out of the public eye. So the speculation about these things obviously abounds because there are questions out there that we have and we can't necessarily find the answer. We think they might be out there and somebody does know it, but really it's a struggle to find it. It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, or I have heard lots of stories from, say, on YouTube, audio books and things like this, like kind of, let's say, mythological, historical stories, with a kind of scientific narrative to it about things that we have done but have been kept from the public eye. We get told these stories. You can find them in like the Encyclopedia Britannica, like stories about drilling technology that has been used to drill through some kind of wall that's in Antarctica, and stories about particular types of ice and ice that falls from the sky, like the ceilings falling down. There's lots of stories out there that lend
credence to the narrative regarding the flat Earth being a contained system. Lots of stories from antiquity about going north, particular maps that show like 4 continents there and 4 dividing rivers, where today we're told that the North Pole is just a frozen sea. It's not actually land, it's just frozen water. So there's all of these mythologies out there that kind of lend credence to the flat Earth idea, but when you look deep into them, they're just stories, right? We can't necessarily use these as proof that the Earth is flat because somebody 200 years ago, came back with a story when they went sailing for a year around the Earth, or went to the North Pole, or made claims that they'd, come in contact with some kind of barrier. And you even hear stories as well that like governments have sent drilling technologies to Antarctica to drill through the wall, that after they drill through it, it makes itself back again. So the hole that's created heals itself. There's all of these crazy stories that you find out there, but if they get attached to the conversations that we have in here, then obviously people can think that we're all crazy when we start talking about these types of things. But they are interesting questions, right? What technology does exist? What technology would you need to explore the world if it was a contained system? Because obviously, if you're inside a container, then a container is all around you. It's not just out wide or up in the sky. How far do they dig down? It is crazy when you think about it. But anyway, I'm
Yeah.
obviously rabbiting on quite a long, so I do apologise.
Yeah, I love that. There is a channel actually is talking about this, like you mentioned.
What, a YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Okay, do you know the name of the channel?
No, I don't know it. I'm just asking you.
Oh, okay. There's quite a few, dude. I've hundreds and hundreds of random channels on my YouTube subscription now.
What is your favorite?
I don't have a favourite, mate. I really don't. I find, dude, I've been looking at YouTube for like 20 years. Sources that I trusted then, I don't trust so much now. I understand that even with the best intention, people have a bias that sometimes blinds them. It also depends what subjects I'm looking into, because they are vast and varied as well. It most definitely isn't just the flat Earth. There's loads of other things that I personally look into, but trusting, I don't necessarily trust. I just, if it resonates with me and I like it for a bit, I mull it around in my head. If it sticks, it sticks. If it doesn't, then I'll move on.
Yeah. Like, I think people need to like take some conspiracies theory serious, because if you think about it, or if they think about it, like every reality has like a conspiracy theory that once people mentioned in back then, they said like no way that's true, but it turned out to be the actual reality after several years. So you should people should like take some of those stories serious and not debunk it like for 100%, or like saying it's not like fully true or something.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends what it is. Again, we understand it's very, very, very muddy waters we're looking around in, and it's muddy for a reason. There's bullshit. There's psychological operations, right? There's admitted bullshit that governments tell us that they tell us, right? Organizations like the CIA, MI5, all of these types of things, right? These social programs and these social engineering things happen. So when we're looking at conspiracy theories or things that are alternative to the narrative, let's put it like that, then again, it comes down to you as the individual must be able to critically think about the information that you're being given. One, can you verify it? Two, this source that they verified it, is this just somebody's theory, or is this, and is this theory based on actual facts, or again just spurious information? Again, you can also look at popular people that are out there, with lots of famous faces like Joe Rogan, who has lots of interesting people on his podcast. I stopped watching him years ago, to be honest, but personalities like this, even YouTube channels where there's unknown people that appear to be putting a lot of information together, you have to wonder about that information and where it comes from, and the intent of why it's there. See, when looking at conspiracy theories, you have to also understand what type it is. The flat Earth, I would say, is kind of unique to most conspiracy theories. Let's say JFK, his assassination, 9/11, what happened like 5 years ago with the worldwide pandemic, all everything in between. With flat Earth, you can literally go outside and measure it. With the other conspiracies, you're relying on the digging through of information or somebody's interpretation of something, even though that interpretation that's used 9/11 might be really, really good. When you're talking about engineers that would know about this type of thing and all of that type of stuff, you could probably say that, yeah, it is the way that, sorry, it isn't the way that the news and the governments would let us believe that it is. But again, it's always going to come down to the type of conspiracy theory that you're talking about. Some are blatantly obvious, though. We must understand that the term conspiracy theory is just as two people colluding behind a group or someone's back. That's literally just like organising somebody's surprise birthday party, right? Conspiracy theories are everywhere. But the ones with regards to government, the ones with regards to, say, emotional and mental health, physical health, the nutrition that we have, the medicines that we have, all of these things in one way or another, you must understand that there's money at the end of the day that really gets to decide the narrative and how it will continue. If usually because of some organisation or companies' profitable gain because of the produce that being put into law that we're allowed to have or not allowed to have. So conspiracy theories are everywhere, dude.
Yeah. And I think people should like question those things because, like, for example, the recent event, like, it got heavily censored across the years, the reality. But when people start questioning, a lot of evidence came, like raining, and like and leads and other stuff. So it's maybe censored. Like you look at YouTube, it's like the most source of like people like information and other stuff, and Wikipedia and other stuff. There is a lot of like evidence that they are censoring stuff 24 hours, like all is working. So of course they're gonna censor like critical information and like sensitive information about other stuff. So people need to like watch out from that. So they take it seriously, not like 100% think like, okay, that's true, but at least don't trust the government and trust like the information you take as 100%. I agree with that.
One thing that a lot of people say when they come into this channel talking about the flat Earth
is this idea that we have done all of these things, like when they say we've been to the moon, and we've got technology and we understand the Earth is flat. This kind of we idea. Within that we idea, though, that the benefit of mankind and aren't we smart? We must understand that we also go around and kill people and rape people and lie all of the time. People, humans, all right, we're quite smart and we can build rockets and stuff, but we're also awful. Right? The human condition is disgusting. When you look at the depths of things that we do as human people, there's people that are locked up in prison that we've had to sentence to death, apparently. Right. So when people come in and say we have done this, been to the moon, and then people struggle to understand why they would lie, because of the human condition, because somebody somewhere is benefiting from this, right? For whatever, I don't know, possibly evil, psychologically broken, warped idea that they've got, whatever it is, we have to understand that the question about why lies are being told or why would they lie shouldn't really be hard to answer. People lie all of the time, right? Yeah, like I said, we can make rockets, but people are disgusting too. So it shouldn't be hard to, for people to understand that answer.
Yeah, correct.
DJ, you there? I noticed you were deafened earlier.
Hey, what's up, Jedi?
No worries, man. Were you deafened because you couldn't take it anymore and you had to go and watch Quantum Karen?
I tuned in for like 2 minutes, scrolled through a few bits of the stream, and yeah, just crap, as I figured it would be.
Really? I don't know whether I'm gonna. I've not watched any of the stuff that he's done for like months. Obviously, this has got my name in it, so I want to see it. But the other side of me is I can't be fucking asked.
Yeah,
But
it's
yeah,
really annoying because he just stops it every 2 seconds, right? Because he doesn't want the listener, it seems, to actually listen to the context or the entire point that's being made. So he pauses it every like 2 or 3 words and then talks for a few minutes, right? And then they all get a chance to talk. And he just bullshits about everything, takes it all out of
wow.
context, then plays a few more words. It takes like an hour to get through 5 minutes or 2 minutes worth of freaking show. Your bit, it was just when you and AI Overlord are talking to Vaxwax about like elevation angles and stuff like that. Just it was just boring, so I just switched it off because they just keep pausing it and you can't really get any context.
Wow,
Painful.
you say they. When I scrolled through it earlier, Brian. Is there anybody else on the panel with they?
Oh
Or is
yeah,
it Tim and Brian?
Flatsy Klein. Yeah, he's a panel
My
of
God.
experts. Really, it's like Brian Flatsy, that drunk guy. What I forget his name, Adam or something. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Not many people. I think most people have left his. Yeah. left
I
his
miss
show.
Flatsy. That's one thing that's annoyed me. I miss Flatsy, dude. She was part of like us for a long time, man, and she seems to have decided that that's the camp that she wants to go and sit in. I mean, fine, fair enough, but I'm annoyed that she doesn't feel like she can come over to 24 with us. That she had to choose sides, man. It's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Probably not allowed. Not allowed to. I don't know.
Well, I know she held John in Quantum Eraser, sorry, in like quite high regard and so on. So I can understand that loyalty sometimes. That's probably the reason why she's doing it. She wants to feel loyal to him, but I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just weird.
It is.
But apart from that, has anything interesting been going on? Any new people?
No, man. It's been a bit of a troll fest in here today. We've had these Italian guys that keep saying man, everything man. Yeah, I forget what their names are, but just bricked arguments. Like he was saying that they mapped the Earth out, right? They know it's a globe because of the magnetic field lines, because of the magnetic poles, and that's how they mapped the globe out, and that wouldn't work on a flat Earth. What else was he saying? That we know that okay, so he showed Starlink, right? And he said we know that Earth's a globe because here's some pictures of Starlink satellites in the
Right.
sky, and that would only be possible if we had gravity. And then we asked because he said, and then he was talking about orbits and things like that, right? And he said
Yeah.
that's only possible because of gravity. The cause of that's gravity. And we said, okay, well, can you prove the cause? And he said, yeah, the cause is that we see these things orbiting in the sky.
Right, okay.
So we know that gravity is real because we see them orbiting, and we can prove the cause by seeing the things orbiting. So yeah, that was
Okay.
his argument there. And you wouldn't be able to fly from Australia to South Africa and then also from Australia to Indonesia if the Earth were flat. It wouldn't work.
What?
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
Indonesia and South Africa are places that from Australia you can't get to. What?
He said it wouldn't work if the Earth were flat. It only works if the Earth's a globe.
Okay.
And that he also
India's
said that
just like kind of northwest of Australia, though, isn't it?
it's real close. It's like a 6-hour flight, 5-hour flight, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just fly across the pond a little bit. It's right there.
Okay.
And so
maybe not
we
all
asked him where
Mercator projection maps are the same in different countries. I know in England we get one where kind of GMT's in the middle. I know in other countries you get, like in China's in the middle. Maybe they've got one where Italy's in the middle and Australia gets cut off from fucking Indonesia or something. What?
Yeah, a gelato-centric projection.
Pastoraf.
Yeah. But he was also saying that the people that originally mapped the world out, they're the ones that made the maps, and they're the ones that proved it was a globe. But he said that they were flat earthers.
Okay.
Yeah. So flat earthers proved the globe by sailing. It just bricked people.
Oh well, sounds fun.
Mm.
Are you planning on running an event soon?
They're still running this freaking English for interviews class. They have 3 people in the audience, and it's been going forever. Maybe I'll just.
Wow.
Yeah, we're not meant to start events while the stage is in.
That's fair enough. English for interview. I should come down here. We can turn the interview into an interrogation. This can be level 2. Oh yeah, the main reason why I'm not watching Quantum Karen is because it's going to make my blood boil. I can see me getting really angry with him. Although I don't care. It's kind of ambiguous. It's pissed a lot of people off, and by proxy, he's pissed me off too. But if he does this and I see him do it, I'm going to get really angry. I don't necessarily want to get really angry. So it's probably just best for me not to look at it because I can see him pissing me off.
Yeah, because he lies a lot, right? He just keeps misrepresenting what you're saying. he was doing that with me for the first, like, he was listening to what we were talking about in here with Neil for the first like 40 minutes or something of his show. I was just scrolled through a little bit of it, and yeah, he was just trying to misrepresent like everything I was saying. It was ridiculous. He'd just pause it every 2 seconds. He's like, I haven't listened to this before. And I would say like the first 2 words out of a point, but somehow he would know what the whole rest of the point was going to be about. And then he would just completely misrepresent it and say that I'm like backing up NASA and all this shit. It's just crazy. Pure craziness. This is all I was saying, right? I was making a point about the list of questionable flat Earth arguments or ones
yeah. I know the bit. That's the bit that I saw earlier. Yeah. I say saw like 30
just
seconds
about
ago.
how aerospace engineers and also aerospace engineers for NASA aren't admitting, right? They don't say that just because we write that the Earth is flat for our calculations, right? They're not saying we're admitting that the Earth is flat right here. They're not, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that we think the Earth's a globe, but for simplification purposes, we assume it to be flat for our calculations, which is weird, right? Like, obviously, okay, so you have to assume it's a flat Earth, but they're not admitting it's freaking flat. And that's all I'm saying. I'm like, they're not claiming it's flat, right? You didn't find a secret document where they admit that it's flat. They're not claiming that. They have an excuse for that, which is that's all I was trying to get at. So when flat earthers say, "Oh, there's secret NASA documents that are being found," and NASA is admitting that the Earth is flat. No, they didn't leak some information by accident where they're admitting the Earth's flat, right? All of the calculations that are done for aircrafts by aerospace engineers, they assume a flat stationary plane. They assume a constant mass. There's a whole list of things they assume for their calculations. That doesn't mean that they also think that the Earth is flat. Like the people that are writing the freaking, flight dynamics summary for the FAA and things like that, they're not necessarily flat earthers, right? They're saying for simplification purposes. They're saying for simplification purposes, not me. I'm not defending them. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, and I knew that we hadn't heard the last of this list. I thought Quantum Eraser would start going into it, so I wasn't surprised when I saw him going through it earlier. But wow. I'm done with it, man. What the hell? I'm so bored.
Oh, it's boring, man. That's why I just skipped through a bit of it, and I was like, oh, this is boring. They just stop and circle jerk each other for a bit and misrepresent what we're saying, and then play 3 more words and then pause it again and then talk for a few more minutes, and then it's kind of boring.
I mean,
Surprised
don't
that
know.
anyone watches it, to be honest.
Being as you mentioned about conversation with Vaxmax, were you in the conversation that I had with Adam Meakin whilst Quantum Eraser was in the channel talking about celestial poles? Was you around for that?
I don't remember.
All right, because I couldn't have the conversation with Quantum Eraser. We were starting to butt heads, so I had to kind of retire from the conversation.
Yeah,
but we had the conversation through Adam Meakin as the interpreter. I literally just spoke to Adam whilst Quantum Eraser was gnashing his teeth in the background. And me and Adam reached the agreement of 2 celestial poles, right? We had it was a good conversation. I managed to expedite the position really well to him, because Adam and I go kind of way back into like 2018-19 when I started doing this. So it was always good conversation with Adam back in the day. So it was one of the reasons why me and Adam had this conversation, and Adam was kind of nodding along and in agreement. Now, I'm just interested what the conversation about celestial poles is like between Adam and Quantum Eraser, being as I couldn't have the conversation with Quantum Eraser but found it relatively easy with Adam.
We'll have fun listening to that if you choose to.
No, I'm not going to, man. I don't want to. Like I said, he'll piss me off. And I got enough going on in my personal. I'm moving this week, and I got enough going on in my personal life to get angry with Quantum Eraser. It's just whatever. I don't care.
Yeah. There's a video I'm watching at the moment on the other window called Why Do Things Disappear from the Bottom Up? It's a new one by Shane St. Pierre, even though I don't agree with everything Shane says. This is a pretty good, like, he's showing some great examples of, how things can disappear due to, like, angular resolution and compression, like compression due to the angle of view.
Yep.
And things like that. I'll post it in the side chat. It's a good one. It's just lots of great. I'll take a whole stack of screenshots from this one. So he's showing some lots of real world examples of it happening.
DJ's going to be taking screenshots. I can see you compiling your evidence. I'll tell you what, dude. This is me taking my hat off to you. Over the last few months, the way that you articulate arguments has improved. I'm not saying it was bad at the beginning. I'm definitely not saying that. But the way that you articulate and go through with the screenshots, and I've already thought of the questions that are coming, obviously, because we've been asked them already before, and you're already waiting there with the screenshot or the citation or something that, they're going to be asking for in a couple of questions' time. So, like, dude, man, that's awesome
Thanks, man.
stuff,
I
man.
appreciate it. Yeah. I'm trying to organize my giant folders and make it so I can grab all of this stuff and bring it up. Well, we got the mains are back. Samba main.
You're doing the God's work, man.
What's up, man?
What's up, man? What's going on, man?
I think you guys should rename this channel to Copium channel.
Copium?
Copium,
What?
yeah.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because this is where Globe Earth has come to cope. Yeah.
Nah, you guys are dedicated to Copium, man.
Okay. Have you gone away and had your cigarette, and that's given you enough time to protect your own ego and come back and decide to start attacking us?
No, I don't smoke cigarettes.
Who's the other
Thankfully,
one? This is like the other guy's like
buddy,
troll buddy.
Gunslang.
So you've had a little bit of time to think, and you've come back and just the attack point fingers at us.
Like we have been over many points, so I'm just here to kind of listen to you guys.
Yeah, if I may, what's a copium? What would be the copium that you're talking about? What does that look like?
I mean, your whole belief is copium. I mean,
all of it, the whole
I
thing.
mean, it's not actually copium. It's
Okay, so it's not that.
it's
Okay,
like
what is it then?
brainwashing.
Brainwashing now. Okay.
Yeah, but you'd like to cope when people present evidence for globe Earth.
Like what? What evidence?
All of it, man. Like,
Okay,
what
well,
do
if
you mean,
like
what evidence?
which one thing? What's the best thing that showcases copium?
Well, when somebody says the shadow of Earth on the moon is curved, then you copium. Then you start to drink.
From
copium.
how do they know? How do they know that?
When
Well, no, hold on. Let's go. Slow down. So a shadow of Earth on the moon. When does that happen?
Yeah. What?
When does that? Yeah. When do you see that? When have you ever seen that?
Shadow of Earth on the moon. I've seen it every night when you look through your window.
I wonder when copium will actually start, and
Yeah,
who
this
will
is
start
great.
coping.
So, do you think lunar phases are caused by the shadow of Earth on the moon? Is that you're trying to tell me that? That's your proof of the globe, that the lunar phases is Earth's curvature.
Like I don't have to prove anything. You
Yeah,
guys
I'm not saying that you have to prove anything. What I'm trying to figure out here is your belief when you say every night you look at the moon and you see the curve of the Earth on the moon. Are you talking about lunar phases? The lunar phases.
I'm talking about the shadow of Earth on the moon.
When?
At night, right?
When?
Yeah. Basically, I mean, not every night.
Can you?
But,
how about this? Can you show me a picture? Can you just post a picture in chat?
no, I'm in game, but you know what I'm talking about.
No,
when
I
the
really
moon
don't.
looks like a crescent, when it's going through the phases throughout the 28-day cycle, are you saying that the shadow that's on the moon through the phases of 28 is the shadow of the Earth?
The shadow of on the moon when you have a half moon, right?
Yeah.
Is a shadow of Earth, and it's curved.
Okay, so from this point onwards, right, let's see who actually copes. Because within the heliocentric model, moon phases are not caused by the shadow of the Earth. What's caused by the shadow of the Earth is lunar eclipses. Now, you understand that obviously English isn't your first language, so I'm giving you the opportunity. Hold on, my friend, please stop. I'm giving you the opportunity to correct yourself before I just go and get some NASA videos for you.
she don't pull up NASA videos.
Yeah, which explain to school children why we observe moon phases and why we observe lunar eclipses. And we understand that moon phases and lunar eclipses are different. You seem to think that all
about moon phases.
Yeah, you pardon?
I'm talking about the moon phases.
You're talking about moon phases, but in the heliocentric model that they teach to children, that's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon. That's
Then
the
what is
Earth in shush. That's the Earth inside the circle of the moon, and how the sun is shining on the moon as the moon moves around the Earth, and how we see it. For example, when the moon is between the Earth and the sun, we call this the new moon because the far side of the moon is being illuminated by the sun, and the side that we can see is in darkness. Conversely, 14 days later, when the moon has changed its orbit around the Earth, where the Earth is between the sun and the moon, the light from the sun can be cast directly onto the face of the moon that we can see. Conversely, it's at this stage within the cycle that lunar eclipses will happen, where the phase of the moon is full and then the shadow of the Earth passes over the full moon. Now, this isn't me coping, this is me educating you on your own. story.
I don't know why are you explaining this to me.
Hello,
Because
people.
you're wrong.
How you doing, people?
I want you to explain how, like, what's the shadow on the moon? Like, which
Well, let's
from
put it like
which
this.
what object is the shadow on the moon?
First of all, you must understand that I'm not going to make a claim to an object casting a shadow. But within your understanding, is the moon a flat surface or a curved surface?
It's not a flat surface.
Okay, then that's going to be a problem for shadows that are cast on not flat surfaces.
Okay, even if the shadow, we've been over this, even if the shadow is distorted, from which object that shadow coming from?
I don't know, but we wouldn't see a
Oh,
true
you
representation.
don't
I
know.
don't
Oh, you
know,
don't know.
dude.
Yeah, okay, you don't know.
Okay.
Hold on,
So
Jedi, can I ask him a question real quick?
I don't want to.
One question.
Okay.
Samba, do you have the internet? Like, do you have can you go to Google?
Oh shit! The internets. I don't have the internet.
No. Do you have it? Do you have a browser handy? Right, and
Yeah,
I just want you to type in one thing. Right. Okay. Are lunar phases caused by the shadow of the globe or the Earth? And then read out what the response is.
good call, DJ.
Because now you have to say Google's in on it or cope. You'll have to cope. This will
said
show
moon phases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now for you if you like. Okay, so I'm on Google.
Okay.
Okay, so are the moon? It's gonna think I'm an idiot. Okay, are the moon phases caused by the shadow of the Earth? No. The moon
Hey, yo, what's
phases
up, people?
of the phases of the moon are not caused by the Earth's shadow. They are caused by the changing angles from which we see the sunlit portion of the moon as it orbits the Earth.
And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the shadow on the moon. That's like there's a shadow on the moon, right? Like when you see a
No,
half.
that's
half
not
Yeah,
even the
there is,
claim.
bro. There is, yeah.
Hold on, shush for a second, bro. Hold on a second. You said the moon phases. When you go out, you see a crescent moon or a half moon, like you said, right? You said every night when I look at the moon, basically when it's not a full moon or a new moon, that shadow that you're seeing, and you're claiming that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. That's not even the claim in the globe model, right? They teach that to little kids at school. Most people
Oh,
don't
they
make
are
that silly
pedophiles.
argument.
Is the moon is it a globe?
We're not
Is the
talking.
moon a
We're
globe?
just pointing out. Samba came in here right now. Samba's in cope mode now. Now he's got to try to cope with the situation he's put him in. He said something really, really dumb, right? That the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. Right now he needs to admit that that was incorrect. Now, how are you going to cope with the situation, bro?
Yeah, I don't think it's not logical that the moon is like covered by the shadow of the earth, and it works by phases.
What education? What country do you come from? Serious
Wait.
question, dude, because I'm worried about your educational standards.
Are you talking with me or DJ?
Anybody who claims that the phases of the moon are caused by the shadow of the Earth, the only thing that's caused by the shadow of the Earth is lunar eclipses.
I mean, the moon phases are
Well,
caused by
yeah.
the sunlight.
Lunar eclipse. How do you explain a lunar eclipse then?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, you
I
don't.
don't know.
Okay.
But the phases are caused by the sunlight.
Okay. Whatever causes, whatever causes the lunar phases.
But you cannot.
Okay, this guy wants to talk. What? What did you say?
I said we can explain how lunar eclipses
No, you
happen.
can't. No, you can't because you failed to address. Hold on. Because you failed to address the curved surface of the moon. It's like you guys must be aware of shadows, right? You know how shadows are formed on, say, flat surfaces like your wall. Now, if your wall was a curved surface like a sphere, then obviously the shadow that's now cast on this curved surface would be distorted. In actual fact, it will be distorted over time as the shadow moves from one side to the other. So to make the claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is a true representation of the curved surface of the Earth, then for that to be true and recreatable, the moon must be flat.
What?
What? But the moon's not flat. Yeah, we know. According to you, it's a sphere. That would distort the shadow.
If it was flat, you know, when you see the
You just need to
moon
wonder, before you start asking questions, you all need to imagine shadows and how they are cast on flat and conversely curved surfaces. Maybe even try to do it yourself. Get a light source, get a ball, get your wall that's flat and cast that perfectly curved round shadow on it. Then try and cast that perfectly curved round shadow on something that isn't perfectly flat, like curved, and watch the
sorry for
shadow over
interrupting.
time be distorted.
Sorry for interrupting, but can you demute that guy? I think he has something to say, and mute him.
How rude. You still need to address the shadow, and somebody turning around and saying, but we can explain it. No, you can't. You can't recreate it. You would get a light and a ball and a surface. So that's a few things that we've pointed out. One, that sometimes globe earthers don't even understand the story that they're defending. And two, when you point out something really, really obvious, like we've just done there with regarding to shadows and how they are cast on different surfaces. This isn't us coping. This is us pointing out your narrative and us showing you what you can actually demonstrate for yourself.
all the same thing.
I think you overloaded their minds, and now they have to try to cope with the situation. Samba, do you think the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth? Do you still think that? May.
Or you're coping.
I think it sounds like you're coping now, Samba. Coping with the situation that you put yourself into. You cooked yourself. We didn't even have to cook you.
If it comes down to either A or B, A, the Earth is a globe, and moon phases are caused by Earth's shadow. The Earth is not a globe. Which one is it? Watch him cope.
It's like saying that if a cat has 4 legs and the dog has 4 legs, a cat is a dog. Like, bruh. Like,
No, it's not like that at all.
responding to clipboard because he said that if the sun is a globe and the earth is a globe, then the sun is earth. Like, bruh, what?
No. Clipcode's a flat earther. Are you a flat earther, Killmat?
I know, but I don't know. But I'm just responding to that guy.
Yeah. So if something else is something, that doesn't mean that another thing is also the same thing, right? Like, if I see a tree, that doesn't mean that I'm a tree just because I can see a tree, right? Like, it's a different thing. It's just like crazy that I have to say such a thing. But just because you see something else in the distance, you shouldn't assume that what you're standing on is also that, right? That would be illogical But I understand why people think it, because they grew up with the heliocentric model deeply ingrained in their brains, right? So they think they've been taught that Earth's a planet and it's floating around in a big space vacuum, okay, and that there's all other big planets and stars, right, that are circles or balls floating around in the vacuum. So therefore, the Earth must also be that, right? I
Yeah,
get
but
where the illogical conclusion comes from. It's still
so
illogical, though.
I gave the question, is the sun a globe? And then he said, is the sun the earth? So you believe the earth is flat, but you don't know the shape of the earth. So you don't know if it's a globe or anything like that.
No, it can't be. Well, okay, it can't be a
Well,
globe because when we go and test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature over distances where there would have
so
to be a large amount of curvature. Think about this, bro. Right? Think about this. Because of if they tell us the size of the globe, okay, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be over 20 miles. Okay, it's 266 feet over 20 miles. So that's how much curvature there would have to be if the Earth's a globe. When we go out and test it, it's not there. It's completely flat over that distance.
well, see, that's not my point around the Earth, but my point was around the sun, the sun, or yeah, the sun. So here it says that. I mean, what was my point? Yeah, if you don't know the shape, you say that the Earth is not a globe, and then so it's not a globe, right? And the sun cannot
Right.
be Earth, so the sun can be a globe. There's a
What?
probability.
Yeah, I don't know what the sun is, right? That's my honest answer is I can't empirically validate what the sun is, so I don't
Exactly.
know what the sun is. Yeah.
Yeah, same. I don't have the measurements, and I have the equipment, and I don't have just my own eyes. And with my own eyes, I cannot even know. Premises, conclusions in one sentence? That's crazy.
Yeah, so we don't make claims about things that we can't validate, right? So anything that's too high in the sky for us to test, right, or validate, then we'll be honest and say, yeah, we don't know how that works. Right? We're not going to replace all of the explanations that the globe model has with something else that we can't validate. Right? But we can test the surface of the Earth and prove that it's not what they tell us, right? It can't be a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles because there's no evidence that that exists.
And then if you guys give evidence, it's always some scientifically illogical rather than something that's
Yeah,
testable.
I mean, even science has hypothetical numbers that it just based in, like the distance from the Earth and the Sun. It's just hypothetical. It's approximation. It's not exactly true, but it's still an approximation that is very, very like near the truth. I mean,
Yeah, we
basically,
don't know that okay, so they say it's 93 million miles away to the sun. I mean, you're
yeah,
saying what it's not completely accurate, but it would be close. Like, come on, man. There's a whole bunch of assumptions baked into that number, right? One of the first ones is that the Earth's a globe with a certain radius, which there's no evidence of throughout all of history. You still coping, Samba? Samba, mine?
Mine.
Thinks the moon phases are caused by the shadow of the globe.
Are you going to start the flat Earth debates that's starting soon?
Flat Earth debate starting soon?
Yeah, when I come in, I just joined. It says flat Earth debate starting soon. Too interested. And then if I click it, if I click it, I can start it.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a it says English for interviews. It's like a class event that's going on right now. But there's only 3 people there, so let's just start our event. Yeah. All right. I clicked it.
I mean, don't you find it's obvious that the moon, for example, is a globe.
No, come on.
That's obvious
You
for
know what's
me.
funny when you guys say it's obvious this and that.
You say the same thing. It's obvious that the flat is Earth because you can see it by your own eyes. I mean,
Well, no, you can measure it.
well, you come on, you say that it's obvious.
No, you
Anyways,
can. It's called planar surveying.
anyways, I'm saying for myself that it's obvious for me, and I'm not talking about
It's
anyone.
not obvious for you. You're just wishful thinking and hoping.
Oh my days, let me talk. Oh my freaking god. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, if it was actually flat, for example, let's say the moon is flat, why would it be a flat circle in space?
I'm not saying
Well,
anything about the moon.
Yeah, we didn't make claims about the moon, bro. But I do
Yeah,
want you to have a look in the side chat. Okay, can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
Yep, that's a globe.
Okay, so the one on the left is a globe. Is that what you think?
It's in 3D dimension. 3 dimension.
Are these? Well, can you tell what shapes they are by looking at them? Imagine they're up in the sky, right? And you're looking at this same image up in the sky. Are they globes or are they? What shape are they? They look like globes, right?
Yeah, but if they were globes, actual globes, they would look the same.
Yeah, but only one of them's a globe.
Well, second on the left, from the left.
No, that's incorrect. It's not.
Well, my first thought was actually the left one, but still.
Yeah, they all look like globes, right? But they're not.
Hey, when you look at them, it's actually like a circle, but if you take an actual globe, it would look like the same.
One of them is a globe, but you already picked the wrong one. Which one you thought is a globe, right? One of them's a globe.
Yeah, like I said, it would be the same, not different
Yeah,
shape.
but one of them's flat.
I
Okay,
know,
one
but
of them's a bowl. One of them's a bowl. And you said they're all globes, right? One of them's half a globe, right? One of them's a globe, one of them's flat, one of them's a bowl. But you can't tell, right? Because unless you can actually empirically check, right? You can't make the claim to say I know exactly what shape they are.
Yeah, that's what I said. But here, there's no evidence from my own eyes. But that's why I said obvious, because I'm imagining how. Why would it be? Like I said, why would
See,
it
I
actually?
told you you were just making it up.
Let
You're
me talk.
using your
Let me talk. Let me
imagination.
talk.
That's what I
Oh
was
my
trying to
days.
tell you. Now you admitted it. I just
You have
imagined.
a boosted mic. It's actually hurts my ears, bro. Let me just finish my sentence. So what I was trying to say is, I said that even if it's a globe or a flat circle, like I said, I wouldn't differentiate between the two, because even if I see a globe in the sky, I would still think that's a flat circle looking at me and at his face. But what I said was like, it would be like if it's a flat circle, it's always looking it's looking at the Earth and just turning around on it, turning around the Earth. And if it was a globe, that would be more simple. It's just
Yeah,
it
look,
would
this
be
is the
totally the same
this is the
thing.
point that I'm making, man. Like you can't always make 100% statement, bro. You can't always make a 100% statement when you don't know for sure. Okay, so you just like these
Oh no, I didn't make
objects, right?
100%. That was just my thoughts. I said just my
Yeah.
thoughts.
But this is also the logic as well. Let's say I was to grant you that the moon was a sphere, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth is also a sphere. You could have round lights on your ceiling, but the floor in your room measures flat. Okay, so it doesn't matter what lights are on the ceiling, what shape the objects are on your ceiling. It's not going to change the fact that when you test your floor, it's not anything to do with those lights. It doesn't have any characteristics. And to say because my lights are round, then my floor must also be round, it would be completely illogical.
No. But anyways, and Professor, stop rage baiting, please. Bye.
You get the logic though, right? Just because something else is something, it doesn't mean that the Earth is that as well. Okay, because when we go out and test for the curvature, there's no curvature. Just we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Then when we go and test it over long distances, where there would have to be many hundreds of feet of curvature, there's not any.
Is it safe now?
Oh, present your case.
I see
Right.
the moon. I see the moon. Therefore, Earth is a globe.
Globe logic.
How can it be anything but a globe? It's always turning exactly the same way, like this picture. Always doing this exact same thing right here. It's either not doing the first one, but always doing the second one. Always exactly that. Isn't that crazy? Not the first one. That's what would happen if you had a gyro stabilizing it. If you had a gyro, it wouldn't go around facing one direction around it. And globers think opposite.
Meh. Meh. She.
Hey, new rule, Samba.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time you say mine.
Mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You get muted.
5 hours. 5 hours voice and 8 hours text.
Yeah.
She.
Next time.
Can I say she?
No, you'll be copying. If you say it again, you'll be copying.
Wasn't it funny how you said that we're coping and then you went ahead to like butcher a really basic argument claiming that when you see like a crescent moon or a half moon, right, the lunar phases are caused by the shadow of the Earth. And then now since then you've been coping and only able to say mine and she, right? Nothing else. You're just in cope mode now. And then we're going to clip that. We're going to clip that out and it's going to go on a bunch of YouTube channels and it's going to go on a bunch of Instagram channels and it's going to make its way around the internet
She,
with a
man.
funny title saying something about how bricked or how you cooked yourself. Troll cooks himself, something along those lines. Globe Earther doesn't know basic arguments. Globe Earther thinks the lunar phases are caused by the shadow of the globe. Gonna be famous. She. Pavi, welcome.
Thank you.
Have you been here before?
No,
Welcome.
thank you.
You spelled donut wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Favi spelled donut wrong. Yeah. This is the English
You
hub,
re-
my friend. You're in luck. Right? The
you
flat earthers
remember?
can help
No,
you.
I speak English. You remember Like when you type in a word and you just forget how to spell it. Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Whoa. Why are you yelling at us, Favi?
Yeah, calm down, sir.
You hurt my ears.
You sound like you've had 20 Red Bulls.
I took 4 Red Bulls today.
What? Yep, that's why you sound like you're about ready to go run around the whole town.
Is the Earth flat?
No, you tell me.
I don't know. I'm confused.
Oh, I don't know either.
I don't know if it's a donut, square,
Oh,
round.
if it was a donut, we'd be able to measure curve. If it was a globe, we'd be able to measure curve, and we don't measure any curve, so it's not curved. How's that?
If it was a donut, it would have been eaten by now.
A cat would have knocked it off the counter. Oh, wait, that's not how it goes.
I guess there's only one way to find out.
You
How's
go
that?
check for yourself.
Yeah.
All right, take a big scoop of it and then put it in your mouth and tell me if it's a donut.
Oh shit, he's doing it.
That's got to work in some server, like I don't know, but it don't work in here because your problem with the donut Earth is that space is fake. So you have a problem. It like does that. That troll doesn't work in here, Favi.
I'm not trolling, I'm asking.
That's not Xing anything. If the Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
Okay. Are there any non-lobotomized globe earthers in the chat that have any questions?
I
See,
don't know.
They can't even answer my. They can't answer my
I'm-
Frankenstein question today so far. That's my new question.
I'm just confused. Bro.
Okay, sit quietly until you're not confused.
No driver's license for that one.
Right.
You got to prove you can at least ride a bus at this point before we even let you steer a car.
On the spot suspension.
I don't know if he knows what's the bench.
How old are you?
I could be your dad.
Oh, Unc, what's up?
Call me Unc.
Celestial Joker says the Earth is a circle, the Moon is a circle, the Sun is a circle, everything is a circle, except for flat Earthers. They are flat rectangles.
What the fuck?
I see a bird in my yard, therefore I am a bird.
I really want to read that out in an accent, but apparently that's offensive.
The is a potato. The what? Dude, I told you your shit won't work in here. You're not good enough for this room. We are professionals.
He spelt two foods and got them both wrong.
Oh my god.
I
No
knew
wonder
it.
what. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Let's see. Can you spell apple?
Done.
Hey. You win the prize. Have a meme for you.
Next challenge.
Bobby, how come the apple fell out of the tree, hit me in the head, and then fell in the pond next to me and floated?
Because I don't know who fucking Albert Einstein is.
Because of boyons. Gee.
Hi.
Hello.
Oh my god, the bus just pulled up.
Zara, welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
From Egypt.
Huh?
Egypt.
Egypt.
Yeah.
Can you see the pyramids from your house?
What?
Can you see the Eiffel Tower from your pyramids?
I think English. He doesn't understand English.
Everybody knows what a pyramid is.
Are you a circle?
Thank you.
See what happened when they made everybody stay home? They created a bunch of these.
Hello.
What's up?
So
Oh no.
when are you guys going out and like bringing down the governments because they're lying to us and cheat?
Why am I bringing down a government, dude? I don't give a shit what those guys do. They should get real jobs, is what they should do.
Cheat. Word.
You should be mad at the government. You should be out rioting, not me. I just tell you what's going on with the truth. What you do with that information is up to you.
Word.
Who comes from Germany?
Germans.
NASA scientists.
Wait, is Argata real?
Did you get your list of questions off of the internet somewhere?
No.
It's got to
Why
be
the fuck
because it's like
does
the
a data?
third person today pulling the same script.
Yeah, and it's like 20 people in the last month, at least. Is there like a conversation happening somewhere where these guys are just like, "Hey, go ask them if they think Agartha's real." Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm just trolling.
If what is
No,
real?
I told you your troll
No.
sucks, dude. It doesn't work in here. I told you that already.
Forgive me. I'm
Why aren't
sorry.
you ashamed that you sound like all the other trolls? Why can't you be original?
I said I'm sorry.
I know, now apologize.
I already did.
God, got you to laugh.
Hey, what do you guys think about like radio waves, like Wi-Fi radio waves, or
Going straight lines.
I think this earth is a matrix.
Yeah,
going
you
straight
would.
line?
You probably do. You probably think by now, especially after being in here, you probably think you're just a brain in a jar. You're not even 100% sure of anything anymore.
Exactly.
So do you think like radio waves, like
Yeah, they
the
go in straight
like,
lines. I think they go in straight lines, dude.
but okay, but what I wanted to ask is, do you think like are they harmful to human health?
What do you think?
Depends.
Like Wi-Fi, let's say Wi-Fi.
I
What
think
do you
it
think?
depends.
What do you think?
I don't
No, I'm
think I'd
asking
wear
you.
one. I wouldn't wear a Wi-Fi router on my head if that's what you're trying to ask. No, I wouldn't wear one on my head.
Like let's say being in a room where there's a router, is that harmful to human health?
What do you think?
No, I'm asking you.
What do you think?
You're the
I
one that's
think
got
it's
the
not.
question from us, which makes me assume
I
that
think
you
it's
already
not.
have an opinion
I
on the
think
topic.
it's
And you
not.
want to know what I think.
I think it's
I want to
not.
know what you think.
I'm telling you, I think it's not harmful. Now, what do you think?
I don't know, man. Do a study for me. Let me know when you get your results done.
So
I work with Wi-Fi all day long. I play around and design networks and shit. That they don't bother me.
I just looked it up and it said that the World Health Organization said it's not harmful, so it can't possibly be harmful.
There you go. It's not harmful. There. See? Why would they lie?
Right.
Yeah, if the government says it's safe, man. Come on.
So you guys think it's harmful to your health?
No, the
No.
government says it's not. What? Didn't you just hear what he said?
Okay. Okay. What about red meat? Do you guys think red meat is harmful?
I like red meat. Lightly browned on the outside. Makes it even
but
The
better.
meat I'm okay with. It's the farts I got a problem with, bud.
no, I'm asking, like, do you think it's healthy or
Oh,
not?
yeah, red meat's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody loves red meat in the world.
We're not going to get into vegan chat, are we?
No.
We're talking about steaks now.
Good, good. As I tuck into a lamb doner. Good, good.
Yeah. So, like, how do you like your fillet? I like mine medium rare.
Hello, Professor. Can you hear me?
I can. Coming in clear.
Okay, my voice is right clear now. And I listen to you. Your accent is so great.
Okay.
So thank you so much for helping me. Actually,
Do you
I'm trying to increase my listening screen. So that's why I'm listening you.
Do you guys?
That's awesome.
Do you guys believe in reincarnation?
No.
No.
Yes. No. Some of us do. Some of us don't. And?
You know, the
I'm
cultist,
curious.
the cult leader Pythagoras, who came up allegedly with the globe, right? He thought that he was all sorts of different things, including a bird, and yeah, all sorts of different things. Yeah, he was crazy, batshit crazy.
Isn't that what the Hindus do? That you start off like a bug and then you evolve all the way up into a human?
It has something to do with the way you treat others or the environment around you. And there's like this scale that determines what happens to you next.
Okay. Do you guys believe in global warming?
That's hilarious, dude.
Globes aren't real.
I had 4 inches of snow today, and the winter hasn't really even started yet.
Yeah. Globes aren't real. So why would I think global warming would be real?
So you
What do you
don't
mean?
think in climate change?
What do you
then?
mean
You don't
by
believe
global warming?
What I mean?
Yeah, what's that?
Like it's in the word itself.
What, getting hotter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where?
Does it mean environmental change? Right. We're experiencing more rain here, for example. Okay, our summers are a bit hotter. Our winter is not as cold, but are definitely as wet. Are we talking about environmental change? Are we talking about the cause of it? What do you mean when you say global warming? I get hotter, but what's the cause of this?
Well, the cause of global warming is basically human
us.
activity.
No.
Yeah, human activity.
Okay. So, no.
Okay. So
Believe in pollution.
I was just curious. Do you believe in global warming or you don't?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Do you believe that the sea levels are rising?
Yeah.
Well, how come the pictures that we have from 100 years ago, the sea level hasn't even increased by a half inch?
I have something to say about that. So I live in Brazil, and the south part is covered in water right now. It's flooded, actually.
Yeah.
And?
Well, the water rose.
No, it's not rising.
Well, it did.
You can just
sounds like a local issue.
You can just check in the New York Harbor. It's always the same.
Okay, you
It's
said
only
it
local
rose.
warming and not global.
Yeah, you said it rose. Did it recede back to where it was, or did it stay risen? And here's another thing I want to
stayed
give
risen.
you. Here's another thing I want to give you. Environments will change, and we're not going to deny this. Companies pollute. We do hurt the earth by doing the things we do. But dumping PCPs into a river doesn't cause my city to get hotter in the summer. It just poisons the water.
I think it's more about there's this one thing. So let's say fabrics they release CO2 onto the atmosphere. CO2 creates a hole in the ozone layer.
No.
And that reflects a lot of UV light.
Incorrect. Plants and
CO2
trees
doesn't create a
consume
hole in the
that
ozone layer.
CO2.
The planet, and for example,
Yeah,
the north.
incorrect, sir.
Where it's
Incorrect.
cold and
We need that carbon
ice
for
starts
life
falling,
to exist.
then water rises. That's how it works, kind of, from what I
CO2
know.
doesn't cause a hole in the ozone layer. Wrong gas.
It causes trees to grow, dude.
Yeah. Being as we're carbon-based life forms here on the Earth.
CO2 causes trees to grow, especially white
Trees
pines.
absorb
They'll
CO2
grow
just
4
as much
feet
as
in the
we.
summer. Yeah, if you got some
And then they
smoke
make
around, and those
more.
things grow so fast, 4 feet a year.
Boy, we should be swimming in oxygen by now.
Yeah, facts.
So then we should just blow a lot of CO2 on the tree and see what happens then.
It does,
just a
yeah.
lot of it.
When Canada sets their country on fire and it blows over Lake Erie, and all we see is smoke here in Ohio, then our tomato plants grow twice as big.
Hey, Radwin,
Actually,
isn't CO2 heavier than O2? How come we're not sloshing around in CO2 if gravity pulls heavier things down?
Oh, because
Hold
gas
on here.
gases go in all directions.
Linda, listen for a second. Let me give you some truth that you can look up yourself right now. Cannabis companies that grow large quantities of cannabis for the commercial market now because it's legalized pump CO2 into their rooms when the lights go off so the plants can thrive. Go ahead and research that. It's a truth. They actually monitor the amount of CO2 in the room, and an hour before the lights turn on, they shut the CO2 off and start drawing it out of the room. Go ahead and look that up.
Yeah, and I
Oh
think
man,
they
you're
grow like
saying the plants
30%
love the
better.
carbon?
Yeah, they love it. They think you get like 30% more harvest or something like that, don't you?
Wait, hold
My
on. So the
tomato
weed is
plant,
both.
yeah, some 2 years ago, the tomato plants, I must have got just off one plant. I probably got 60 tomatoes, and then this year I didn't get that. I got 20. So
Yeah.
keep Canada on fire in the summertime, you guys. Keep it going.
All right. I just want to state about the ozone layer thing from what I know. Like, so basically, what I've heard is that the sunlight it goes through this hole that is made with CO2, and since CO2 is, I don't know if it's more reflective than the oxygen, something like this. It causes the UV lights or the heat to be stronger, and it kind of just melts the ice in the North Pole. Or would be there's another detail. For example, if you look up to the sky at night, you're not gonna see as many stars as before. There's a lot of changes in if you look at the horizon, you're not gonna see it very well. You're gonna see it foggy, even if it isn't foggy at all, like in a day.
I wanted to
Depends on
let
heavily where you live.
Okay.
I wanted
So
to let
does
India
this
or AV know
sorry,
I'm burning as many trees as possible daily up here in Canada for you, bud.
thanks.
Huh?
Hey, so does this thing that you just heard and explained to us, which we've heard and also understand, does that require the Earth to be a sphere?
Not if you have a
I
layer
wouldn't.
of ozone. Layers are flat. They're not curved like turtle shells.
Yeah, but here's my question: Does
No,
the
no. I know he jumped over you, right? But my question was to you: does that require that the Earth is a sphere?
it depends? It depends on the response for does a flat Earth has like a dome or something? Because
Bro, no. Okay,
no, then
your
it would
claim,
probably.
the thing that you believe and you heard and you understand and told us, which we heard and also understand, did that require it to be a sphere?
I wouldn't say no, but I was just talking about the team. It's the team. I don't know how you say this word to be honest. But it's about like ozone, the global warming, right? So it involves the
Yeah.
ozone layer, which is a layer of pure oxygen.
Yeah.
I
Which
just want to say
requires
also.
outer space, which requires the sun to be a distance, and then it's dangerous, and the sun kills you. Yeah, I know. Your
Yes.
explanation of the thing that you heard does require that the Earth is a sphere. So I'm going to ask you, in order to validate that thing that you told us that we all understand, you need to explain to us how you know that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, there's this one. There's a lot of evidence, but for example, if you get one of those balloons and release it into space, you're gonna see the earth is round. But there's a better example. In the North Pole, there are some seasons where it's like 24
Seasons.
hours. The sun is always on. If you stay there for
Funny that.
24 hours, the sun won't disappear, and you can
Funny
look
that.
that up.
Yeah, but the sunlight will disappear like in the winter, right?
But the thing is, who changes the batteries in the sun, man?
No, the question was
That's
what
another
I
Mute him.
question.
asked.
That's a
Mute
great
him.
question.
Get rid of that dude. Just get rid of him. Here,
Yeah,
I'll
I
do
heard
it.
it. I heard it. Yep, go for it. I'll
So
do
in
the
the summer,
text.
which is dictated when we see the sun, you're saying that we see the sun, and when in the winter you don't see the sun. Okay, I don't understand the problem.
So
Hello?
no, but the thing is, how in a specific season is the sun gonna be 24 hours in one area? because it does. I don't know if it's in the north or south
The, the
pole.
seasons are dictated by the course of the sun.
What's the course of the sun?
Sorry?
What's the course of the sun like?
Moving.
How does it go?
It appears to be, let's say, observable in the north in the summer, and then not observable in the winter when it goes away. But in the south in the summer you can see it, and then in the winter it goes away. So it's the sun that's moving, causing the phenomenon. You're saying seasons. You seem to be confused why, when we look up at the sun, the thing that dictates the seasons, why we can see it in a particular season. It's the course of the sun, dude.
So considering the sun is exactly close to a flat Earth, you would
I don't know
observe an
what you mean by.
area.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean by close?
So not. It depends. How is the module you imagine? Where would the sun be?
I don't know. You said close. That's really ambiguous, right? I don't make a claim of distance to the sun. I don't need to. We just observe it. Your question was why we see it and why we don't. I'm pointing out to you it's because the seasons are dictated by the course of the sun.
Yeah, but then you would have the flat Earth has the poles around the Earth, right?
What?
The
No.
poles are
Whatever you
No.
heard, read, or looked at on the internet before talking to us about what flat Earth is, take that, throw it in the trash can, and then listen to what we're telling you. Don't pre-assume anything.
So where would the poles be? The
Where
cold
would the
poles?
poles be? Underneath the celestial points in the sky.
Celestial points in the sky. Where?
It's
What is that?
where we get geographic north and south from, right? We know we're there when we look up. Polaris, the North Star, right? We know that we're at the North Pole because when we look up, it's above our head, more or less. Even though it's a circumpolar star itself, it, like the other northern circumpolar stars, rotate around a unseen fixed point in the sky, right? So we know that we've got there when we look up. Same with the south, although we don't have a visible star close to the center of rotation, we use other southern circumpolar stars to figure out where the center of rotation is. So north and south are underneath things in the sky.
Yep, but like like for example, North Antarctica. Where would it be?
Underneath, a point in the
Underneath?
sky.
So how would the map look like, though?
Oh, I don't know. What do you mean by map? Right, maps come in all different shapes and sizes for many practical and non-practical reasons. What do you mean by map?
So basically, for example, if you look from the outside perspective of the planet Earth.
Sorry, I'll cut you short right there. I have never had an outside perspective to compare any map to. So thank you for saying that. That cuts that conversation really short. We got to the point right away. I don't have that perspective, dude.
But here's the thing. Even then the problem would be we do have imagery of the planet being a globe or whatever.
Yeah, and we'll cut to the chase right away. There is imagery of the Earth being a sphere of a certain dimension, like how big it is, its radius, circumference. But with that image, it shows us, because of those dimensions, that we most definitely should measure curvature over the Earth. In other words, we should be able to verify those images to be true by measuring the curvature of the Earth that's depicted in the pictures. We don't. We measure the Earth to be flat, which by validation would demonstrate that those pictures are unvalidated. Can't be true.
So then it would be so. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
How about like no. The shadows thing's a little bit more complicated to me, to be honest. But
Ready?
calculus from the Earth. How that even work? How would you how to make a calcul like a thing?
Sorry. Say that again a little bit clearer, a little bit slower for me,
Okay,
please.
so
Keep saying, how do cow poos work?
how would you calculate the curvature of the planet without getting out of
How
it?
do you calculate the curvature of a circle with a radius? How do you think you'd figure out the curvature rate of a circle with a radius?
Well,
these are geometric questions. These are mathematical questions, right? We understand that geometry follows some very certain rules, especially dealing with things like angles and circles and the rate of change of slope, right? Radiuses, diameters, circumferences. If you're given the radius of something, that by consequence you know the diameter, by consequence you'll figure out the circumference, by consequence there will be a rate of change of slope over that arced surface. So we would just use math to figure out and verify the claim. The point is, why are we choosing this geometry when there's no curvature to be measured?
Choosing which geometry?
A radius, a sphere. Why is the Earth a sphere? Why do we beg the question that it is a radius value to plug into the equations when we measure a horizontal water surface on the Earth?
Well, I get an argument that is, why would it not be? Since, for
Why would it
example,
not be?
the
Because
sun.
we measure a horizontal surface.
Yeah, but look at the other planets. They are all round,
No,
right?
okay. And they have curved surfaces, they're spheres apparently, that move. That means by consequence of that claim, the Earth being a sphere that moves, we should be able to measure those things. One, rate of change of slope over the distance of the Earth, and its motion. We don't measure curvature of the Earth, we measure it to be horizontal, and we definitely don't measure any motion.
Then the Earth would be an exception. Why would that be? Because,
Oh,
for
I don't
example,
know. This is a
Jupiter.
highly philosophical question, dude. Highly theological. But it's like to put it simply, right? It's like asking why are things different? Because they're different and they serve different purposes. The Earth is obviously serving its purpose, and the things in the sky that we can see are serving their purpose. But they're different, measurably different. The Earth doesn't fit into the category of planet if you define it as a sphere that moves.
But then, if the Earth, could I assume that like the Earth would be used to like make life basically it's habitable. Like you can live on Earth, and that's why it would be flat.
What? You can live on Earth, that's why it's flat. I misunderstood you, right?
I agree with him.
Why would it be flat?
Why would it be flat?
Yeah.
You ever try to live on the side of a mountain?
Right? You understand this is a deep question, but it
Why
is
are things
though.
different?
Yeah, go live on the side of a mountain.
Yeah, the difference is a mountain isn't a whole planet. As you can see, the bigger the planet is the mountain. The mountain is part of the planet. The mountain is a consequence of the gravitational
Oh, hello,
pull.
we're off into story world, off into consequences of things going down now.
Yeah, because
sorry, what's
for
the
example,
observed phenomena? At the moment, well, sorry, dude, I do apologise. I might have broken your train of thought, but you said
no,
because of
it's okay.
gravity, right? Because of gravity, and I assume that's because what things go down.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
things go down by consequence of things going down, and to be clear, that's vertical perpendicular to horizontal. By consequence of things falling in this direction, I'll give you rocks, not all things, but for sake of argument, things go down. By consequence of this vector downwards, things are a sphere. All of a sudden, everything gets pulled into the center of it.
Well, there brings me another question. If things fall down, why is the sun still up? Why is the moon still up? And why do black holes pull things?
I don't know. Right, the things in the sky are obviously working on some mechanic that keeps them there. Now we're dropping things to the floor, and for some reason, people are sitting underneath trees and apples, comparing them to going around and around in the sky. These are not the same phenomena. So I'm still trying to figure out how you go from dropping things on the floor to only be spherical.
Because
I think he just proved that gravity.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I was Timbo. He obviously just got attacked by a kangaroo back in, and it will just fight it off.
All right. So what I'm saying is like it would make sense because, for example, if you have too much mass, you end up creating a black hole.
Sorry to keep in. Sorry, I do this, and I do apologise. The only reason why I'm interrupting is because when I hear somebody say certain things, I must warn them that all of a sudden you are begging the question. Right? You're already pre-assuming that this mass and this sphere exists, and this is the mechanism that makes the reality go round. No, this isn't the reality, dude. This mass and this sphere and this gravity are only applicable to the story about the Earth being a sphere. But the Earth isn't that. So when you add things like mass into not that story, then we're going to have a problem. They don't jive with each other. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm not saying that the Earth is a sphere. I'm saying it would make sense since we have other spheres that behave like a black hole, for example.
That's nice, but
if you compress too much mass in one place, like a star, you probably will have a black hole that sucks things in.
Dude, slow
As you can
down.
see.
Slow down.
Mass.
What?
You don't compress things in a vacuum.
No. For example, let's say something gets too much energy, or because energy equals mass or whatever. Let's say there isn't mass, but a black hole is formed. The black hole pulls things in, and you could say it's a different phenomena, but it's a sphere. It's like the other spheres, and the other spheres do the same. For example, why would the gas of a certain planet still be on its surface? Why would, for example, then that wouldn't fit the module of of the flat Earth, because I would be talking about the sun. But yeah, why would these phenomena act like this, and the Earth would act completely
Because
different?
the
And
Earth
even
is the
hold on, just
floor. Sorry, dude. Because the
one
Earth is
extra.
the floor underneath the things in the sky.
And why
They're not
wouldn't
the same
we
thing.
have? And why wouldn't we have
Why?
beg the question?
Sorry,
Why wouldn't
because you
we
said
beg the
mass.
question?
Because you said
I'm
mass.
sorry.
That's talking
It's
about
okay.
gravity,
Let me.
which is assuming that the Earth is a sphere, like all of the other spheres in the sky, and the mass is the reason why they go round and round. Even though that's an antiquated idea. I say antiquated, that's 110 years out of date with regards to modern thinking and cosmology. Like Einstein, right? Special and general relativity. Right? Although it's got mass in it, it's distorting space-time fabric. So maybe I'm misunderstanding which gravity that you're actually trying to talk about. But again, those stories talk about the Earth being a sphere within inside this cosmology. The Earth isn't a sphere within inside this cosmology. Those phenomena are things going round and round. When you experience the Earth flat and stationary underneath the sky and you drop things to the floor, why are you coming to the conclusion that the Earth is like the things in the sky going round and round?
Because it's a pattern that catches, and Earth couldn't only be an exception. Because, for example, if things actually fall down because the Earth is flat,
So
then why isn't the Earth itself?
why has the Earth got any? What would you mean?
For
So
example,
the Earth, that's the soil underneath my feet, is a what? What's happening to make the rock come back down to it when I've picked it up? What's happening here?
what would happen with Mars if
No,
the rock
not
didn't come
Mark,
back to the ground?
dude. I drop a rock after I've picked it up. I'm asking you, what's happening to make the rock go back down?
From what I understand, from my point of view, of course, I can only explain like this because the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction that makes gravity. And the planet Earth is a huge amount of mass. It's got to be like something like the planet Earth, right?
What's mass?
Then mass is the high accumulation of energy. For example, a star is a
No,
star is
well, I
like
tell you what. Stop telling me stories about things in the sky. Here on the Earth, I've got a rock. Now, what's mass?
mass in the sense of Earth would be like in the sense the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction. I think it would be weight. For example,
Mass is
if you
strength,
take a
apparently.
Weight?
Yeah, because if you pick up a big rock, it's heavier, right?
Weight's a
Because of its
singular
mass.
pressure vector.
What?
Weight is a singular pressure vector, as in your rock, it only goes down. The pressure on the scale is in that direction. That's singular, just one pressure direction. You're saying that is mass? That's
No,
no.
I'm saying that's gravity. I'm saying
No,
mass
oh,
causes
that's
gravity
gravity.
when
Okay.
it's
All
too
right.
much.
Okay, dude. I'll see if I can help you, right? And I'm not patronizing you. It's just this isn't the only story with regards to gravity, right? This is why I brought up Einstein. You're saying that the mass of the Earth, which is the amount of substance in that space, I'm presuming you're going to say, is attracting instantaneously over distance the rock, another substance of mass. And this isn't the current idea of what gravity is, though, right? You brought up black holes. That's the bending of space-time. That's Einstein's special relativity and general relativity, right? Where the mass of an object is within a four-dimensional coordinate system, right? Time and the other three dimensions, height, width, length. And because of the amount of mass, it can pull and distort those straight lines of space-time and make them curved. So the reason why you've got black holes is because there's a huge amount of mass and it's distorting that space-time fabric so much that, wow. Same with the sun, right? It's creating a gravitational well that the Earth and other planets are trapped in because their otherwise straight paths are curved by the curvature of space-time due to the displacement of mass.
Kind of, yeah. You explained it really well, to be honest. Because, for example, if you get a fabric that is straight and you dip your hand right on the middle and then you just spin, so it would be very specific, but it's almost like that. There's a
yeah, let's
there's a
reify this bed sheet into existence. Yeah, cool. Time's got something
yeah,
to
but
do with it as
then
well. I know, I know, and yeah, I appreciate. Yes, I explain it quite well. It's because what I'm hoping that you'll understand that you've got two ideas. So we can literally ask Slim's lady to stand up, right? Which one is the real gravity? Being as there's two proposed different causes. One, consequently, actually violates the other. That's why I was at pains to explain the instantaneous action over a distance, which requires no time to act. Where in Einstein's mathematical field equations and within his theory, everything takes time. So one violates the other. One is the old thinking, not the current scientific rhetoric. But both ideas are begging the question that the Earth is a sphere with inside the cosmology of the sky.
okay, I have a question really important to do.
Did you understand what
The
he
Earth,
said?
right? I have a very important question to do. The Earth is flat, right? And the perception of uh this module, right? The Earth would be flat. That's the main thing.
Yeah. The Earth is flat.
Where would it be floating, standing in something? How it would be?
Yeah. So again, it's for me anyway, and I say it to other people like it's easy for them.
Oh.
Good.
Okay, I
But
want to say something. Then
go on.
would going to the edge of the Earth cause you to see the space or like some kind of wall?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You're putting two cosmologies together, though.
So my last question, because I really want to go out, is
hello. You're putting two together.
Listen, if you have a flat Earth, then
Obviously
you
doesn't
haven't
care.
seen any, like for example, point of view from outside space. You haven't seen nobody go to the edge of the planet. What
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 space?
would lead you to believe that?
Bro, neither of you with the globe, so what's the point?
Hold on. What would it take?
Go on, sorry.
So I need to sorry, Timbo, I do apologise, but I
No,
was
it's
eating.
teed up.
Oh, is it? Fuck it,
That's
no, it's
both
not.
of us.
Don't lie.
No, it wasn't. It was Timbo. Don't believe him.
It was teed up.
Now I've even forgot my point. What the fuck?
All right. So basically, what I ask is like, what would lead? So it
Oh,
would
yeah.
be like
No, I remember.
holy, my bad. I'm not very good with talking in general, to be honest. But what would lead you to believe? Would it be like a certain mathematic equation that would make you believe the Earth would be flat?
No, it's a measurement of the surface.
Yeah, that would be the evidence that
Yeah,
would
that is
bring
the
you to that
evidence of what the surface is, yeah. The measurement of it. It's
Zero
like
slope.
if I had a building and I would measure the building, its dimensions, its orientation, whether it was, angled slightly, all of these things would be compared to some kind of standard level of measurement. But because that's how we would identify it, by what we look, how it is observed, and how it is measured, its attributes. So we figure out the attributes of the Earth by looking at it and measuring it. And by that standard alone, we come to the conclusion about what it is.
But then, my last actual question that I would want to ask is deemed on. So we have all of this stuff that leads to believe the Earth would be flat. How wouldn't we have imagery? How wouldn't we have events like happening, for example, at the edge of the Earth, or something like this?
Sorry, what? Are we back to the edge of the Earth again?
Huh?
What?
I think he's saying like if okay, we measure the Earth to be flat, then where's the imagery of it being flat? I think that's
Because
kind of what he was saying.
yeah, because there's a lot of people in the world, and everybody loves to explore and everything. Humanity is always
If they
progressing.
told you it was a sphere, right, and then they found out they were wrong, but they'd given you all this stuff about a sphere and told you for hundreds of years you live on a sphere. But do you think that they'd just go, "Oh shit, we were wrong"?
Yeah, I would do that. I would go like, "Holy shit, the planet's flat." But then it would be a planet.
Here, dude, let me help you out since none of these guys will. Space is fake, so stop talking about Earth being
I was waiting
floating
for it.
in a space because it's not there to float in.
So where would it be? Oh yeah,
It is.
We're on the floor.
It is.
On the floor. Anybody stepping on the floor?
What if Earth was all that there was, right?
Older than it.
The Earth is anything above water and it's under your feet. That is Earth.
Oh, you mean the element, right? Or no,
No.
anything above water. Okay, no. Then
When you go
that would be
outside
where
and you
we
touch
step.
grass and you
That's the
experience the
ground.
world around you, that's Earth. And that's the
Yeah.
only thing that you will ever exist. The only thing you will ever experience. The only thing you will ever be able to prove without a shadow of a doubt to anybody around you. Earth. That's what they're
Yeah,
talking about.
we don't think that
Nope.
Earth is like a disc in space, bro. If that's what you're thinking.
Oh, it's on the floor, like the other one said.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Triangle said, there's no space.
Then it could be anything.
And planets aren't worlds. Prove me wrong. planets are not worlds. Okay,
Well, you could
prove me wrong.
look at it with a telescope. There are imageries
Earth is
from
not a planet.
elsewhere.
Earth is not a planet, and planets are not worlds like Earth.
Oh, you mean like Mars is not like Earth, but they behave differently.
Yeah, it's not a place. Yeah, exactly. It's not a place like you could go to, walk around on, experience being upright. Right.
You can go to Mars and do all of
There's
that.
no remote control cars there. There's no nothing.
No, we're gonna burst your bubble. Mars is not a place you can go to. All the pictures come from Devon Island in Canada.
All right.
Or a
So
studio,
we're on a
or other
floor.
locations.
We're on a floor and things are floating above us.
Earth is Earth.
How was that? Huh?
No. What do you mean things are floating above you?
Yeah,
We don't know
the
what those things
stars.
are. We don't
Don't
know
know
how
how
the
to
lights
float you.
manifested. We don't know how the lights manifested. We're not
So if
making a
the only
claim.
thing you can prove, if the only thing you can prove, my bad for like interrupting you right there, but if the only thing we can prove is that Earth is what underneath our feet, then why would it be on a floor? Why would it be? It could be anything.
Because it debunks the globe, and then all your globe shit goes away. Distances to lights in the sky, global warming, tectonic bowls floating around out there, islands of land moving around a ball. All that goes away. Asteroids hitting your house, that's all gone.
But all right, yeah, I just wanted to know what you guys were on about. But this is a cool new module I haven't heard before. So we would technically be like on a floor.
It's not
Like,
a model. No, you're wrong. It's not a model.
no, but
What
like
we
the
observe.
perception of planet Earth
It's
would
not a
be.
perception, dude. It's not even a perception. What we
They would
observe,
make the
touch, and measure. So
Okay.
you observe exactly the same thing as what we observe. We just say, okay, it's representing itself as it is.
Exactly.
You're the
That's
one
called.
that has to come up with a story that it's a sphere. No one else
I didn't come up.
sees or
I didn't come up with a
experiences that.
story.
Hey, well, okay, you're defending a story that someone else came up with.
Yeah, technically would be that, and it could be a story, it could be not. There is a way to prove me wrong right now.
Well, it is a
There is a
story
way
because
to prove you or
we've
me
been
wrong.
telling
There
you that
isn't.
it is a story because the surface measures flat. So if the surface measures flat, that means it can't be a ball because there's no curvature.
Who measured that?
Yeah, you can't prove us wrong, dude. I just heard you sneak that in there. It's impossible.
Yeah,
Nobody's
no.
been able to
No, no.
yet.
Yeah.
Here,
We
how's
from this call on Discord, I don't
how
think
about
we could prove each
listen,
other wrong.
Linda, listen for a second. How about this that you want? Aside from what you and I can observe freely, the only other thing we see is what's presented to us by others, meaning NASA or a space agency. So if you want to believe what somebody else is showing you and showing me, then that's your choice. But when I see something from NASA, please don't speak over me. When I see an image from NASA and I look deeper into it and I see a guy that says, yeah, that's a photoshopped image. That's what I believe the Earth to look like from the data I was given. I created that image. Then I can say to myself, okay, that's not a correct proof. That's a man-made image. Okay,
That's
you
right.
could do the same, or you could see that image and go, "Yep, that's real," and not look deeper into it and hear from the artist who created the image. That's your choice
Yeah,
as well. But
yeah, it would make sense.
other than that, you and I both see the exact same thing with our free eyes.
Yeah, we see the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. We can't prove each other wrong. It's not prove me
Yeah,
wrong.
we
It's not
can.
prove you
We
wrong. It's
measured.
prove us.
We measured
Yeah,
the
I can
surface.
prove you wrong. I can prove you wrong, dude.
Go on.
We measured the surface with lasers, right? So if you point a laser out from your point at horizontal, so perpendicular from plumb, right, which would be horizontal, shoot a laser out over a certain distance. If the Earth is curving, the laser should rise up at the receiving point. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't know because there's a phenomenon.
So the consequences of a sphere would make it do that, right?
I would say the planet
Like
Earth
a ruler,
as
like a
okay.
ruler on a
Okay, let me.
basketball. I just want a definitive answer. I don't care
Oh,
about what you're saying. I'm asking you a question so I can show you something.
He clearly
Right? If you,
doesn't know, so you shouldn't be trying to push for an answer.
okay,
I
how about
have
you shut the
something to
fuck
say.
up and go on mute while I'm talking to this guy? How about that?
No, sorry, you don't start being rude for no reason.
I'll be whatever I want, mate.
Hey,
No, you
sorry.
can't.
Is that Timbo? Sorry, Timbo. My job is to get rude for no reason. That's
Yeah, that's
not
right. That's
Timbo's
this guy.
job. Yeah, leave it up to me.
All right.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah.
if
Go.
you say you have a basketball, right? And you put a
Yes.
ruler across it. So in this case, I'd be using the laser as a ruler. Like what happens to the ruler? Right? Like the distance between the surface and the ruler starts to increase. Yeah.
There would be a problem with that in the way
Yeah, but
the
I'm just
planet
asking
Earth
you:
being a sphere.
Do you agree with this? This would happen if the surface was a sphere, right? Any
If the
spherical
surface would
surface.
be a small sphere like a basketball, if it's literally a basketball with a ruler, I would agree that would happen. But if it's Earth with
Okay,
its
so let's increase the size to Earth size, and we'll use the
which
laser as a ruler.
then it would have, for example, Earth. Not Earth.
Yep.
Let's
So
talk about Earth
10
itself.
miles. So
Earth
10
has
miles.
its
If I shoot that
own
laser for 10 miles, that would be 66
gravitational.
feet. 10 miles would be
When you,
66 feet of curvature.
there's
Okay?
a thing about gravity. If you shoot something around, straight ahead,
Dude,
close to the planet, it will turn around down, right?
I'm not
That includes
talking
a
about
laser.
gravity. Gravity doesn't affect light. Sorry, mate.
That's my argument
Oh.
to my position that I'm defending. It's a round planet. It has gravity, and the gravity will pull
Okay,
the
can you
laser
show
down.
me? Okay, then before, if you're not going to answer this simple question, then can you please show me
My question.
an experiment that shows light affected by gravity?
Actually, no, but there is. You can research that up.
But can we go
Light
back
can
to
be
what?
bent by gravity.
So,
I guess. I'm guessing.
okay, so we
'Cause-
can go back to what I was just talking about then. We'll see
okay,
if we
I
can
will
come to a
agree.
conclusion.
I will just agree with everything you said from now on. To be honest.
I don't want you to agree with everything I say just to agree with everything I say. I want you to understand what I'm saying and then agree with it. Only if you
Okay.
understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to treat the laser as the ruler, and we're going to increase the size of the basketball to Earth size. All right, so over 10 miles, it'll be 60 feet curvature. Right? Agree with that?
My bad. I can hear because.
Oh, don't worry, man. I'm wasting my fucking time.
Okay. Yeah. So that was it. That was my questions, to be honest. Anyways, I'm going out. Have a good day. It's all right if you believe the planet is flat. I don't see anything harmful about
Not a
that. So.
belief,
Oh,
dude.
thank you. Thanks for the permission.
Not a
Yeah,
belief. Just told you I was demonstrating how it was measured, but you couldn't listen because you didn't want to hear about it.
Well, I have 2 years. I was listening about it. I was just not agreeing with you. That's the difference.
I wanted to say thanks for allowing us to think freely.
Ye- Oh yeah, because I rule the world. I am the master of all things. I tell the truth.
You're pretty chill, really. Not
Yeah,
bad to talk
I
to.
wish you'd listen more, but that's why I didn't want to get angry or annoyed or anything. But I
little
do
bit
wish you'd
condescending.
listen more.
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad.
Listen here, you.
Me. I'm listening. Hear me.
Oh, good. Next
He doesn't
time.
know. He doesn't know what a ruler is, though. He doesn't know that we can
Oh,
use a
yeah.
laser as a ruler. Oh yeah, I'm a builder. Look, I'm a builder and a plumber, and we use lasers as rulers all the time. All right.
Like
Now, if you're saying over big long distances with dumpy levels and everything, right?
I'm a bit chill now.
Now,
Yeah.
if you're saying that I can't use that as a straight line, then we've got problems because all of our buildings turn out perfectly fine.
Yeah, because well, okay. Let me explain my point of view. So the Earth is round because of
No,
the
I
gravity.
know your point of.
I would
I
say, I
know.
would say,
I know your
and the
point of
light would
view.
bend
I
with
know what the point of
everything
view
else.
is. Okay, can
No,
you
but
demonstrate this?
I can't.
Can you
But
demonstrate it?
this is what I think. But
It's
can
a
you?
story, right? I can
Can you
demonstrate
demonstrate?
that these. I can demonstrate that these lasers are straight because we use
Okay.
them every day in a practical sense. When it's really important, because if they weren't straight at the foundations, the building would not end up straight. Right? So,
So
in
if
a
the
practical
laser,
sense, the laser is flat, straight, and level, not being affected by anything.
if the
You're
laser
saying
is
the
straight,
laser is affected by gravity, and I say, when can you demonstrate that? And you say no.
yeah. But
Yeah.
for example,
So you're the
if you
one with a story.
if you grab for example, let's say you got would it be, what is it called, a spyglass? My bad, I'm not, it's not my main language, of course,
A
but
magnifying glass, a telescope,
magnifying
what?
glass, yeah, telescope, something like
Yeah.
this. If you look at the horizon, then I would ask, I have to ask, of course, this is an obvious question that somebody like me who doesn't understand this flat earth that you're talking about, I would have to ask, why wouldn't we see, for example, other stuff from the horizon itself?
Well, you can. If you go on different days, you're going to see things in different positions, right? So you're going to say, oh, okay, I can't see the bottom of that boat, and that boat's at 5 miles. You go back the next day, and you can see the bottom of the boat, and the boat's at 10 miles. So what does that mean? Is the Earth growing or shrinking? Which it can't be, right? So you have to say that the horizon is an optical phenomenon based on weather conditions.
I could say that.
Well, you have to say that.
But you could say anything. You could say,
Well, no, because you can demonstrate it, right?
let's say you're on the road and
Everything I'm saying is demonstratable.
okay. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's right.
you can't just make
But
stuff up and just say it. You're saying, oh, you can say anything. You can't say anything. You have to
there's one
back it
thing
up with a demonstration.
there's one thing you can do. For example, when you're traveling and you're going down a road, right? If you look at the edge of the road, it will have the same optical illusion. You only see things starting to appear in a very thin line
That's heat
above it.
distortion. That's from heat.
Yeah, yeah, and
Yeah,
and that'll
but
change
when
from
it's
day to
cold
day
too.
too. So on a
When it's
colder
cold.
day, you'll see further. On a warmer day, you'll get more distortion, more turbulence in the air. So it'll change what you see. So it's an optical phenomenon, right?
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
So not the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. I mean, it's all right. No, I actually want to go now.
Yeah,
To be honest.
yeah, but do you
And
understand what I'm saying though? Like
I
in your
understand what
world,
you're saying.
if you live on a sphere, then the horizon, the physical horizon, should be in the same place all the time.
Yeah, in my opinion, I would say, in my perspective, my understanding, it would look like that.
Yeah, and it doesn't. So you can say,
Um,
yeah, okay, well, the light, you
so
can use the same
Dan, thanks for
argument as
saying.
I use, right? That it's yeah, well, it's the Earth is curved, but it's just the horizon is that place, but it's just an optical phenomenon. Like you can still use that argument, but then you'd have to demonstrate that the Earth measures to be curved. So we demonstrated that the Earth measures to be flat, and you see a horizon at a certain distance and then at a different distance. That means the whole thing, the horizon that you see, that you claim boats are going over, is an optical phenomenon every single time. Otherwise, you'd have to demonstrate that the Earth is curved and the boats are going over this curve and it's not optical.
I have a good. So it's because of
Do you agree with that?
weather, not necessarily.
What do you disagree with about it?
because I haven't seen the proof myself of someone going in different times to the same place, looking at the same
Okay.
thing in the same place.
So you don't
on the
really
horizon.
disagree. You just say I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's not really a
Yeah.
disagreement. All right. Well, look into it. Have a
All
look
right.
at some videos on YouTube of horizons being in different places, and see, get their explanation. Come back with that explanation. We can talk more about it.
Well,
Yeah.
then I would guess.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like you were starting out like saying that the horizon is a geometric consequence and result of the Earth's shape and size, right?
Yeah, because the Earth is round, and then your vision would just end at a certain point, right? That would make sense.
So you're invoking the geometry. So if you take the observer's height into account, and then you're looking out across the surface, let's say, of a large body of water, then the horizon should be at a specific distance, right?
Then, for example, why wouldn't lighthouse light, like for example, like just go straight outside, like
Right. Yeah. Okay. But what if we showed you observations from 1 foot, even lower than 1 foot, let's say between between 8 inches to 6 foot, even higher, of where the horizon is not in its predicted location. It's actually a lot further away.
So you could show me a video or something about it. Tell me something, because I
Yeah,
really
but
want to go on it.
what would be the implications of that mean? What are the implications of an observation like that?
I just know that explaining this wouldn't work, because I already tried many times, because that's
All right.
my
So,
illusion,
well,
and that's just it. So I'll stop
you
here.
said you didn't experience seeing the horizon change, right? So I posted 2 examples. One ship, same distance because it's anchored from the same spot on the beach, right? I got 2 images.
Yes.
There's 4 pictures of this one boat.
Yes.
Different times of day, you can see more or less of that boat.
Yeah.
There's your example. Now you've
Sometimes.
seen it. Do you agree or disagree with what Timbo was saying?
Hold on. Let me take a good look. 390.
I can give you another set of examples if you'd like.
All right, that would be good.
All right.
Hold on. Oh, yeah. Hold on. There's the. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. That makes sense. It's an optical illusion. Makes sense.
Yeah.
You can see, for example, in the GIF, there's a zone that's actually stretched. It's high as hell. Okay.
Yeah, so that goes to say what T-Dub was talking about as well. At there's videos of a radio controlled boat going over a lake, and it starts disappearing from the bottom up at a distance where there should be no curvature. It's not far enough away yet for there to be anything blocking it if the Earth was a sphere. So it has to be an optical phenomenon. It can't be anything else.
All right. I would ask another question about, for example, sunlight. If you take a drone in the day, like how far would the sun be from the Earth?
No idea.
Another set
How'd
of
we get to the
examples.
sun?
Yeah, because
The
now
phone, apparently. Hang on. Before we get away from what we was talking
It's
about, I
gone for like
posted
5
another set of
seconds.
examples. 2 oil rigs.
the other
3
rigs
pictures.
are consistent.
Yep. Same rigs. and they appear to be different. Right?
Okay. Then I would agree with the optical illusion thing.
All right.
So
I
the
would have
horizon
another.
is an optical illusion?
Not the horizon entirely, because you still can see the oil rigs. But yeah.
I mean, in one of those images, right, you can see that the horizon is well beyond both oil rigs. Behind them. The oil
Would you
rigs are
say
blocking the horizon, right? That's further than 9.4 miles. So the question is, if that observer is at 1 foot elevation above the water's surface, how far should they see it, as predicted by the globe geometry? How far should the horizon be away?
I wouldn't know that very well, but I would have another question.
I can tell you. I can tell you it's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Would this optical illusion have a certain type of limit to it?
With the what? Sorry, what?
A certain type of limit.
Yeah, the limit
According
would
to the
be how
globe
far you can
geometry.
see, right?
Yeah, according to the globe, the claim of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then it would be a geometric consequence that the horizon would be at a distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That observer is at 1 foot above the water's surface. So where should the horizon be? 1.225 times the square root of 1.
Hold on.
That would be 1.225.
1.225 miles. That's how far away your horizon should be if you're 1 foot above the surface.
Hold on, let
But
me
it's
see one thing.
not.
That plane.
You can double check it. You can go to any online distance to horizon calculator or Earth curvature calculator, and it will tell you exactly what I just told you.
Let me just see one thing real quick. Okay. Okay.
What are you doing?
I was just reading something. Honestly, I didn't absorb it at all because I was under pressure. But anyways, I
So
would
were you
say that
listening at all, or reading while TW was talking?
I was reading and kind of hearing, but
What did he
yeah.
say?
So basically, it said, I'm gonna be honest with you. I really didn't absorb any of that. I was trying to do two things at the same time. You know what? Have a nice. I don't know what time it is there because it's night here.
It's
Have
10
a nice
o'clock in the
time.
morning.
Arrivederci.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Oh, quite a pleasant guy, but just doesn't listen.
Why is everyone leaving?
Oh, I don't know what happened.
Were they? Was that his posse? Was it? Like, did he have some
Content,
cheerleaders in there? Or something?
and he didn't get the content he wanted. It didn't go the
Nah.
way he.
I'm here to destroy flat earthers. Oh shit. What are the other guys watching? Are they watching something? keep on seeing messages, them talking about are they watching a QE stream or?
I think so.
Uh,
Starring.
starring who?
Jedi and AI Overlord.
Are they over there? Are they?
No, Jedi's here. I don't know where AI is.
Right. AI goes in those streams, he just gets muted anyway. I was listening a few times on YouTube, maybe about 6 months back, and anytime he said something, fucking, who was it? The English guy, not Neil, the other one. Can't remember his name. And just mute AI.
Well, today Neil came here and said that he's not about that life with disrespecting Jedi because Jedi is the one who opened his eyes, according to Neil. So maybe it's not Neil, unless Neil is double speaking, which I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say no.
Yeah, Trace, it's interesting that there's actually there's some contention and an argument about exactly what the definition of an optical illusion is, and that some of the experts will declare that mirages are not optical illusions. They actually get quite upset at people describing them as that, because a mirage, an optical illusion, they'll say is really a mental thing. It's the way that the brain is processing the different wavelengths of light to tell you that something's happening or something is what it's not. Like, so, like red dots moving on a blue background or something like that. Like, they're not moving, but your brain is processing the information as being able to move around. Um, but whereas a mirage is something that's actually physically taking place in the external world, and that the information being received is a result not of the brain trying to understand the information, but the result of something that's happening externally from the observer's point of view. That's the the mirage versus optical illusion thing. Yeah. David, what's up, man? Welcome. We've been waiting.
Thank you. I'm doing well. What about you?
Yeah, all right, all right. Can't complain.
That's
Not
good to
there,
know.
wanted to listen. What brings you here?
You know, just chilling and
Cool. Have
curious.
you been in here before? You talked to us before?
Oh no, it's my first time in here, in the room.
Oh, cool. What about the topic at all? Have you discussed the topic at all before with anyone?
I don't know.
Like in passing? Have you got friends that talk about flat Earth or no?
Oh no, I got enough friends from the server in here.
No, I mean in general. Have you spoken with anybody about this topic before?
Yeah, we've talked about that with some kind of people before.
All right, all right. Do you think you'd understand why people in 2025 say that the Earth is flat?
I think that there's it's not about the different, but I don't have a lot of details to be honest.
All right. Hey, just wondering, any other guys in here free to speak with David, so I can mute up for a bit?
What's up, David?
Thanks, Cycling.
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. What about you?
Very well, thank you. So, what have you heard about this topic?
I've heard some kind of things about that astronaut and the traveling to the moon before was a kind of fake, and I've heard
What do you
about
think about that?
Sorry?
You think that, what do you think about that? Do you think they did? Do you think they went to the moon?
Well, I don't have a lot of information about that. I can't tell.
Yeah, it would just be a belief either way, wouldn't it? Even if you did have information, you just have to believe that it's true or they're telling you the truth, because no one can actually do that in reality.
But why?
But why?
Why can't they go?
Why can't they go? Well, think about it. You ever tried going to the moon?
Oh no, I don't have any kind of resources. I mean, not even technology to even think about it.
Yeah, so there's like 30 people that claim in human history that they did go to the moon, and everyone just has to trust them. Does that sound like a good basis for a worldview?
So you're saying that we can't trust those people? I mean, the 30 people? Or 13 or...
Well, how would you know if you can trust them? You don't know them personally. You don't know if they're trustworthy. It would just be
What
a
about
belief.
this? Oh, hello there.
Like, can I speak or do I have to mute?
I'm in the middle of speaking to this guy, but if you've got a good question, maybe.
So, like, what is this thing about, like, 24, the flat earth Discord?
Yeah, we're pointing out that the Earth measures flat, so it can't be a globe.
So, like, the people are present here, they believe that earth is flat?
No, they accept, well, it's a
Are you
mix.
kidding me?
Some people are globe believers, some people accept observable, measurable reality.
Oh, I'm just not getting it. Just give me a break. Like, how can somebody think the earth is flat?
Because it measures flat.
This is the same thing.
Because it looks
It
flat.
measures it measures flat because of our size. If you
What?
No, it just
comparatively us
measures
with a
flat
human
because
being,
it's flat.
Sorry, it
Like,
measures flat
if
because of our size.
I didn't hear
That
him.
doesn't make that. Sorry, that doesn't make sense.
are you kidding?
It measures flat because of our size. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's
What do you
Yeah, it's
mean?
just saying we're too small. It's so big.
I,
yeah.
I, I, I,
It's not
I
saying that.
want him to break it down, Cycler.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. And again, Cycler, it's a statement. Now that I've been
So,
doing this for
so,
10 years, makes less and less sense every
so,
time I
so
say it.
what do you,
I know, I know.
so what do you say about the International Space Station
No, no,
and
no.
the whole
I want
solar system?
addressed what I asked. We measure it flat because of our size. What does that mean?
It means that your size is too small comparatively Earth. If
Sorry, when we say that we measure the surface of, what distances do you think we're talking about?
we are talking about thousands of kilometers.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth. All distances. Not just the water in the surface of your cup when you pour yourself a drink of water. Right? Not
Who is it?
just
Who am I talking to exactly?
you're talking to Jedi, and you said that we don't, or
Bro,
we
listen,
measure the
listen.
Earth flat because of our size. First,
Do you
that's a
believe that Earth
concession
is
that we
flat?
measure the
Do
surface
you
of the
believe
Earth
in this
flat.
theory?
Why is he talking through me?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we need to
I'm
go back to
talking about,
David.
like, do you believe that Earth is flat?
Yeah.
We experience it every day to be flat. It's measured flat. It's practically used as flat. You do too. You just believe it's a ball. So no, it's not really that we believe it's flat. We don't
Then
believe that it's a
I
ball.
have a good question. Then what do you say about, guys? Then what do you say about the all things just happened? How are you gonna explain the events that are happening on Earth?
What events? What are you talking about?
What?
Like
Yeah. Oh,
like
my
seasons,
birthday.
like
The
day and
World
night.
Cup?
Katy Perry.
No,
Wimbledon?
I'm talking about the natural events.
What
What?
natural events?
A
Then
volcano.
what kind of
An
theory do you
earthquake.
have? How day and night happen?
The sun
If somebody
moves.
turns on the light and somebody turns off the light,
Sorry, do you see the sun in the sky move across the sky? Or does it blink out of existence when it's in the middle of the sky? We observe the sun
so
move.
listen, the Earth is flat, right? Earth is flat, and you believe the
Yeah.
sun is on above us. Is that it?
No.
What?
You asked
So
us how we explain day and night. We just very simply said that's the sun moving.
Yeah, have you noticed that the
okay, the
sun
sun is
moves?
moving. Sun is
Have you
moving,
noticed
right?
that? You notice the sun moves through the sky east to west every day? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Have you noticed that the sun moves through the sky east to west every day?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so why do you think the sun is appearing to move?
Because the Earth is revolving.
No, it's because the sun is moving.
No,
John
this
Horror.
is the same thing. Listen, this is the
So
same
you
thing
think
that happened if you
you
are.
think you think the ground
Can
is
I speak?
moving?
No. Yeah, the
No.
ground is moving.
The ground
That's
is
right.
not moving?
The ground is the one who's moving.
How do you
Okay.
know?
How fast do you think it's moving?
The speed of Earth. Let me Google it.
Oh,
I'm gonna throw up.
so you
I'm
don't
gonna be
know.
seasick. I'm
So
gonna
you
be
have to
seasick from the spinning Earth.
see if you have to Google how fast it's spinning, how do you know it's spinning? It sounds like you don't know.
I don't know everything because I know how the internets work
Do
and
you,
how the
do you
things.
detect?
I
Do you
know
do
how
you,
the
do
science
you
works,
sense?
but I
Do you
can't
feel the ground?
understand everything.
Hold on, hold
I
on.
know
Do
how
you
the nuclear bombs work now,
hold
but
on,
I
dude?
can't make it.
Do you feel the ground moving?
Just let me search the first revolution speed of Earth.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. The revolution Earth is 30 kilometer per second, or
Wow,
in
30
American
kilometers
term,
per second. That's pretty fast,
yeah,
isn't it?
30 kilometer per second. And according
That's
to
very
in miles
fast.
for Americans, it's like 67,000 miles per hour.
Right, that's very fast, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed, very fast.
Okay, do you do
And you
you
know
do
what
you
the craziest part
do you
about
feel
the
any
Earth
motion?
revolve?
Do you feel any
The
motion of
Earth?
the ground?
No, I don't feel,
Oh, okay. So how do you know that's happening?
because we are the part of the Earth. We are part of this system.
Yeah, but how do you know it's moving at 67,000 miles an hour if you don't detect any motion?
Because you can prove this by science.
What science?
You can prove this thing. You can be in rocket and you
Okay,
can
so
go
so who proved it?
inside the space station and you
So
can
who
see
so who
that
proved
thing.
it? Did you prove it?
So you
No,
are telling me
you
the
just
whole world,
believed it.
the government of United States, the government
You
of
just
Russia, they are
you
the
just
so-called
believed it,
enemy,
yeah?
and they both are
Well, you're telling me someone
both.
proved it. Who proved it? Since you didn't, you just believed it. Who proved it?
Damn, I
Okay,
don't believe in myself.
so no one proved it.
I,
Hey, calm down. It sounds like you're crying. What's wrong?
I'm not crying.
He's just figured
I,
out
I,
that the Earth isn't moving.
no,
Oh
I,
shit. That's got to be
I just
destroying some
don't.
shit in your head, huh?
No, I just can't believe that I'm just arguing about the Earth is not flat.
You're not arguing because
No,
you would
you're
have to
not.
present an
There's
argument. Be
no
arguing.
argument yet, dude. You haven't presented anything.
You even conceded
Okay,
that we measured it
okay,
flat.
listen. Let me
Yeah, that
tell
was like
you
your
the
first
thing.
thing. We
Yeah.
measure it flat, remember? You think it's because of our size, which is weird, but you're right
Yep.
about it measuring flat.
If I was a giant, would I measure it curved? If I
Sorry,
was
one more
8 foot
thing.
tall.
Sorry, one more thing, son. Saying it's not flat doesn't make it curve.
Well, I'm interested because you're saying the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. That is incomprehensibly fast. But you're
Listen,
telling me
listen, listen,
no one's ever
listen,
proven
listen.
that. No one's ever measured that.
Listen, according to the science, your body can only feel the sudden acceleration, not the constantly motion.
According
Prove
to the
it.
science.
Science isn't a person that speaks. So saying
Yeah.
according to science doesn't make any sense. Just give us a scientific experiment that proved Earth is moving at 67,000 miles an hour. Wouldn't even be a
Okay, okay.
scientific experiment, but in your language, just give us whatever you think science proved the ground is moving at 67,000 miles an hour.
That's weird.
Because so far, all you have is the sun moving, as you seem to
Listen,
be still beneath it.
listen. If you climb high enough, just for taking an example of Mount Everest or the K2, the second highest peak in the world, you can see this thing by yourself. Earth curves, like
You
you
see
can
flat,
see.
motionless Earth.
Whoa. No.
No, you see flat, motionless Earth from a mountain. So think about that. You've
Dude.
you've you've
Sorry.
you've admit. That's all right. We can stay on that, but I just want him to kind of appreciate and really think about the fact that he's just said he experiences himself to be still and the sun to be moving. That's what you experience, right?
So I posted a picture of Mount Everest for him so you can see the Earth curve. If you look in there, you can see it's a 360 shot.
What's this guy's name?
Me and I.
Jason from IT.
That was
Yeah,
unhelpful.
I'm listening.
Steve from Microsoft.
All right, Steve from Microsoft. Do you appreciate that you just agreed that you don't detect any ground movement and you do experience the sun to be moving? Yeah?
This is the same thing happen. You don't you can't feel the. I'm just telling you, you can't feel the constant motion
Yeah,
thing.
I know. You're saying
It's
you
you
can't
feel
prove
sudden
any of the globe
acceleration.
claims. I understand.
He's also agreeing. He's just convoluted. He's given us an excuse as to why we don't. So we don't then. That's the point. We don't feel any emotion. You can have an excuse as to why we don't, but the answer is we don't.
Yeah, and there's no scientist that ever proved any motion or measured any 67,000 miles an hour. Where do you think that comes from?
In order to use his statement, he has to have Earth
Okay,
in
okay.
motion and
Listen,
then
listen,
compare it to Earth not in
listen,
motion
listen.
and see if you can
So,
feel the difference.
so what do you say about the country, the Norway? Let's take an example. The sun don't set for 6 months and sun don't rise
Yeah, it's
for
the same
other
thing. It's
six
the
months.
sun moving above a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay, so you are telling me the Earth is flat. Then
Yes,
how
correct. Earth
can
is flat.
cities can be on in the light for the whole 6 months? How do you
It's
gonna
not whole
explain
six.
this?
No, that's
Is there
incorrect.
is
It's not a whole
another
6
sun
months.
just taking this part-time
Sorry.
job or something?
No, it's not 6 months. It's closer to 3
No,
months.
it's
Yeah.
6 months around. If
And
you
that's
take
just
in
the
and
sun.
Closer to
That's just
six
Again,
weeks.
that's just
I
the sun
just
moving again, remember?
again, it's just because people have come in today and said a lot of wrong things. Like I have to them. Summer only lasts 3 months, not 6. You can see the sun for a total of 6 months in the 2 summers, one in the north, one for the south. But for the 3 months in between, 6 months, you don't see them above the horizon for 24 hours. So just to be clear,
Yeah, this is just the sun's position relative to that location, moving in a circuit above a flat, motionless Earth. Just like you said, we measure it flat, we see the sun move, we don't detect any motion of the ground. That's because there is no motion of the ground. The sun does move, and the Earth is flat. You understand, Steve?
May I get your social
okay,
security number
listen. So
and your
what?
password?
I have just Google it. So what do you have explanation about the ship? The ship disappear near the horizon.
where's what? Here we go.
Oh my goodness! I bet you that answer comes up the most on Google ever, because that just seems like that's all people search for now. Is how do you debunk flat earthers?
No, if the Earth is flat, the thing should be visible, right? Then how the
Pardon?
ship disappear at the
It's
horizon?
just an optical effect. No, don't worry about it. It's not Earth curve. You don't see the boat tilting around a curve, do you? You see it sink. Like it's just horizontal, and then it sinks into the horizon. It's an optical effect, not Earth curve. Pretty simple.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, okay. Can you show me the proof or the optical proof?
actually categorized as a phenomena in the category of atmospheric refraction. In this instance, it's named as sinking. This is when you have a direct line of sight to the object in question, but because of the air between you and the object, the light is distorted a bit. So to you making the observation, it looks like the boat is sinking. So it's just the air between you and it that's causing this and other phenomena like looming, like inferior and superior mirages. That's just because of the air between you and the object.
Seriously?
Yeah, Steve. It
Yeah,
sounds like
seriously, yeah.
it
Yeah.
sounds like
I
you're
think
you're only going to
I
believe
think you
Google
can be the
anyway.
next Einstein, bro. You are just
Hey,
one step above to
dude,
beat
go
the
onto
Einstein.
Google. Go onto Google and type in sinking refraction.
You can also zoom in the entire ship that you can't see with your naked eye once it's disappeared over your supposed horizon. And another
Hold
thing
on.
I'd like to
We
give
need to
you,
make sure that
Steve,
he's
from
got this from what
IT.
Jedi was putting down.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted him to complete his ball after that boat goes over the curve. That's a pretty
Yeah.
tiny ball.
Well, we can probably cut it off just at this point because you Google sinking refraction. Have you done that? Me and I.
Yeah, listening.
Google sinking refraction. Tell me what it says.
You don't have to type in the word Google.
What does it say? Come on, Steve. You were quick on the Google a few minutes ago. Steven?
One moment, please, while I get my manager. And we
Sinking
have your bank
refraction,
account
Steven. What
routing
does it say?
number so we can straighten this out. Steve, I need you to deposit $10,000 into my account so I can make sure it's working, and then I'll transfer it right back.
All right, Steve. You giving up? We're going to move on? Leet? What's happening? You're
small
fucking away.
$500 holding
Yo,
fee.
what's up, guys?
What brings you to the channel?
No reason, just curiosity.
Okay. You want to know why we say that the Earth is not a ball and that it's actually flat?
You can just simply Google it, the International Space Station live footage. Now you can see the Earth is revolving.
Steve, did you look up sinking refraction?
Steve, yeah,
you were
you don't
given
need
a
to.
specific
You're not,
task.
yeah, Steve, you don't need to be C blocking anybody. You need to be looking up stuff.
All right, Leet, what were you saying?
Nothing.
Well, do you want us to tell
Okay,
you why the Earth's, how we know that the
immediately.
Earth's not a ball?
See
Steve,
how he
why
wants to
do you
speak,
stop?
Cyclone? Right whenever these two start talking, then Steve wants to talk.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, Steve. Just unless you've got the sinking refraction, I don't want to hear you speak, Steve. Okay? Leet,
No,
you
bro.
want us to tell you how
I
we know
know
that the
the
Earth
Earth
isn't
is
a
not
ball?
flat.
Oh,
So all
Not
Jesus
people
really.
are
Christ.
gathering. Okay, you can continue.
Yeah, mute yourself, Steve.
Steve,
All
I
right.
did you a favor, buddy. Hold 1 second. I did Steve a favor and I typed into Google, what is sinking refraction? And the first response by Google AI, at the top it says sinking is an atmospheric refraction phenomenon where objects on the horizon appear to drop below it as if they were sinking.
There you go. There's the boats. No Earth curve. I think Steve left, but that's okay. Probably got other calls to attend to.
He probably has, yeah.
Right. Jedi, DJ, Professor
Steve said the
Triangle.
Earth is not
I need to
flat. He
go.
said it was
So
not
one of you
flat
guys,
before he left.
he did. One of you
Alright,
guys
sorry,
take
buddy.
over. One of you guys take over with Leet here. Good hearing you, boys.
Yeah,
Thanks, Leet.
G-Man. Speeches indeed. So what's going on? Where are we at?
I think that's it.
Oh. Oh,
What
well.
about H125? You there? Leet?
Yes.
Yo.
Ah,
Hello.
hello. Which one of you has a good question?
That's me.
Leet? Do you have a good question?
No.
H125, do you have a good question?
Let me see. See. Is having a dog better than having cat or the opposite?
I can answer that. If Earth is a globe, why is the top of Frankenstein's head flat?
No.
You can't have dogs or cats on a globe. They would just boil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their blood would boil.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They'd be like beef jerky in about 10 seconds.
Guys, so actually my level in English is terrible. Can you advise me how to learn English?
You need to start by fixing your microphone volume. That would be step one.
Oh, it's good.
I
Oh,
guess good.
okay.
Say it with your chest. Speak up.
Yes. So can you give me some advice maybe to help me out?
As a listener, I give you some advice. Raise your microphone volume a little bit.
I did.
Not
Okay.
enough.
Become better at raising your microphone volume. That is step one. That's the
Okay,
first
I'll
thing
do
that
it.
needs improvement.
Okay, okay.
Have you tried restarting your computer?
Yeah, maybe later.
Guys, we're talking to Steve from IT. He knows his computer stuff. Don't worry about it.
Go into the audio settings, click on microphone, and turn up the input value.
Okay. Is that better?
Exactly the same.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
What do you think?
Someone who works for Microsoft, you got a shit mic. Hey Jedi, did you
Try it.
watch any of that? You watch any of that YouTube thing?
Okay.
Oh, about 10 seconds of it, and I got bored.
Oh, what's going on there, mate? He's been a fucking dick, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess. God, you've been away, and God, you missed
Yeah,
out on quite a lot of
Miggy,
shit, man. We'll have to catch up.
Miggy filled me in on it. I had a private call with Miggy, and he filled me in on a lot of shit, but
Oh, okay,
not
cool. As long as
not
vague
details
spoilers, man.
of it. Yeah, no details of it though, but yeah,
Crazy.
interesting, very
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I've been accused today of being a NASA apologist. That's what I am now.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Why?
Because I said NASA doesn't claim that the Earth is flat. So I'm a NASA apologist. Because you know how they have
It's
some of
just
those documents where it's like, oh, it says NASA says the Earth's flat in some of these documents. I'm like, they're not. NASA doesn't think that
what
the
says
Earth is
it's
flat.
treated. Yeah, it just says it's
Yeah, yeah,
treated that way. Yeah.
yeah. They have to admit that they treat it as flat for their equations, which is interesting, very interesting. But they're not. NASA doesn't claim it's flat.
He's such an apologist.
Apology. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing it again right now. Spokesperson.
Sorry, it's Steve from IT back, or
Does Steve know his name's Steve?
I'm not sure. What is his name?
Oh, God.
Stephen? Stephen?
Oh, that's his actual name. Oh, he's not here.
Okay.
H125. What else you got for us? What's another question?
I don't have any more questions.
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Did you say?
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, not really.
Interesting.
Just kind of a globe.
What about an oblate
Kind of.
spheroid?
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's that. I met this guy called Science, and Science says that it's an oblate spheroid.
But it can't be 100% sure, if anything.
No, Science never is. He admits that. It was funny, right, DJ, on that stream I was listening to. That who's the English guy on QE's True Fruit?
Adam or
Adam,
Brian?
that's it.
Adam, yeah.
Brian's
Yeah.
Irish, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Adam, he was talking about AI, and he goes, "Do you see what the this? If you're running your live stream like that, this behaviour is despicable, muting people and yelling over the top of them, acting all righteous and shit like fucking they've never done anything like that, you know."
Saying that about us. Oh, that's freaking
Yes,
hilarious,
about
bro. What
AI
the hell?
Arden. Yeah.
Oh my god. Did
Just
you
used the
see
mute a couple of times on Vaxwax.
Bro, did you see that what QE tried to do his treatment about me, about the atmospheric refraction? Did you and I
No,
actually went on there to defend myself. He just
I ha-
wouldn't let me get more than like half a word out, and he would just mute me
oh
the
no.
whole time. The whole time, man. He just would not let me speak.
I'll have to go back and
It
watch. I stopped watching him because they took they kept on taking like an hour to get through like 5 minutes of
it's a
like
tactic. It's a tactic.
dialogue.
Yeah. It's I think it's a tactic, right? Because he doesn't want the audience to hear what the person that he's talking about saying in full context. So every 2 or 3
Yeah,
words, he'll just mute it, and then they'll talk shit for
and then
like
they'll
3 minutes.
analyze those 3 words. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Now, how long ago? I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, I'll post I'll send it, I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, sweet.
I knew he was gonna do it, right? I knew he was gonna mute me the whole time. I just wanted that to be exposed. That's fine. Only reason I went on there.
So this has been a contention, right? I've always wanted to have this discussion about something that they call atmospheric refraction, at least happening or appearing to happen. That's why the horizon appears to be in different places, right?
Yep.
Something's going on, right? But
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
you can't talk about it because it's not refraction. Okay, let's call it fucking potato and talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
Who cares what it's called?
That's what everybody was kind of coming to conclusion with, dude. Exactly as you just said it. You can see that boat over there looks upside down. Can't we talk about it?
Yeah. No, you can't talk about it. It's not refraction. Refraction is between two mediums. Okay, well, what's happening then?
The actual
Talk about what?
definition of refraction, right? It says like that it's just when electromagnetic waves deviate towards a denser medium, whether it be a sharp deviation like in Snell's law, or whether it be a gradual deviation like in a single medium that has a varying refractive index. It's very simple, and for anyone to deny that that's the way it
Yeah.
works is kind of
So
ridiculous.
any time it changes density in the medium, it will refract, right? Whether it's light or
Yeah, it'll
yeah,
just
there's
it'll deviate towards the denser medium, and which is in air. It's the colder air, which is it's primarily controlled by temperature, and it
yeah.
deviates towards the colder air. That's why you look at the Sky Freeze got an awesome channel where they demonstrate this all day, every day, in their house, right, by manipulating the temperature, and then all of a sudden it'll look like there's a light on the other side of the room that disappears behind the flat floor horizon, and all they did
Yeah.
was manipulate the temperatures. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you can make the argument, oh, well, okay, this only happens in extreme cases. Does it, though? Like, it's got, you know?
It
Oh, we see
happens
it every
happens
fucking
all the
day.
time, every day. Look at like Skunk Bay time lapse or anything. Like
I see
it's
it on the
super common.
bay, like in Melbourne, you know? Some days I can see the bottom of these boats. And then other days, it looks like it's going over a curve. But the boats look closer. So it's got to do with magnification as well at that rate, you know? So I'm glad that we can talk about it now without someone fucking yelling and screaming and swearing
Oh yeah,
when there's no
me too.
swearing, you know? Like,
It's actually one of the best hostile witnesses to use against the Globers. They shoot themselves in the foot when they say refraction.
what's a great, but it's also a great argument, right? We measure the surface to be flat, but we still have a horizon. So what's the horizon created by? And it's at different places at different times. It's clearly an optical illusion because the surface measures flat. Yeah, I don't know why we've been, had to throw it out so many times. Like it's just clear. If the surface measured curved and the horizon was in different places at all times, then okay, it's a globe and refraction exists. But the surface doesn't measure curved. The surface measures flat and creates horizons.
Yep.
Simple.
And sometimes it looks like there's shit hidden drastically behind the horizon.
Yeah.
That needs an explanation. Like you can't just say I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction.
Who cares? It's not refraction.
The Globers will laugh at you and think that you're
Yeah.
just avoiding the question, and then you scream at them and mute them. That doesn't work. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't work. Because you got to add in, right? If you've got this refractive, if you've got something that, let's call it refraction. I don't give a fuck anymore. Let's call it refraction. I don't care.
It's
So
called
if you've got
refraction.
refraction, yeah, if you've got refraction happening, and it's like 10 k's away, right? And it's just a little bit. It's just making a little bit of the bottom of the boat disappear. If you get that, and then you add in the moisture in the air, and you get atmospheric magnification, right? Consistently bringing that image 10 k's away forward, because as it goes through, it gets thicker and thicker and thicker and thicker. So it magnifies the further it goes. Now, if it already looks like it's slightly curving and going behind the horizon, that's going to bring that forward to you at an exponential rate, and it's going to make it look like that boat is closer and it's going over a horizon that's closer, but it's not. It's further away and it's getting magnified. So that's why sometimes it looks, you go, fuck, it does look like it's curved, right? There's so many things you got to add in. But magnification will bring that closer to you and make it look like the curve is bigger than what than what the refraction is actually showing you on a flat surface.
Exactly. It's very easy for us to even just use mainstream citations to explain why certain things could look like they're hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah,
right. That they
and
haven't accounted for that. If they want to claim that that's actually curvature and not just say sinking refraction or like what you just said, then they need to factor those things out.
That's right. Yeah. And if you've got you've got a boat at the same height as you, 6 foot off the water, right? And let's say the light is curving. right? It's refracting down towards you at the shore. Then if that light coming from that 6 foot that's 6 foot boat that's the same height as you is refracting 2 feet, then that light is not going to hit your eyes. So you're only going to see the light that hits your eyes, which is going to be 2 feet higher than what you're at. So you're going to see the part that's at 8 foot because the light is refracting down. So it's going to look like something's hidden behind the horizon because that light is not reaching your eyes. So you see the bottom of the boat disappear. It's pretty fucking simple. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yeah. No need to avoid the the question if a glober
Yeah.
presents it.
Well, it works better on a flat surface than it does on a curved surface. Anyway.
And we can demonstrate it on a flat surface, like on a small
Exactly.
scale, on any scale.
Yeah. The RC boat demonstrates that without any supposed curvature. You know, you've got a laser test which measure it flat, and then we see horizons. So therefore, we got horizons on a flat surface. We don't have any curvature. So you can't say that refraction is making it look flat because the surface is curved. That's fucked up.
It's a crazy claim. Out like claims like that need to be backed up.
Yeah. Like what have they got? They got refraction makes it look flat. They've got you can't feel it moving because it's moving. You've got it's curved. You know, look at all of it. It's just opposite world.
Yeah, that's they've like not that I like David Weiss much, but he makes a great point when he says they've replaced people's common sense with nonsense.
Yeah. How do you know it's moving? Oh, well, because it's not moving, we know it's moving. What the fuck?
Hey,
How do
DJ,
you
can
know
I
it's
ask you a
curved?
question?
Because it looks flat. Sorry, man.
What's up, Dibs?
Why don't you like Dave Weiss anymore?
Oh, I like Dave Weiss as a personality, but
He makes stupid claims.
yeah, he'll make a bunch of great points, right? And then all of a sudden he'll start pulling out some freaking crazy maps that look like big patchwork quilts with all these different like flat ponds all around them and like these maps with all these outer land ice rings, and he'll start talking about some wacky shit, which is just like, it's kind of like, I'm not saying he's controlled opposition or anything like that, but that's kind of what someone would do. They would make a bunch of really good points, and then they would say something completely batshit crazy. So I don't like it because he also uses memes, right, and arguments that he knows he's been schooled on before. He knows they're bad arguments, but he'll continue to use them because they seem effective, right? Like he'll pull out the 2002 blue marble and he'll put it next to the 2007 blue marble, and he'll say, "Look, the America looks 3 times as big on this particular blue marble and way smaller on the other one." And he'll draw like a line across them and he'll say that this is proof that NASA's lying, right? It's just bad arguments like that, which are disingenuous. And he knows. I've heard him talk about how he knows that's a bad argument, but he still uses it every show. And then he's pushing the AE map and he's claiming that this is exactly how the stars and the sun and the moon operate over the top of the AE map, which doesn't match up with the way that we see the sky in the north and south of the Earth. It doesn't match up. It doesn't have 2 apparent celestial points of rotation in the sky. It's impossible to have, say, a 24-hour sun on that, right? As far as we can tell, like it doesn't work, and he keeps pushing it, and yeah, that's my problem with him. Other than that, he does bring a lot of people to flat Earth, but he brings them with a whole bunch of bullshit bad arguments, ice walls and A maps, and
Nice. Well, thanks.
but I have watched like tons of his videos, and he's very, very good at going over certain things. He's got tons of great little examples, and he gets out there. He puts himself out there. He goes on all the shows, and he brings a ton of people to flat Earth. I could credit him for where credit's due, but yeah,
He he could make that argument more plausible just by saying this could be the Earth, but I don't know what the sun is doing, right? You know, he said, well, this map makes sense to me, but I don't know how the sun would work on it. You know, you can say that because I don't know what the sun is. Like, just be a bit more humble and don't
Yeah,
claim to know what like it definitively what it is.
exactly. Yep. Yeah, he'd say like we don't know the true layout of the. He does say stuff like that. Like he contradicts himself. It's quite
Yeah,
often he says, "I don't know if this is the exact layout of the Earth, but it's something like
yeah.
this."
And
But yeah,
you do understand, like we do understand that it is a show he does, and he has brought a lot of people to the topic as well. So he's done
yep.
some good. Yeah, he's just
If you watch his
he needs to update
interview,
himself.
he needs to update his script exactly. But he does like an awesome show with Chris Jericho, the WWE guy or whatever, and
Oh
it's just
yeah, I've
like
seen those ones.
it's
Yeah,
like a 101 seminar. Like it's almost like the Jericho's planned the questions out because he's secretly a flat earther. But yeah, shows like that, yeah, it does a great job.
yeah.
Lots of good arguments, but then mixes in a bit of bullshit, and that's
Yeah,
it's
where it's a
frustrating.
chat more than when it's a chat more than a debate. He's not good in a debate setting. Good in a chat setting. If the host has an open mind and doesn't start arguing silly points, then just listens to him, then he's good.
Similar with Eric DeBay as well. You know, he's probably brought more people to Flat Earth than most Flat Earthers combined.
Yeah. Yeah, he needs an update too.
Yeah.
He hasn't updated his iOS in since 2014. He's still on iPhone 5.
Have you guys heard of the differential form of Snell's law?
Yeah.
So it's so Snell's law is, as you guys probably already know, is when you have two different mediums or media, right, that have different refractive index or indices, and you have a sharp boundary layer, and then as the light passes on an angle from one medium to the other medium, it will deviate towards the denser medium, and then there's a formula for it. It's very easy to calculate because it requires a very specific scenario. It would not apply in the air in one medium. But then there's another thing called the differential form of Snell's law, where it actually applies Snell's law to a single medium. And it's just a slightly different formula. It's something that Globers will say, they'll bring this up and they'll say, oh, Snell's law does apply to these. You can use Snell's law to explain these observations, but in fact, you actually can't, right? Because although you can use Snell's law in this differential form, with a single medium to do your calculations, it has to be uniform and consistent, unlike what we have in the actual Atmo. But yeah,
Does it have a maximum as well?
Well, this is just about calculating the deviation towards the denser section of the medium, using a
Okay,
different formula.
not over a
No,
big distance though. So it's a small distance.
you could use it over a big distance if it was like something that was like consistent. If it just stayed the same, right? Like let's say you had like a medium of, I don't know, like something that had a different optical density. Just say it was like glass or something like that, right? It just stayed the
Yeah.
same, stayed the same density within the gradient. Then you could use this formula to calculate how much the light would deviate within the single medium. But you could never use it where you have like a constantly changing, like over a long distance observation or something where you've got turbulence and you've got all sorts of other extra stuff. But you can use Snell's law in a single medium. So I'll put the citation for it in the side chat. And yeah, so it's if the refractive index doesn't change all at once, but instead changes gradually, then light doesn't bend at one sharp boundary, it bends a tiny bit at every step. Think of it like this: Snell's law is a single turn in the road. A differential form is a long road made of millions of tiny curves. And then it gives like an analogy here. It's like, imagine steering a car. Snell's law is like you cranking the wheel suddenly and turning sharply at a corner. The differential form is you drifting the wheel gently over a long stretch, making tiny adjustments. Both change directions, just in different ways. So I'll put the citation in, I'll put the formula in the side chat as well. Just something to be aware of, because sometimes the Globers do bring this up and say, yeah, you can use Snell's law to explain long distance observations, but you can use Snell's law within a single medium, because that's what they'll say. They'll say, yeah, you can use this differential form of Snell's law in a single medium, but you can't use it for these long distance observations. Because the real atmosphere is messy, density, temperature, humidity, all vary irregularly, often in turbulent layers with small-scale fluctuations, gradients, non-uniform, plus mixing of thermal currents, etc., etc. That disrupts the ideal conditions under which the differential Snell's integration would yield smoothly. Stable, light ray bending. Even if a smooth gradient existed, the amount of bending from realistic changes in the refractive index of air is extremely small. Typical refractive index of air near the surface is very close to 1, and variations per meter in density/temperature yield minute changes. That means the curvature of the ray path would be minimal. Yeah, I got a whole section on it here. Okay, you can force an academic extension of Snell's law into differential form, but the moment you try to apply it into reality, every one of its assumptions collapses. You would need a perfect, smooth refractive gradient, perfect uniform temperature lapse rate, no thermal turbulence, no microlayer shear, no humidity pockets, no mixing, no ducting, no shimmer, no lensing, no inversion ripples. These conditions never exist over real conditions. You can't use Snell's law to explain real observations in the atmosphere. Snell's law only works for clean, uniform media or sharp boundaries between them. The real atmo is a chaotic mix of constantly shifting densities, temperatures, humidity pockets, and microgradients that change second by second. Extending Snell's law into a differential form is just a classroom idealization, not a real-world solution. If this methodology actually predicted long-distance visibility, surveyors, engineers, and optical designers would rely on it daily to correct for Earth curvature, but they don't because the gradients are too unstable and too weak to do anything useful. Using Snell to explain real sightline is like using a frictionless ramp to explain a car braking. The math is neat, but it has nothing to do with the messy real world.
Interesting.
It's the citation in the
Well,
side
not
chat
interesting.
there.
It's what we thought the whole time, right? You know,
Yeah, pretty much.
some people kiboshed it.
You know, that's actually what the original Black Swan argument was. Even just calling the Black Swan is kind of ridiculous if you think about it. Right? Because every single observation is a Black Swan.
He's a black
Well,
swan.
so
The
why would we
white
call it a
swan would
freaking
be the
Black
black
Swan?
swan, right?
Exactly. Like, they're the ones that need to find the Black Swan. Because all
Yeah.
swans are white when it comes to the horizon. And when I say white, I mean not matching a globe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Not
all
even close.
observations are. Yeah, the black swan would be the horizon being in the position that it's supposed to be on a ball.
Yep. And even picking that original Black Swan observation when there's much clearer ones available was a tactic. Right? And it was admitted to be a tactic because it was handpicked because it had a bunch of distortion in it, and the aim was to get the globe earther to say refraction, bendy crane, and then you can pull that Snell's law script, shut the conversation down with that.
Instead of actually having a conversation.
Yep.
Hello.
Glad we moved past that, though.
Oh, yeah, it's relief, such a relief. Hello. Done that like 5 times. So when you say hello and then someone says hello back, and you're supposed to like keep
Did they
going
do
with the
Sorry,
that?
conversation.
I just said hello and you responded me like hello and I don't know how to say now.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I'm sorry. So hello back.
Do you believe you live on a ball? Maybe I should
I'm
slow down.
sorry.
Yeah. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere?
Actually I do, but I'm not against out any kind of opinion. I'm here just to hear what you guys have to say because I like to know what other people say and thinks. And I'm not here to offend anyone.
No,
It's
we
just
don't get
it's
offended.
just the way that I was created, and I'm a physicist, so I'm
Oh, you're a
just
physicist.
curious. Yeah, I'm also a nurse, but in that case, it it had more, I don't know, relevance. So, but I'm curious about what you guys think, because I care more like the human part, not about science and code stuff.
Oh. The physicist
So
wants to hear about the human side and not the mathematical side.
yeah, it's because I'm also a nurse, so I can think logically, but I'm also care about the people because I have a lot of patience. So I can do this with science, you know? But I'm interested in about what you guys has to say, you know.
Oh, ask away. Go for it. Ask
Uh
whatever you want.
why? Why? I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Yeah, do you have a question?
Not actually a question.
Well, yeah,
I'm
you
just
said you were interested in the human side. So what do you mean by that? Do you have a question regarding that?
oh, okay. I feel like I'm being tested, but I offer you guys no harm. I promise. I'm interested by like what makes you guys think the way you guys think. I would like to see what did you guys see that makes you guys believing in that theory. I'm just curious about that. That's
Yeah,
that's just the
it's
case.
empirical, right? Yeah. So we measure the
Yeah.
surface.
I'm not trying to prove you guys wrong. That's what I'm
No, that's all
trying
right.
to say. I'm just interested in see other sides, other opinions, you know.
Yeah. So the Earth's surface measures to be flat across water. Right? So that's how we came up with this Earth is flat. Because, you know, they say 70% of the Earth is water. Now water measures to be flat and level when at rest. So that would say that most of the known world would be flat. Right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but don't you think it's just because you only can see an amount that is being measured, like before, I don't know, a certain amount of water, you now can see the curve, you know?
Well, they've given us a size. So the size of the Earth is what
I
they've
really
given us.
don't
So
know. I really don't know. I won't lie to you and, pretend that I'm no, and I won't open Chat GPT here. I'm just trying to. That's not my specialty. I'm more like into computer stuff, and now I'm a nurse for like 10 years, I guess. So I'm just thinking some answer that answers that question, like why you don't see it came round.
yeah, okay. So if you were to take the dimensions that they gave us, 3,959 miles. That's the radius of the Earth that they gave us, and from that you can get the circumference, right? So then through the circumference, you take an arc, and you take a distance. So let's say 10 miles. So over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop curvature from your position.
Okay.
Now this 10 miles, not very far, is it? So 10 miles, 66 feet. Now, there's images, there's laser tests, there's all sorts of things that have been done and never measured a drop over distance at a rate
I don't have
multiple.
source here, but I think it has some test that did that. It's
Yeah, we
so
tested it. We tested it, and there's no curvature.
yeah, but are you sure they're not tests? Are you sure they're not research? I never
Yeah.
I don't know.
searched it
You're the
before.
physicist.
Yeah, but I'm a nurse now for like 10 years. I'm here for asking questions, not to
Yeah, but you
answer
don't forget.
questions.
You don't forget. You don't forget how to be a
Yeah,
physicist, though, do
but
you?
it's not my area. My area is about computing.
I know. That's why we're talking, right?
If you if you ask something about math, I would like to answer you, but I don't know this.
I just did.
And I want
So the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There you go. There's an equation.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's never there.
Understand.
Yeah.
Is
I
that
know.
a
I got to
there?
go back. I got to go back to work. So, does anyone else want to take over?
Yeah, I guess.
I got to make some noise.
All right, man. Enjoy your day. So where are we? What's going on?
Well, we're speaking to a physicist.
Are we? Is my microphone working?
Oh,
I can't
me?
hear anything. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
I didn't think you guys were talking about me.
Yes. Timbo
Oh,
had to leave the conversation because he's had to.
no, it's
So
okay. He went to
if
work. Yeah,
you
I
want
heard
us,
this.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about, mate? I'm still here.
yeah. Fuck
No, I'm
off,
kidding.
man. Stop doing
I'm
that.
sorry. I made a confusion. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you.
No. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay.
I'm someone different now. I'm not Timbo.
You guys not bad at
I'm not
all.
that kangaroo guy.
Yeah. The only channel here that I get scared is Ask a Christian because they always get very mad with me. Very mad with me. Very, very fucking mad with me. And my research nowadays is about religion and they get really mad.
What, so, are you religious?
No, I'm not. I'm just a researcher. I'm not religious, but my profession has a lot of religion sites. So I went to the religion site to research. So I don't have this knowledge by my birth. I had to research to give appropriate care. I do love my job.
Oh, if you're in the medical profession, if you're in medical care industry, I hope you care, because a lot of people in that industry don't actually care. Like, it's called healthcare, and you go there, and it's like they don't give a crap.
Yeah, my whole family is made of not physicians, but physicists, I guess. Yeah, physicists. But I choose be a nurse because I was along by my patient all the time. So that carried for me. So some people there is living the worst time on their life, so I want to talk to them, to give care to them. And nowadays I work in a mental institution, and I have a lot of people that I care a lot that believe in flat earth, and I want to understand this.
Oh,
um
wait,
no, I'm
what?
not. I'm not. No, no. Calm down. I'm
Are,
not
are
trying
you
to offend you
relating us
guys.
to people in mental
No,
institutions?
no. But people in mental institution is not that bad. Um. Sometimes the people that different ideas get labeled by crazy, and I would like to hear about you guys. What do you guys think? Because I don't think that kind of people should be there. I don't think they are crazy. They just have a different opinion.
Yeah,
That's my opinion.
we're
I'm
definitely
sorry if it sounds weird. Yeah, I know, I know, I
no,
know.
you're right. We're
It's like
definitely
bitch.
not
It's
crazy. Yeah.
that about me.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so if somebody, like, if I go to the ocean and somebody says to me, describe the horizon you see, and I say, well, it's flat. It looks flat, right? Is that crazy?
No, it's not crazy.
Okay, cool. And if I go to like a large lake, like 5, 10, 20 miles across, and I see to the other side, and somebody asks me to describe my experience of the lake, and I say, well, it looks flat. Is that crazy?
Yeah, but it's not everyone um that you can say it and you can call them to watch this. You know what I mean? A lot
Well,
of people there
They can
is,
see it themselves anyway. They can
yeah,
also
but
see it.
they all are telling they believes, and the people are not checking. Like you guys always just check. I know, but
But
they not
then if I
willing to
said
check.
if you went and see all those flat surfaces, and then you said Yeah, they are flat, but I live on a ball. Is that crazy?
I'm sorry, I was answering DJ. I'm sorry. Can you repeat? No, I'm not trying
It doesn't
to
matter.
relay you guys to crazy people. I think that different
No, I know.
opinions doesn't make people crazy. That's
No, but
what
you said
I'm saying.
sometimes people with different ideas that go against well accepted
Yeah, a
belief,
lot of
right?
opinions
They
that I
get
had I have
they
to.
get classed as crazy, right? They get classed as crazy,
I know it.
especially in
It sounded
in
it
times
sounded
past.
rude. I'm very sorry. It
No,
sounded
no, no,
rude.
no. But you
Wasn't what
did
I meant.
say that. No, no. But you did say some people with different alternative views that clash with mainstream belief systems, right?
Yeah.
Well accepted beliefs, they often get classed as being crazy, right?
Yeah, I said that
Yeah,
happens,
yeah. So I'm just pointing out that,
but I do not agree with that. I say
right? No,
that
that's
too.
good. Yeah, no, that's good. But yeah, so for another example
A
would be
lot
like
of people
if
there say things that I do believe. Another
yeah,
things,
right,
and
right,
that's what I'm fighting to.
right. Yeah, so like somebody say ask me, do you experience the Earth moving? Right, and I'll say, no, I don't. Right,
No, I'm not.
right. But if you say to somebody, well, my experience is that the Earth isn't moving. I have no reason to think that it is moving. Someone will say, that's crazy.
But
You're
yeah,
crazy.
but oh, you can give the example about the bus. When you are inside the bus and you are sitting, you doesn't feel the bus moving.
But you
Oh,
know you are moving. You do
you
know you're
know,
moving.
you know because you're looking across the window. Okay.
Yeah, you see relative motion, right? So you know first of
Yeah.
all, you approached the bus while it was parked. It wasn't moving, and you got on it. You watched the driver start the engine and put his foot on the pedal, and suddenly the bus is moving, right? You feel the initial acceleration of the bus, and then if he gets to a cruising speed where he's not accelerating, right? Yeah, you could say, it doesn't really feel like I'm moving, but you know you are because of your experience of getting on the bus and watching the driver start the engine and actually putting the bus into motion while everything else around you seems to pass you by, right? But we know that the
But
bus is in motion. We know the reason that everything out on the outside looks like it's passing us by is because it's the bus moving. But we don't have that experience
but
with
listen,
Earth. We don't have that
I
experience with
understood
Earth, do
you.
we?
I understood you, but you are thinking a micro situation. If
You brought it up.
we
You brought the bus up.
Yeah, it's for
Yeah,
an example.
as
I
an
could
example.
I
But
could
we
I
don't.
could
But
say
it's not
about
an example.
galaxies. I could
But
say
it's
about
not an.
galaxies. I
I'm.
could
One
say
sec. One
about
sec.
I'm
No, I'm
sorry.
pointing out it's not an example. It would be an example if you knew the Earth was moving.
But I have another point about this.
Right.
Um it's about our existence. Our existence is so minimal that we don't have that knowledge. We don't have that capacity to determine this when it started, when so what will happen. um I mean, as a human you cannot have this certain as you seen the driver starting the engine and um driving the bus. It's very vague for us yet.
Right. So we can't tell if the Earth is moving. The best you've got is it could be the Earth moving, making everything in the sky appear to move past us, like stars and the sun and the moon. Right. You could say it could be that the Earth is in motion, making those things appear to move, but our experience
I
is not of that, is it?
Yeah, I get what you mean because even with the wind in the flat earth, I get it. But as you can tell, the things that we observe for a long time, even before the recent science, is giving patterns. Don't you believe in patterns in astronomy?
Yeah, there's patterns, there's regular reoccurring cycles of the sky.
Yes.
Like a clock.
Yeah, absolutely. So is the Earth in being in motion? Is that an idea, or is it a fact?
Um, it is a fact. It can be
What makes the
measured.
Earth spin? What makes it spin and never slow down? And it's always like a clock. We see everything moving exactly the same way.
Gravity.
What causes the Earth to spin?
Gravity.
No,
Center of
gravity.
mass.
Gravity makes things stick to balls. That doesn't make things spin.
Center of mass.
No, you can't say that. I want to know what makes it spin and keep spinning.
Gravity. Because of the center of
So
the
gravity
mass.
causes spin now instead of pulling things to the ground.
Yeah, it pulls to the center of the gravity in the middle of the earth and it spins itself because it has nowhere to go.
How come the moon doesn't do that?
The moon does that.
No,
Yeah, it
it
does.
doesn't spin.
It does rotate.
It just faces us the same direction.
We see the same direction because it rotate us too.
So gravity causes us to rotate, and then the moon is rotating. How come?
The moon is also rotating because it has a center of mass, and it also rotates all the things that you see in the sky kind of rotates because of the center of the mass.
Wow.
Its rotation rate is equal to its orbital rate, so that's why they say it's tidally locked and always facing the Earth. But
Yeah,
I just want to go
it's
back to
because my
the
English
yeah,
is
me
not
too.
that good.
I want to go back to this
spin.
fact part. Yeah.
I want to go back to this. The Earth spins because of gravity. That's not even the claim by the globe side. You know that? But I
Sorry, I
want you
didn't.
to explain how do you think that gravity would make the Earth spin?
I did. It's because the center of the mass, they pulls the gravity towards the center. All the matter tries to go to the center and it can't goes to the center because there's another matter in the middle. Okay, let just explain my
But
point.
why
And
is
as
it
that
spinning
makes
though?
it speed, and so that's why and that makes it spin because it uh, the the force is so high that you go to, I don't know how to say that in English, tangents. I don't know.
But
My
that's not what
English,
they claim,
my
right?
English is kind
They
of,
say that the Earth, when the Earth formed 4.5 billion years ago,
yeah.
right? It's started spinning because a cloud spun, and the Earth inherited that spin, and that it's just the conservation of momentum,
Yeah, yeah,
not
yeah.
gravity. It doesn't say anything about gravity.
No, it's not. No, it's not about gravity because that's what did you say?
All
Like
right, so it's not gravity causing it to spin. So what causes it to spin since it's not gravity now?
I'm not saying that's not gravity. I'm trying to speak properly
So it
because
is
my English is
gravity.
not good. Okay, I'm trying
Well,
to
hang on.
speak.
I want to go back even further because when I asked you if it's an idea or a
Oh,
fact, you said it's a fact, and then you were about to say something about it's been. Were you going to say it's been measured?
No, I was talking about something. I was talking about something that you pointed. And in the other case, I was talking about a whole scenario. And professional triangle. I'm not.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no. That's all
saying
right.
that.
That's all right because I wanted to bring it back even further to when I asked you: is it an
No,
idea or is
it's
it a
okay.
fact?
It's because the guys here are are kind of understanding me wrong because my English is not that good.
It's
Uh,
fine. It's fine.
okay.
That's all right.
About
Doesn't matter.
the start of everything that the wolf asked. I guess was the wolf
It's
asked.
fine. I just
Uh,
what because I asked you: is it an idea or is it a fact? And you said it's a fact and
to
it's been
me, it's a
measured. Has it
yeah.
been
To
measured?
me, yeah. It has been measured. Yes.
How?
How? But
Yes.
how about
How?
what? About what? We are talking about a lot of things. About
How
star,
has how
about
has
gravity,
how?
about center of mass.
No, I asked you. Is the idea is the Earth being in motion an idea or a fact? You said it's a fact because it's been measured. Who measured it and how?
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Who is measuring the velocity that the Earth spins?
Yeah, or has any kind of motion at all?
In a lot of ways, you nowadays can see it. You can see it with your eyes. It's kind of in everywhere. You don't need to be a scientist to do that anymore.
In that
Right.
image I
So
posted with the globe spinning, I'd like to know how you land an airplane with the globe going sideways underneath it.
No, that image is perfect. It's because it's way smaller.
So you mean the airplane goes sideways when it's going downward like that? It's actually going sideways, going with
Yes,
the earth? How is that possible? What if it
yes, that's
turns around?
why
What if it turns around? What if it turns around and just decides to go back to the airport it came
that's
from? Now it's going up.
that's why the pilot must calculate the
No,
road.
the pilot doesn't calculate that stuff. There's no earth spin or curve calculated with pilots ever in their
Yeah, in
whole
that
life. No,
scenario,
never, ever,
that is
never,
not.
ever, ever in their whole life.
Okay, in that scenario, that's true.
so did you tell us how it's been measured?
No, I didn't know. I don't know. I won't lie to
You don't
you.
know.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
that's
know.
that's
I
all right.
don't know anymore.
So
That's not my area. And as I said, I was 10 years far away from physics. And I'm
someone
just a
told you
nurse
it has
now.
been measured? Did someone tell you it has been measured?
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, you should have asked them for like proof.
About the measure of
I should
gravity.
have too. I should have too. When somebody first told me, yeah, the Earth's spinning or the Earth's in motion, it's orbiting, spinning, doing all this stuff, I should have said, "What's the evidence?" Because that's not apparent to me. When I go outside, it doesn't seem like that. It just seems like I'm still. Everything else around me is moving. But I didn't. I just accepted because it was put forward to me as a child by an authority, right, that I looked up to. Someone that I thought knew better than me. But by rights, I should have asked them for the proof of that claim. Because that is a extraordinary claim because it's very counterintuitive and contrary to my natural experience.
Mhm.
But now I do ask people that claim that the Earth is in motion. I do ask them for the evidence.
Actually, I was searching for this answer because I as I said, I don't know. I really don't know. That's not my area, so I don't know. I won't lie to you. So it says here that's an equation to measure, but yeah, you must believe. um, it's observing the stars and measuring that kind of movement. And about uh about what I was saying, the modern tools like lasers, satellites, Doppler, GPS, and more like that. Don't you guys think that's true?
So I just heard a long list of things and don't.
No, that's an honest question. I just discovered that too. Don't you guys think that's true?
What the?
That
Which one out of this long list?
I gave you three items. I said the rotation, they measure the size of the Earth, and they plus the time that it turns, so they get the velocity. The translation, no, it's not translation. The word, I don't know the word in English. They measure the orbit, plus the time of the year. And the third one was the modern tools like lasers, satellites, Dopplers, and GPS and stuff like that. It's because I'm not from astronomy.
So what was the
Yeah, I
first one?
got you true. What?
What was the first one?
The first one, let me see. It was the word that I don't know in English. The measure the orbit plus the timing of the year.
Measured and calculated. Calculated, really. The time it takes the Earth to complete one orbit is calculated by the measurement of the sun's motion in the sky. And when it returns to a particular point, maybe a spring or autumn equinox or summer solstice or whatever. So measurement will be of the sun's motion across the sky. The calculation will be the yearly path of the Earth taken to orbit the sun. That would be a presupposition that the curvature has been measured. That hasn't been measured. That's also calculated. That's calculated on an assumption that we're going to be using spherical geometry. You said something about lasers and GPS.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what was it about GPS specifically?
GPS on a super precise GPS. Like with triangulation,
Okay, so
and you can measure where the things are here in Earth and in the sky.
yeah, in the sky.
Yeah.
So GPS works on a particular coordinate reference system, that being spherical. So the coordinate system is that's where longitude and latitude are kind of derived. So the sky phenomena. We know latitude because of how Polaris appears in the sky above the horizon, or the celestial equator appears in relation to the horizon. Longitude are derived by the motion of the sun across the sky. All of these things being measured in angles, right? You mentioned triangulation. So, yeah, the navigation is triangulation. What appears to us, the observer, as a hemisphere above us from a horizontal flat plane. So when you say things like GPS and longitude, and those are coordinate systems based on either things in the sky relative to us, the observer, making the observations from a horizontal. So to keep it short, I mean, we know these things exist when we look deep into these particular subjects. What we find is an assumption somewhere that the Earth is already a sphere, so the geometry exists without any direct measurements of it, or things similar, like the coordinate system itself being spherical doesn't mean that the Earth is spherical, just the coordinate.
Yeah, so long I will probably will never see the Earth from outside. All that remains to me is belief. It's just like a religion, you know.
Hold on. What's a belief? The globe Earth or the flat?
The globe for me, the flat for you. That's a
It's,
religion.
okay.
Both of us will never
Let me
know.
see if I can draw an analogy for. So, if I was to claim that I'm 6 foot tall, I would measure myself to be 6 foot tall. Now, after I've measured myself 6 foot tall, do I know that I'm 6 foot tall, or do I believe that I'm 6 foot tall?
Uh, for me, everything that I know about this topic, it's a fact because I do believe this. You know, you say I know that you say the difference between believing something and what is a fact, but I think when some persons believing in something, um, it turns to a fact to them. You know, just like religions and beliefs at all.
Maybe it's the language. I not understanding first language, right? So I understand the terms that you maybe not in the way of saying. So belief is acceptance without evidence. What I'm trying to point out is there's no requirement for belief when you take a measurement of something.
No, Tracy is right. I don't know how to answer it to you. Doing math, I don't know how to answer it to you, give you solid points. So this conversation is pointless. Uh,
For you, yeah.
because you choose just kind of test me besides to explain me why do you think that, and I would like to
I
know
tell
that.
you.
I would
I
like
tell
to
you.
know why do you think that, but you
Because the
kind of
surface
just
measures flat.
so my only answers that can I give to you is that I do believe, and that's my point. So
Yeah,
it's
and we
because
understand that.
we are not no
No,
just a sec.
we
We are not
understand. It
discussing.
just feels
Yeah,
like you're
we are
getting
not
emotional.
discussing here if the Earth is round. We are discussing here if the Earth is flat. I want to know why do you guys think about that? It's not me that must be
No,
answering
we
your
were trying to
Because
figure
questions.
out if it's a
it
globe or not.
measures flat. We told you. We're also trying to point out the difference between our knowledge and your belief. We don't have a belief that the Earth measures flat. That's demonstrable first-hand knowledge. We know it. Everybody else has to believe that the Earth is a sphere without any first-hand knowledge because they require somebody else to tell them and make fanciful claims that when we try to verify those claims come out as Earth. But we're just trying to point out the difference at the moment between our knowledge and the heliocentric belief system. Ours isn't belief.
Okay.
The reason why we say the things that we do is because the Earth measures flat, right? It's our everyday understanding of you do this, everybody does this. We all observe, measure, and then practically use for everyday purposes like construction, engineering, aviation, navigation, right? The Earth to be horizontal and stationary. We all do that. You want to put your shelves up because you want to put a plant pot on your. Those shelves will be level if you want your plant pot not to fall off. Now, level, that's a straight line from left to right. That's parallel to the surface of the Earth, the plane of the horizon, right? It's where we get level from. It's also perpendicular to vertical at 90 degrees, right? So this is how we understand and navigate the world. Like when we understand our equilibrium, when we stand up, we know that when we're tilted a bit because our vestibular system tells us that we are not orientated correctly. That orientation is vertical, which is perpendicular to the horizontal plane. When we build upon this premise on all constructions, we will build upon a level. That level will be parallel to the plane of the Earth. That is primarily mean sea level. That's because we all understand the dynamics of water. When contained and at rest, the property of water is to remain level on the surface unless acted upon by an external force, like wind. So we understand this, right? It's our base perception of our reality. It's flat and it's stationary.
That's just like your belief, man. That's all I got out of that.
Yeah.